magnificent, isn't it? It's hydrogen fusion. That's what creates our heat and our light. See what will happen 1,000 years from now. It's 3000 AD. Hydrogen is almost all gone. Used up much faster than we originally had anticipated. Yet the sun's even hotter and brighter. That's because it's a different kind of burning. Fusion burning helium. Now see the Earth's atmosphere heating up. Water and air disappearing into space. Our beautiful blue planet dies with the sun. This, children, is the reality. Timeless reality.
The Earth, it's drying up. Everything, all of us, we're dying.
Fear not, child. There's a good chance that we'll refuel the sun with hydrogen. All we have to do is build a pipeline, a cosmic wormhole, from Alpha Centauri to the sun. See. But I have to leave now. There's a meeting, you know, up there. You take over. Will you, love?
We know how hard you've worked to become one of us. We know how hard you've tried to shed your old habits, your old world views, in order to be a citizen of the new world order. All of you here have succeeded the final test of this immigration academy, because all of you here are blessed with perfectly selfish genes. The Red Queens, which have survived and which will continue to survive, despite ancient religions which tell us that it is the meek who shall inherit the world. No, not the meek, but the very best shall inherit the world. The most selfish, the most determined, the strongest shall inherit the world. That is the scientific truth, the ultimate reality. The world will win, if only the very best win. This is the way of the almighty sage. This is the only way for our unions, our planet's survival. Let me warn you, however, that the danger is not over. There'll always be those altruists who will attempt to break you. There'll always be those who will try to sneak into our glorious new world order and try to undo our system. For that, we have the rigorous security interviews. And now, we expect all of you to meet with Senior Officer Wallace, who's trained to eliminate the sickly infiltrators. The Almighty Sage!
The most savage!
The Almighty Sage!
The most unforgiving! The most intelligent! The most scientific! The most recognized! The most wealthy!
Oh, these graduation ceremonies. They're all the same. Well, at least I get to interview some of the graduates this year. I love my view of the city from here. I just wish I had similar feelings for the building itself. My poor plants, needy of my attention. Well, at least they're maintenance-free. My big plant. It says, Senior Peace Officer Phoenix Wallace. Chief Morrison recently promoted me, which means I'll be performing security interviews. Among other things, I hope. Business is down. My makeup kit and social security card are here, but hey, where's my cabinet key? And my personal assistant? They're both gone. I bet old Julius took them and dumped them somewhere. My computer has so many functions and capabilities, but there's never a case that lets me use it to its full potential. An urgent meeting. I wonder what it could be about. And I was hoping to do my first security interview today. Oh well, we'll see.
I have called you here for a very urgent matter. A Union citizen has been murdered.
What?
A murder? The last time such a gruesome crime took place in the Union was 15 years ago. How can it be possible?
I said a Union citizen. I did not say in the World Union.
The rogue states?
Who was it?
A Union citizen named Vasily Bogdanov, with a Human Development Index of 70, was found murdered in a town called Odessa in the rogue state of Russia. He was found by the Russian police yesterday, but they did not realize that he was one of our citizens until this morning. He was murdered by a firearm.
Did they catch the murderer, Chief?
No. Unfortunately, they have no leads or witnesses either.
Man has been murdered, and no clues yet? How can they be so incompetent?
They have to deal with very shrewd criminals, Julio, and their system cannot provide the peace and tranquility to its people like our system.
So, what do we do, Chief?
We start investigating from our end. According to our records, Mr. Bogdanov immigrated to our Union 3 years ago from Russia. Our primary goal is to find out who committed the murder and why Mr. Bogdanov had gone back to Russia. Julio?
Yes, Chief?
I want you to dig into Mr. Bogdanov's records and find all you can. His files, transaction records, everything. Phoenix?
I'm listening.
The info from the census office indicated Mr. Bogdanov's address. I want you to check out his apartment, his friends, and business associates. And for heaven's sake, where is your PA?
I couldn't find it after I came back from the bathroom. I suspect old Julius took it and hid it somewhere. Again.
Julius. I don't know why we've been tolerating him all this time. Oh, whatever. I want both of you to understand that this murder case is extremely important. We cannot let any harm come to one of our citizens, even if that citizen happens to be outside of our borders. This will not stand. Now we need to bring the murderer to justice and give a message to the whole world that the Union of the New World Order will pursue any evil wrongdoers, no matter where they hide.
We won't let you down, Chief. By the way, are we going to get paid overtime if we happen to work late?
Payment for overtime is clearly explained in the Global Peace and Security Network Company Rulebook. I suggest you read the chapter on compensation before you fill out your next time sheet.
Don't get me wrong, Chief. I'll do my best to solve this case. With Nix.
Okay, time to get busy.
Chief, do you have a minute?
What is it, Julio?
I have reservations about this assignment.
What is it? You can't handle the sight of a corpse.
Oh, of course I can. Actually, I'm concerned about whether or not our individual skills will be fully utilized in this case.
Julio, stop dancing around the issue and get to the point.
Sure. I don't think we will be getting the very best results if Nix is interviewing the people. Everybody knows about her below-average communication skills.
And what is your proposal?
I was thinking that I should be conducting the interviews. And Nix can dig up the information. With her exemplary analytical skills, I am sure she will do a better job at digging up facts from databases.
What makes you think exemplary analytical skills are not needed in interviews? Just because you can make small talk better with people, it does not mean you will be better at criminal investigation interviews. Besides, Phoenix is senior to you, and she will lead this investigation. Is that clearly understood?
Yes, Chief.
Dismissed.
My goodness, this is a really big one. Cases like this don't come around every day. More like, never? This is my chance to prove myself, and maybe even get a promotion. This is Ingrid Valkoinen's room. She's the headmaster of the Immigration Academy. There's Julius. Let's see if I can get anything sensible from him. I'm sure he took my PA.
Hi, Julius.
Can you smell them?
Smell what?
Stench of 1,000 dead bodies.
What bodies? What are you talking about?
Look at the rats. They're all over them.
Julius?
I have to do something. I have to bury all the dead.
Are you referring to the dead bodies in the ancient graveyard next to our building?
The dead should not be exposed. They need to be covered.
Okay, Julius. Go cover them.
I will call my troops and cover them.
You do that. He's a nutcase, all right, but lately he's getting completely out of hand.
There's my PA.
PA, activate.
This is my PA, my personal assistant. Every World Union citizen has a PA. I wouldn't know how to live without one. My security pass is in there, and I need to open it. I've seen this trick in an old age 2D movie. Let's see if it works. worked! There's my security pass. Finally, I can get on with my new assignment. Well, this is my Human Development Index certificate. In other words, my credibility rating. Not that high, but it's still good to know that my credibility is better than 80% of the World Union population. Still doesn't explain the dire straight bank account, though. So much has changed in the last 30 years. Many, many nation-states don't even exist anymore. Even the eagle figure in our mighty Union's flag looks sad on these depressing walls. I don't need to use that function right now. Well, it's a good time to get my paperwork in order. It's time to submit my daily report. There, all done. There's always so much to do with these reports. Nation-states of the 20th century, they all suffered from the same sickness, gluttony. They could never have enough. I get shivers when I think about that terrible and chaotic period. It cost me both of my parents. The advances we made in the last 20 years are amazing. I'm so proud of our World Union. That door leads to the auditorium. This is where the novices have their graduation ceremony. Those are the lands of the poor unexploitables in green. Unfortunately, the people living there are suffering from so many diseases, their genetic makeup has been severely damaged. Those are the areas controlled by the World Union forces. There are invaluable resources in those areas that cannot be left in the hands of people with no economic sense. Those are the rogue state areas in red. Those lands are still governed by ancient nation-state rules and regulations. Poor rogue state people, they still pay taxes. Oh well, it's their choice. The Articles of our Constitution, the final Bill of Rights. Chief Morrison usually delivers the graduation speech for the Immigration Academy. After the ceremony here, the novices wait for their final security screening in order to become citizens of our world union. It looks like an ID card. Hey, it's an ID card of a novice here in the academy. He must have dropped it during the graduation ceremony. Those doors lead outside. The novices in the academy are not allowed to go to that area, so it only opens with a security pass. I need my security pass. I cannot manually unlock these doors. Hey, come here. I said come here. Shit. Darn. I don't know if I dreamt that or not. That was the same guy who dropped his ID in the auditorium. Hey, there's a texture to this thing. There seems to be a shape here, but I can't see what it is. The carvings are too fine. It's strange, but beautiful. I should scan it in just in case. This is an entrance to an ancient graveyard. I wonder why they didn't cremate their dead. The gate appears to be locked. Is this really a lock? Or some kind of test? I hope it's not a hidden camera joke. The guy is gone. If he was ever really there, that is. A digital disc. It has a butterfly image on it. I'll take this disc and examine it at my office computer. This place is giving me the creeps. It's the entry to the perfect metro system of Adrianopolis. It's so perfect that car sales in the city are at a halt. I'm sure this must have pissed off so many car manufacturers.
Insufficient credit to enter Metro.
Darn. I guess my Metro pass has expired. That should be enough to renew my pass for a while. It's a new version of the Metro map. I really should update my PA with it. The navigation map on my PA is updated now. Oh, darn. My PA reset again. I wish they could fix these random glitches that happen while traveling with the Metro. Ugh, Julio, that dumbass. So, the late Mr. Bogdanov used to live here.
Greetings. This is the home of Vasily Bogdanov. How may I help you?
This is Phoenix Wallace from the Adrianopolis Peace and Security Center. I need to get inside. Computer, open the door.
You have no authorization to enter this house. You need to get authorization from appropriate agencies. If you insist on entering, your visuals will be logged and reported to the Peace Center.
Computer, access Global Peace and Security Network database. I am a peace officer, and my badge number is 316 Charlie Omega 77 Papa Echo Papa. Access case number Alpha Romeo 53 Papa. Request authorization to enter Vasily Bogdanov house.
Working. Please hold. Senior Peace Officer Phoenix Wallace. House security disarmed. Doors open. Thank you for your cooperation.
Oh, what a beautiful thing. It must be very valuable. It's a magnetic card of some sort. Didn't credit cards used to look like this? Looks like a printed business card. How old-fashioned. Oh, Mr. Bogdanov used to be the owner of the Thing store at the Pyramid. I love that store.
PA, add the Thing store at the Pyramid to my navigation map.
Oh, what a beautiful woman. Must be a dancer of some sort. I heard so much about this ebook. It's the latest bestseller about self-development and improvement of HDI. I know Sandra has a copy. Maybe I should get one too. Nah. Looks like an old-fashioned metal safe with a strange combination lock. Got it. This thing must have been locked up for a reason. What a strange set of dolls. Never seen anything like them before. Oh, I really like that thing. The designers of these things, they certainly have wild imaginations. I heard that the identities of the designers are not disclosed to the public, not even to many company officials. And these designers are considered a trade secret. Nobody knows who they are or where they live in the Union. She must be one of the sales clerks. Looks sort of young, though.
Hi, I'm Senior Officer Phoenix Wallace from the Adrianopolis Peace and Security Center.
Hello, my name is Alethea, junior sales clerk on the floor.
Well, hello, Alethea. How are you today?
Oh, I'm great. What about you, miss?
I'm doing well too, Alethea. I'm afraid I have to ask you a few questions concerning your former boss. You are aware of his death, aren't you?
Yes, Miss Wallace, I am. Why do you have to ask me all these questions? I mean, I don't know anything.
Just routine questions, nothing to worry about.
Okay, I'll do my best.
How did you hear about Mr. Bogdanov's death?
Actually, Officer Wallace, I explained all this to the other peace officer. You can check his notes if you would like. I wouldn't want to be repetitive.
What other peace officer?
Another peace officer came in before you and asked questions about Mr. Bogdanov.
Oh, not again. You mean that jackass was here?
Excuse me?
I can't believe that, Julio. His name was Julio, wasn't it?
No, it was not.
You mean it wasn't Julio Santa Dominguez? A young, dark-haired Central American?
No. He said his name was Harry Callahan. He was a fair-haired, middle-aged man. He looked more like Northern European.
Harry Callahan? There are no peace officers by that name in our department, Alethea. He must have been an impersonator.
Impersonator? You mean he wasn't who he said he was? Oh, he seemed like such a nice man.
What exactly did Mr. Callahan ask?
He asked about Mr. Bogdanov's death and things like that. Just like you.
Can you describe his physical appearance?
Sure, Officer Wallace. I'll try my best.
Don't worry, dear. My GPSN suspect modeling software will make it very easy for you. Here we go. PA, establish link to Alethea Cordoba's PA for the parallel usage of suspect modeling software. Does this look like the impersonator, Alethea?
The nose is a match. It slightly looks like him now. The mouth is a match. It moderately looks like him now. The eyes are a match. It looks more like him now. It looks more like him now. The chin is a match. It looks very much like him now. The hair is a match. Officer Wallace, that's exactly him.
Thanks, Alethea, for your help. How did you hear about Mr. Bogdanov's death?
Some guy from the headquarters called. Actually, Monica talked to him. She got the bad news about Mr. Bogdanov.
At that time, did you receive any details regarding Mr. Bogdanov's death?
Not really. Just that he died somewhere, in one of those rogue states.
In Odessa, Russia, to be exact.
So how did he die? Was it a disease or an accident? Or did they murder him for his flesh, like in them reality shows?
Oh, brother, I think you've been watching too much Holovision. When did you last see Mr. Bogdanov?
I saw him Saturday morning. I was working the Saturday shift since Piper was on vacation.
Did he exhibit any unusual behavior that day?
What do you mean by unusual?
Unusual, in the sense that he wasn't behaving normally.
Oh, I see. Well, I guess I wouldn't really describe him as being normal in general. You know, he was just kind of different.
Different? In what way?
You know, well, now that you ask about it, I just cannot pinpoint it, if you know what I mean.
Yes, Alethea. I know exactly what you mean. Thanks for being so concise. Did Mr. Bogdanov ever mention his relationships with others?
What kind of relationships? Are you talking about males or females?
Either.
Well, he had all these male and female companions. He was a real popular guy.
Did you ever meet any of these companions?
Oh, no. He just told us stories about them.
Us meaning?
Me and Monica, the other assistant sales clerk.
What about Piper?
Oh, Piper? She didn't listen to his stories. She's been around for a long time, you know? I think she had the deep respect for Mr. B and his private life. She even asked us not to engage in such conversations with him.
Why would Piper ask that of you?
Well, although she didn't want to admit it, I think Piper loved and respected Mr. B very much. She didn't think it was appropriate for us to talk about personal things with Mr. B. I think she was just jealous about the attention he gave to us younger girls.
I think I've taken enough of your time today, Alethea.
Sure, Officer Wallace. You know where to find me.
Great. Bye for now.
Bye.
GPSN regulations prohibit us from taking too much time of our citizens during investigations. They are busy people. We are limited to 1 visit per day for official business. What a strange thing. It's an electronic diary. I bet it belonged to Mr. Bogdanov. But why would he have hidden it here? elevator leading upstairs. But it isn't the voice-commanded type. And it looks like it's locked. This must be Mr. Bogdanov's office. Oh, I really like that one. This looks like a very old book. An album of 2D photographs. I wonder who these old people are. Mr. Bogdanov, I really wonder how you could be in charge of the thing store with an HDI of just 70. Oh, I really like that one. It's a Rubik's Cube. I remember working on those in my advanced binary logic training. It's only a one-sided Rubik's Cube. When you solve one face, other faces are automatically solved for you. I used to solve these in the 3rd grade. Piece of cake. I think I'm getting a little rusty, though. Wait a minute. One of the sides has a pattern. Yes! Got it! I should check on this Mr. Anderson.
PA, access GPSN census database and add Douglas Anderson's address to my navigation map.
I don't think I want to visit the service room. Douglas D. Anderson, 7th floor. Ha! This is it.
Welcome to Douglas Anderson's law office. How can I help you?
This is Phoenix Wallace from the Adrianopolis Peace and Security Center. Inform Mr. Anderson that he has a visitor.
Officer Wallace, you do not have a valid appointment for this time. Would you like to make one?
This is regarding official peace business.
Please hold. Thank you for your cooperation. Please proceed inside.
Wow, Mr. Anderson. Aren't we a big fry with an HDI of 82? I'm sure Sandra has already dated you. How could she omit this red Ferrari in her collection of men with HDIs over 80? A column of light. Oh, that's so relaxing. Oh, what a beautiful work of art. I wonder how it can move like that. Must be very valuable. That must be Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson, let me introduce myself. I'm Phoenix Wallace, a senior peace officer from the Peace and Security Center.
Welcome. Please sit down, Officer Wallace. I assume you are here to discuss the murder of Mr. Bogdanov.
That is correct, sir. Do you have time to answer some questions about the late Mr. Bogdanov?
Yes, but only a few questions, please. I'm very pressed for time.
What's your area of specialty?
My area of specialty is international trade.
Are you challenged by your job?
Of course I am. But I do not see the relevance of this question to your investigation.
Mr. Anderson, thank you for seeing me on such short notice. I promise I will not take too much of your valuable time.
With pleasure. How can I be of help?
When did you last see Mr. Bogdanov?
I last saw him on Tuesday, April 2nd.
Can you tell me what you spoke about on that date?
It was regarding a matter with one of his former employees.
Was it an unpleasant matter? One that may have had some relevance to the murder of Mr. Bogdanov?
It was unpleasant, all right. But I highly doubt it could have anything to do with the murder. It was about an employee complaint regarding termination of a contract.
Some former employee filing an unfair labor practice suit?
Yes. Mr. Bogdanov had an unusually high employee turnover rate in his business.
Do you have any explanations for that high turnover rate?
I really don't, Officer Wallace.
Did this high turnover rate exasperate Mr. Bogdanov?
Not really. He exclusively employed university students for lower employment costs. He expected to have a high employee turnover rate.
Did Mr. Bogdanov ever mention his relationships with others?
Occasionally, he mentioned a few names.
Do you remember any of those names?
Yes. One is Ms. Larissa Lucan.
What did he say about Ms. Lucan?
That she was his primary sexual partner, and they had known each other for 3 years.
Can you think of any other significant details about his connection to Ms. Lucan?
No, he did not elaborate on his relationship with her.
Any other names that come to your mind?
He often mentioned a Ms. Capello, who was his therapist, and Mr. Arnette, who was his image maker. These are the names I can think of right now.
I think I should check out these leads you've given me. May I come back if I have more questions?
Certainly.
Thanks for your help.
You are welcome.
PA, access GPSN census database and add Larissa Lucan's address to my navigation map. Also, locate a Dr. Capello and image maker Roger Arnette and add their addresses too.
My first interview. I'm so excited. That must be Mr. Patel. This is Ingrid Valkoinen. She is the head of the Immigration Academy.
Hi, Ingrid.
Hello, Phoenix. How are you today?
Very well, thank you. And you?
Very good.
Are there any extraordinary applicants this year?
Plenty. I'm not sure if there's a correlation, but the increasing economic woes and the war prospects in the rogue states seem to increase the quality of the applicants we have. There are so many with IQs over 130.
That is great news, and a sure win for the Union.
As long as they all pass the security screening. As you know, the smarter they are, the bigger their potential threat to the society becomes. Your work will be very hard this year, evaluating all these smart novices.
I don't mind that. I'm dying for challenges.
I suppose you have your hands full with that case already.
I need to get going.
Those indicators make the interview process an error-free experience. On the right is the neural impulse locator and the reviewer system interface. It tells me if the person is thinking one thing and telling another.
Hello, Mr. Patel. My name is Phoenix Wallace. I'm a senior peace officer here at the center. And I will be conducting your security screening interview. How are you today?
I am very well, thank you, Officer Wallace. And how are you?
Very good, thank you. Now, I'm going to give you a small brief about the procedure.
Okay.
You are here today because you passed all necessary tests required for you to become a World Union citizen.
I know. I passed all the tests with top marks. I will be a perfect Union citizen.
We will see that. I'm here today to evaluate your citizenship application from a security perspective.
So, in plain English, you're gonna check if I am a crook or not?
I would not use words like that. But yes, I'm going to evaluate your fitness to our society from a security point of view.
Officer Wallace, I am a medical doctor. We made the same new enhanced version of the Hippocratic Oath, as suggested by the WHO, like the World Union Medical Doctors, and...
I understand and respect that, or Dr. Patel, I should say, but the rules are applied to all immigration applicants.
Okay, whatever. Let's get on with it then.
Can you please tell me about your childhood?
You sound like a Freudian psychiatrist. I thought his ideas in psychology were long gone.
Well, they are outdated, of course, since the studies of Dr. Derek Fisher in the 2010s. Well, you're a doctor, you know all that. Anyway, I need to ask you about your childhood.
Yes, right. I was one of 4 siblings of a nuptial family in Calcutta.
And did your biological father and mother work?
My father did. My mother was a homemaker.
So she worked too?
Of course she did, in a way.
What do you mean, in a way? You just said that she was building homes.
Officer Wallace, homemaker means she stayed at home and took care of us kids.
Oh, a housewife, you mean?
Yes.
I see. So, did you have a pleasant childhood?
Yes, I think so. My father was a high officer in the British East India Company.
Never heard of it. What did this company do?
Trade. Import. Exports. A very old and established company. I believe it still exists.
Did you get along well with your siblings?
Of course. Well, yes and no.
What kind of answer is that? It is a true or false question.
Let me put it this way. There were times we got along very well. And at times we fought.
Fought? Physical exchanges?
Sure. But in general, we got along well.
I suppose. What is the first thing you want to do in the World Union?
Find a good job, of course. Many headhunters have already contacted me.
Really? For what kind of job?
Medical doctor, of course. Several hospitals are waiting for my decision.
Is that right?
Yes. I am gonna have a tough time deciding.
Provided that you pass this screening, of course.
You know I will, officer. I know about the procedure. Even if you dislike me, you cannot make me fail. Because the computer determines my score based on my response and reactions.
My, aren't we cocky? You seem to forget that you respond to my questions.
I can easily tackle any questions you have for me, officer. Don't think you can challenge me intellectually.
We shall see. What career are you planning to pursue in the Union?
I am a cardiologist, and that's what I am getting ready to pursue.
That has to do with...
Human heart and related systems, Officer Wallace.
Are you planning to stay in Adrianopolis?
No. I would like to move to North America. There are many excellent hospitals there.
You don't prefer the hospitals in Europe?
Oh, I am sure they are as good. I just always wanted to live in America, the land of opportunities, as they used to call it.
What was the best part of the Immigration Academy?
The courses I took, of course.
Which ones in particular?
Almost all of them, officer. I love intellectual challenges.
How well did you do?
I can easily say that I did excellent. I was in the top 5% of every course I took.
Including the physical education courses?
No. Those were my drawbacks. But no matter. I am a man of science, and I am fit enough.
Were there any particular instructors that you liked?
They were all excellent educators. I like to deal with competent professionals. How about you?
Are you implying something, Mr. Patel?
Oh, certainly not, Officer Wallace.
I was told that you took part in a riot.
Yes, I did. The most shameful experience of my life.
Why did you do it?
What can I say? It was mass hysteria. Science still cannot explain the true dynamics of such an act.
Did you do a lot of bad things?
Yes, I did.
Did you kill anyone?
Yes.
What did you feel when you killed that person?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Just voidness. I don't think I was aware of what I'd done.
Do you believe you're capable to do it again?
What kind of question is that?
A fair and square one. Please answer it.
Definitely not. It was all because of that mass hysteria, long time ago. Can't you see?
Yes, I can. I can also see that you are still feeling uneasy about your experience. What was the real reason of your involvement in the atrocities?
What are you trying to say, Officer Wallace?
I would like to know about your true motivation.
As I said before, it was mass hysteria, and science still cannot explain the true dynamics of such an act.
What made you join those people? Did they force you?
Yes.
You were lying.
I mean, I was.
You were what, Mr. Patel?
I had to act with them.
Why did you have to?
They were like a pack of wolves. I was scared. I thought, if I didn't act like them, I was in grave danger.
Did you enjoy it?
Enjoy? What are you talking about?
I asked you if you enjoyed killing someone.
No, of course I did not.
You are lying.
What? How can I be lying? I took an oath to save lives, not to destroy.
But you did destroy a life, and I believe you enjoyed it.
And what if I did?
Did you enjoy killing someone?
Yes. It had a certain texture to it. I cannot deny it. It's similar to having sex.
My goodness. How can you compare murder and sex?
Do you recall when you had sex for the first time, Officer Wallace?
Of course I do.
Your approach to life changed forever, didn't it?
Well, I can't really say it did.
Then you obviously don't know anything about real sex. I am from India, and we have an ancient tradition of quality sexual encounters.
Okay, I read Kama Sutra too. What does all this sex talk have to do with murder?
First of all, Reading Kama Sutra and understanding it are different things. When you experience real sex, there is no turning back. Any other type of encounter is null. I feel like murder is like that too. When you acquire the taste of killing someone, there is no turning back. I don't think you can really ever understand what I am talking about, because you are not intelligent enough.
Maybe not so. But it doesn't take a rocket scientist to understand that you are suffering from a deep psychosis, and only a sick mind can have fond memories about killing another person. You are a true psycho, Mr. Patel.
You can never understand it.
And I don't need to. Guess what, Mr. Patel? I really don't like you, and neither does the computer. Your responses to my questions scientifically prove that you are nowhere near being a fit person for the World Union Society. I formally declare that you fail this security screening, and furthermore, you are banned for life from entering any areas under World Union control. Goodbye, Mr. Patel.
My goodness, he was a true psycho. You should be proud of yourself, Phoenix. You eliminated a scum who was about to make his way into our union. It's getting late, and I'm beat. Time to head home. That's my ultimate friend. It's a daily pill full of all the minerals and vitamins that are specifically engineered for my body. Oh, it's great to be a union citizen. It's an ad for the Sufferer Comedy Network. I don't watch it very often, really. It just came with my monthly ad bundle. My cozy couch. I don't need to wash my hands. My library, otherwise known as the throne. My revitalizing shower. That's where I keep my clutter. The accumulation of my life. What should I wear? That's the standard delivery system. All my packages are delivered through it. I don't need to drag around anything that I purchase. Makes shopping a lot more fun. Kinda makes you lose track of what you buy, though. I love my view of the pyramid. It's quite calming. Then again, every single house and apartment in the city enjoys it too. The city is engineered in such a way that every house has a view of the pyramid. My holovision, my prime source of entertainment.
Here is the latest from your favorite news channel, WXBG Adrianopolis, your connection to the world. Our city woke up with a shock this morning, the death of a prominent professor of the Adrianopolis University. Dr. Melvin Philip Spencer, a leading history scholar, was found dead in his apartment. Our sources in the GPSN Peace and Security Center indicate that Dr. Spencer's untimely, accidental death was caused by an unauthorized electronic device. The specifics, or the origin of the device, is not released. However, the authorities urge any users of such unauthorized electronic devices to report to the rehab center immediately for a complete checkup, since their lives may be in danger. It is mentioned that such devices may cause permanent damage in the brain, genetic makeup, and even death, as in the case of Dr. Spencer. Now to the other news.
That is shocking news. 2 2 scandalous deaths in 1 week. Sandra got me that picture for Best Friends Day. I have no idea what it's about. My comfy bed. Unfortunately, I rarely have company in it. I wish Sandra would stop teasing me about that. That's a poster of my favorite television channel. I get to watch the most interesting court cases around the Union and be a part of the trial jury. The new company rules of Amnesty International enable any Union citizen to become a part of the jury in any court case they choose, provided that they pay the appropriate fee and watch every court session, of course.
Hello, Phoenix. How are you?
Hi, Sandra. I'm fine, but I'm busy right now.
Is that right? Can't you spare a few moments for your best friend?
Oh, sure. I'm sorry. What's up?
Nothing. Shall we meet tonight?
Oh, of course. Actually, I have a lot of gossip for you.
Really? Well, as you know, I'm not that interested in Immigration Academy gossip.
No, this is different. I'll tell you all about it tonight. Around 8 at the cafe?
Sure. See ya, busy girl.
The flat of Ms. Larissa Lucan.
Welcome to Larissa Lucan's home. How can I help you?
This is Phoenix Wallace from the Adrianopolis Peace and Security Center. Inform Ms. Lucan that I'm here.
Please hold. Working. Thank you for your cooperation. Please proceed inside.
Hey, didn't I see a similar set in Bogdanov's house? Maybe it's a new trend. Oh, that's real cute. All this old-fashioned romance stuff gives me the heebie-jeebies. That must be Ms. Lucan.
Hello, Ms. Lucan.
Who are you?
Oh, I am Senior Officer Phoenix Wallace from the Adrianopolis Peace and Security Center.
What can I do for you, Officer Wallace?
I would like to speak with you regarding urgent peace business.
Oh, I don't know. My sorrow is very deep. Maybe some other time.
Ms. Lucan, I understand your sorrow. But life goes on, and if we are to catch the people responsible for this act of barbarism, we have to move swiftly. I need your assistance.
I don't think you can understand my sorrow. I don't think I can talk in politically correct manners right now. Please, come back later, okay?
Ms. Lucan, I promise I will not be offended by your manners. I just need a few minutes of your time.
Well, okay then. Just for a few minutes, right?
Yes, just a few questions.
Please, sit down.
Thank you for your patience, Ms. Lucan. I certainly appreciate your time.
You're welcome, but please let us be brief.
Are you a recent immigrant, Ms. Lucan?
Yes, I immigrated 3 years ago from Russia.
So you came through the immigration center here in Adrianopolis?
Yes, I did.
Oh, I have security duty in the immigration center. I started a few years back.
Good to hear that.
Did you have many friends at the academy?
I had some friends. Usually we did not have time to socialize. I only got to know the ones in my studying group, like Vasily.
Was it a friendly environment?
Not really. They taught us selfishness is in the human nature and is a good thing. But teamwork is also as important and can make everybody a winner. We are also told World Union's superior system could not be achieved without teamwork, and the importance of the balance between selfishness and teamwork. Many of the novices took the selfishness too literal. They simply would not cooperate in joint assignments.
I know what you mean. I face it every day myself. Do you enjoy the living conditions here in the Union?
Sure I do. I never felt secure in Russia.
Why not?
Crime everywhere, you know.
When did you start dating Mr. Bogdanov?
About 3 years ago, right after I graduated from the Immigration Academy.
So you bumped into him straight away?
No. We actually met in the academy, graduated together, and then started dating.
Why would Mr. Bogdanov go to Russia?
I have no idea.
This is very important for my investigation. Are you sure?
Yes, I am. No idea why he would want to go there.
Did he ever speak about going back to Russia?
No, he did not. To my knowledge, he definitely had no intention of returning. Then again, who knows?
Did he ever visit Russia between now and his graduation from the academy?
To my knowledge, no.
Do you know what Mr. Bogdanov's line of business in Russia was?
To my knowledge, he was in the nuclear waste disposal business. In Russia, they have a big problem with nuclear waste, you know.
So I heard. Nuclear energy is such a dangerous and harmful energy source. I can never understand why rogue states still insist on using it.
Who knows? All I know is I grew up in Belarus, which does not have a history of nuclear disasters like Ukraine. There are plenty of Russians, Belarusians, Indian, Chinese, even Arabs in the academy. But I did not see any Ukrainians. They perhaps failed the genetic test.
I'm afraid that is true. Most of our Ukrainian applicants have severe genetic defects, nearly all of them due to genetic mutation caused by radioactivity, mostly inherited from their ancestors. What did Mr. Bogdanov think of Russia?
He called it the cursed land. He was ever so happy when he passed the final security screening. We knew we were going to get everything that was promised to us while in the academy.
Everything that was promised?
We were told about all the wonders and beauty of the Union during our classes. We could see the skyline of Adrianopolis from our dorm rooms and dream about shopping at the magnificent pyramid. Believe me, it was far more impressive than a full moon.
What was?
The mighty pyramid of Adrianopolis, of course, glowing from a distance.
Well, you should see the one in Washington, D.C. someday.
I was planning to go there with Vasily next year. I think it is time for you to leave, Officer Wallace. I am not feeling very well.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset you. I can leave now, if you want.
That would be very nice of you, my dear.
Okay. Can we continue some other time?
Certainly. When I feel a little better, perhaps.
Maybe you can talk to your therapist, just to ease things a bit.
I will.
Goodbye, Ms. Lucan.
Can you call me in advance the next time?
Certainly.
You will get them, won't you?
I assure you, we will.
Poor woman. It must be very difficult to be in her situation. I can't even imagine what she must be going through. I think I handled her all right.
Hi, Alethea.
Oh, hi, Officer Wallace.
Do you know about any of Mr. Bogdanov's sexual partners?
Sexual partners?
Alethea, are we mature enough to talk about this?
Sure, Officer Wallace. In case you haven't noticed, I am a very mature 17-year-old.
But of course you are. So you should be able to handle this topic without giggling.
Officer Wallace, can you repeat the question? And this time, I'm going to be serious.
Again, do you know about any of Mr. Bogdanov's sexual partners?
No, ma'am, I don't.
How long have you known Mr. Bogdanov?
Just over 2 months since I started working here.
So, have you worked here full-time since then?
Yes, Officer Wallace. I work 5 days a week.
You're awfully young to work so much.
Well, Officer Wallace, I guess I'm awfully young, ain't I?
Did Mr. Bogdanov ever talk about his days in Russia?
What do you mean, his days in Russia?
It means that he used to live there.
You mean for the NGO duty and stuff?
No, Mr. Bogdanov was born there and spent most of his life in Russia.
You're kidding me. I've never met anybody from there before. Do you think that was why he talked funny?
That could be the reason. Then again, I couldn't tell you because I never spoke to him.
That's too bad. He was very nice and talkative man. He used to share his experiences about a lot of stuff, but I never heard him talk about Russia.
To your knowledge, was Mr. Bogdanov involved in any other business venture?
Business adventure? I think this business was adventurous enough for him.
Alethea, you misunderstood me again. I said business venture, as in, did he have any other kind of business?
Oh, sure. He was a very successful businessman.
So he did have other business.
He was doing art consultancy. He was a very talented man, Mr. Bogdanov.
So, what do you know about this art consultancy?
I know that he was making a lot of money. Oh, and he was doing so well.
How exactly do you know he was making a lot of money?
You know, he had that walk about him. He just seemed so confident. He must have been making a lot of money.
Thank you for your insight, Alethea. You've been so helpful.
Oh, I'm so proud of myself.
Did Mr. Bogdanov have many friends?
You bet. He was always spending time with his friends.
Always? Spending time doing what?
You know, the routine. Going out, eating something, and having fun.
What kind of fun?
Officer Wallace, you talk as if you're from another galaxy. You know, fun.
I can only assume. Can you be specific, Alethea?
Oh, I guess you're not the type to go out. You see, Mr. B liked going out to a lot of places, and he especially liked this one club.
So, he went to this club with his buddies?
I think so. He was always having fun with his friends.
So, tell me more about this club.
Oh, it's très chic, as they say in Paris.
Have you been to this club, Alethea?
Oh, no. I don't think I'd fit in there just yet.
What do you mean by that?
Well, for one thing, it's very pricey.
And what else?
I guess they play some very old and exotic music there. I don't like classical music. It's boring, if you know what I mean.
Why would such a chic place play such music?
Haven't got a clue. Must be something to do with strange, expensive taste.
So where is this très chic place?
I think it's somewhere in the pyramid. I don't know its name. I'm new here, you know.
I think I've got everything I need from you for my investigation, Alethea.
Sure, Officer Wallace.
Thanks, and goodbye.
Bye!
Well, this is as good as it gets with her. Hello, can I ask you a few more questions?
Sure.
How was it possible for the Thing Stores Corporation to take over ownership of Mr. Bogdanov's shares?
It has to do with Article 6 of the Final Bill of Rights, the one concerning the safekeeping of economic decision-making.
Mr. Anderson, I don't understand how that relates to my question. I want to know why the Thing Stores Corporation now has ownership of Mr. Bogdanov's shares.
I see. You are probably not aware of the landmark case of... Oh, never mind. Article 6 can be interpreted as the shares of a minority shareholder of a company can be purchased back by the company at its book value in the event of death, even if it is not written in the company's rule book. Most new ventures include this in their rule books, and the Thing Stores Corp is one of them.
So, to put it simply, the company was, in a way, leasing the franchise to Mr. Bogdanov?
From a contract point of view, no. Because Mr. Bogdanov actually owned those shares. But in practical terms, you can compare it to a lease. After all, what use is the franchise to Mr. Bogdanov when he is dead?
As Mr. Bogdanov's lawyer, is it your responsibility to settle his accounts?
Yes, it is.
Does he have a lot to inherit?
The franchise will be taken over by the corporation. I am not sure which institution will be inheriting his other belongings, since his death is still being investigated. I will not have access to his will or his bank accounts until the GPSN is done.
Was Mr. Bogdanov involved in any other business ventures?
Yes, he was.
What can you tell me about these ventures?
He had a partnership with an artist named Pierre Deville.
What did this partnership involve?
I believe they were partners in an art consultancy venture.
And was this venture profitable as well?
I believe it was.
Did you ever meet this partner, Mr. Deville?
No, I did not.
Mr. Anderson, I think I have all the information I need from you. You've been a great help. Thank you.
You are welcome.
PA, access GPSN census database and add Pierre Deville's address to my navigation map. Wow, I love it! A giant logo of Mr. Arnette's. Wow, very impressive. Those are called design stations. They have the necessary computer-aided design tools for image making. Hi, I'm Senior Officer Phoenix Wallace from the Adrianopolis Peace and Security Center. I was looking for Mr. Arnette.
Mr. Arnette is not available at this moment?
And you are?
Oh, my name is Gladys Castle, and I'm Mr. Arnette's assistant.
Well, Miss Castle, I'm here for official business, and I need to talk to Mr. Arnette.
As I told you, he is not available right now. Would you like to make an appointment for a later time?
No. Let me remind you that I am a peace officer on official business. I suggest you tell Mr. Arnette to make time for me.
Are you an employee of the GPSN?
Yes, I told you that I was.
Just wanted to make sure. Well, I regret to inform you that you cannot see Mr. Arnette, even for official business, unless he agrees to see you. And he specifically instructed me not to disturb him for anything.
He has no choice. This involves an active case.
It does not matter, Officer Wallace. You see, the World Class Image Makers Association, otherwise known as WEMA, the organization that Mr. Arnette is affiliated with, has a special agreement with the GPSN. According to this agreement, a GPSN officer cannot insist on meeting a senior member of WEMA.
That sounds like bullshit to me. Get out of my way. I need to talk to him.
I'm going to disregard your foul language at this time, but if you insist on seeing Mr. Arnette, I'm going to have to report you to WEMA, and they will directly deal with your immediate supervisor at the GPSN. I suggest you check your company rules.
I see. You're serious.
I would like to make an appointment with Mr. Arnette.
And is this about an image makeover?
You know I'm not here for an image makeover.
Oh, but you should be, Officer Wallace. I can tell. You desperately need a new image.
Is that supposed to be a compliment?
Oh, no. The compliments come after our awesome image makeovers. Shall I sign you up for one?
I don't wish to have an image makeover. I merely wish to speak to Mr. Arnette.
In that case, let me check the appointment database. He is available for you on Monday, 4 weeks from now.
But I cannot wait 4 weeks. Please inform him that this is very urgent. It involves a former client of his.
I just cannot disturb him, Officer Wallace. Do you want to make an appointment?
All right, but please tell me if there's an opening available sooner.
Of course I will.
Thank you.
Is there no respect for peace officers in our society? She didn't even take me seriously. I don't need to talk to her right now.
So this is Mr. DeVille's house.
Greetings. This is the home of Pierre DeVille. How may I help you?
This is Phoenix Wallace from the Adrianopolis Peace and Security Center. Inform Mr. DeVille that he has a visitor.
Please hold. Thank you for your cooperation. Please proceed inside.
My, oh my, what a messy place. Those are historic firearms. Each must be at least 100 years old. This place is so biohazardous. Those leftovers, they're at least a day old. He's at the bottom of our economic pyramid, just like Bogdanov. What a mess! I prefer not to touch this mess unless I have to. A 9mm bullet. I should have more information before doing that. He must be Mr. DeVille.
Hello, Mr. DeVille.
Who are you?
I'm Phoenix Wallace from the Adrianopolis Peace and Security Center. I'm a peace officer.
You are? Why are you looking for me?
I'm here in an official capacity. I need to ask you some questions regarding a case.
Well, I'm awfully busy. Can it wait?
I'm afraid it cannot wait. May I sit down?
Okay, suit yourself.
This will only take a few minutes, Mr. DeVille.
The name is Pierre.
Okay, Pierre. And you can call me Phoenix. How did you meet Vasily Bogdanov?
A mutual friend introduced us. I design things, you know?
What kind of things?
Things like the things here and things like the things at the thing store.
What? I think I missed something there.
There is nothing to miss. Just look around this room. These things are all my creations.
So you design items to be sold at the thing store?
Yeah. I mean, I sort of do.
I sense a little bit of wishful thinking there.
Well, let's just say Vasily and I have an understanding. He is one of the very few people who have the ability to appreciate my art.
I see. Well, I regret to tell you that he won't be able to appreciate your art anymore.
Why? Did that fat wanker skip town with the money?
As a matter of fact, he did. And never to come back.
What do you mean? He's my partner and we've got a business to run.
Not anymore, Pierre. Mr. Bogdanov is dead. Did you know Mr. Bogdanov was going to Russia?
Whoa. Did you just say Vasily's dead?
You heard me right.
Oh, that's too bad. We had great plans for our business.
I'm sorry about your loss, Pierre.
So, how did it happen? He must have had a heart attack or something.
What makes you say that?
Well, you know, he was on the heavy side and all.
Actually, Mr. Bogdanov was murdered.
He was murdered? Where?
In the port city of Odessa.
Wow. What was he doing in Japan?
I said Odessa, not Okinawa. It's a port city in the Russian rogue state.
I knew that. I was just testing your geography, Phoenix.
Right. So, do you have any idea what he might have been doing there?
How the heck would I know?
I guess he never mentioned that he was from Russia?
You mean he was an immigrant? I didn't know that.
So, Mr. Bogdanov never talked about his personal life with you?
Nope, never. We only had a business relationship. We didn't really chum around together.
Do you mind telling me why not?
Well, nothing personal against the guy. Let's just say he wasn't very attractive, and he probably would have scared away my potential female suitors.
Oh my, aren't we the cocky one?
Oh, you know what I mean, Phoenix. He would have cramped my style.
And what style are we talking about, Pierre?
My smooth style with the female persuasion, of course. I guess you've been too wrapped up in your little investigation to notice.
I guess I have. Pierre, I think I gathered enough information from you for the time being. Maybe we can continue our conversation later.
Sure.
My goodness, this guy is so awful. I don't think I could have tolerated any more of him. It's getting late, and I'm beat. Time to head home. What should I wear? I need to get going, or else I'm going to be late for my meeting with Sandra.
Hi, Sandra.
Well, hello, dear. What's up, Ms. Private Eye?
Oh, will you stop calling me that? I'm not a private investigator.
Lighten up, Phoebe. I'm just teasing you. Really, how are you?
I feel sort of dizzy. Too many things happened today.
Dizzy? You probably caught some nasty sickness from one of those immigrants down at your office.
Oh, don't be so crude. The immigration applicants all get decontaminated prior to entering the compound. They're certainly cleaner than we are.
Oh, you don't believe that, do you?
Sandra, get on with it.
Sandra, I witnessed the freakiest thing. I still can't believe what I think I saw.
Let me guess. One of your stinky immigrants on the cover of Cosmo Online?
No, Sandra. Can't you be serious for 1 minute? I really want to share something with you.
Oh, I love it when you get defensive like this. So, tell me, what did you see?
I saw one of the Immigration Academy students in the Union side of the Academy Gardens. Of course, he was not supposed to be lurking around there, so I chased after him. Then, as I was about to catch him, he walked right through an iron gate.
So, did you go through the gate made of iron as well?
Actually, no. I smacked into the gate and fell on my ass.
No, poor baby. That'll teach you not to mess around with illegal mind-altering drugs and alcohol.
Well, thanks, Sandra. Thanks for the support.
You wouldn't believe the case that came my way.
What, another stinky nutcase trying to make his way into the World Union?
Nothing like that. This case is much more intriguing.
Intriguing? Sounds secretive. Can't wait to hear all the details.
I have a murder case to solve.
A murder? You've got to be joking.
Would I joke about a murder?
Come on, you've pulled my leg before. Wait a minute. You're serious, aren't you?
Of course I am.
But I haven't heard anything about a murder on the news.
The case is being kept confidential by judge's orders.
I can't believe it. Here? In Adrianopolis?
No, in Russia. A Union citizen named Vasily Bogdanov was murdered in Odessa.
Where the hell is Odessa?
It's a port city on the Black Sea. You want to know about this murder case, don't you?
Sure, tell me all the gory details.
Well, the man was murdered with a firearm.
What is a firearm? Some kind of stick on fire?
No, my dear. A firearm is a weapon that was used almost a century ago. In these archaic weapons, an explosion takes place in a tiny chamber, and a small metal piece, called a bullet, is projected at high speed towards a target.
Oh, Phoenix. You went into your long, drawn-out explanation mode again. Can you tell me what it is in simple terms?
Okay. A firearm makes a lot of noise, causes a lot of pain, and can kill you.
Oh, one of those barbaric, pain-inflicting weapons. What was he doing in a rogue state anyway?
I don't know yet, but he used to own the Things store at the Pyramid. Do you know him?
No, I don't.
Things are very complex in this murder case, Sandra. Now I have to find this peace officer impersonator.
An impersonator? Tell me more.
Alethea Cordoba claims that a peace officer came to the Things store before me and asked about Bogdanov.
Hey, maybe that young Central American who works with you was snooping around. What was his name again? Don Juan?
Don Juan. Yeah, right. Really funny. No, it wasn't Julio. Alethea was very descriptive and sure of herself. I know it wasn't Julio. He would never have gone against Dagmar's orders.
Oh, yeah. Dagmar the Cruel.
I told you not to call her that. She is not cruel. She's just not very personable, that's all.
Whatever. I just don't like her manners. Not politically correct at all.
Oh, Sandra, we are so lucky.
Are you talking about lucky in love?
No. Why do you have to make a joke about everything? I'm referring to an even more basic need, the need for security. Larissa Lucan told me about the chaos and crime and all the other bad things that are prevalent in Russia.
Well, what did you expect from a rogue state? Wake up and smell the flowers.
Don't you feel lucky that we're living in such a tranquil and stable society?
I don't believe it has anything to do with luck, dear. After all, if those rogue staters had better HDIs, they wouldn't have such fundamental problems. We're simply superior individuals, and that's why our union is supreme.
Regardless, my tough, thick-skinned friend, I feel lucky. Oh, did I tell you how the dead guy and his preferred partner met?
No. Was it a match made in the Immigration Academy?
Yes. How did you know?
Just a guess. Oh, I can't imagine. Meeting a sexual partner in a dirt hole like the Immigration Academy? Just the thought of it gives me the creeps. How can one think about sexual urges in such a filthy environment?
What are you talking about? It's an immaculate place. The immigration applicants are to keep it spotless, or else they all fail.
Get out of here. What about the immigrants themselves? Don't tell me they're immaculate. Immaculate my ass.
Sandra, do you find our pyramid fascinating?
Well, I find the shops in the pyramid fascinating. But as far as I'm concerned, they need to change the shape of it.
Oh yeah? To what?
How about a heart?
Oh, quit it. Anyhow, Larissa Lucan thinks it is the greatest thing since sliced bread. She fantasizes about it, like you fantasize about your men.
Well, I guess it would be quite impressive for an immigrant.
She told me they would watch it from their dorm rooms in the academy and dream of shopping inside, as if it was something unreachable.
So, did she think it was going to do backflips or something?
Oh, Sandra, you really can be so heartless at times. Oh, I met the most naive girl in town today. I wonder if she'll be any help in solving my case.
Naive? In what way?
In the sweet and stupid way. Under different circumstances, I would have found her to be really cute. But from an investigative point of view, I think her contributions will be very vague and limited.
So what's this airhead's name?
Her name is Alicia Cordoba. And I didn't call her an airhead. She just seems a little too innocent, that's all.
Well, you may need to disregard most of her comments. She might mislead you without even being aware of it. If I were you, I wouldn't waste my time on her.
I don't know about that, Sandra. She may know important facts about the case and not even be aware of them. And it's my job to pry them out of her. You can't imagine how quickly the rumors are spreading with the Bogdanov case.
Let me guess. He wasn't murdered. He died of overexertion.
Overexertion? During exercise or something?
Yes, sort of. As in, he had a heart attack while booming.
Sandra, get your head out of the gutter.
Phoenix, I was just trying to have some fun. So, was I right?
No, on the contrary. Some people think he was sliced and diced for his flesh and organs.
Oh, how gross. Where did you hear this from?
The girls on the floor at the things store, of course.
Phoenix, I don't know. How are you going to rely on any information from those three? I'm sure you'll be hearing more rumors from them.
Tell me, Sandra, did you take geography at college?
Sure. I took shitloads of geography until the names of our cities, regions, mountains, and everything else about our union were coming out of my ears.
What about geography of the rogue states?
The rogue states? Sure, I had classes, but nobody really took them seriously. Why do you ask?
Little Miss Alethea knows nothing about the rogue states. She acts as if the entire rogue state area only exists on television shows. Doesn't that seem weird to you?
Not really. Why would any union citizen need to know anything about the rogue states? Waste of time.
It appears Mr. Bogdanov was quite an entrepreneur.
You mean he had business interests outside the thing store?
Yes, I learned that he had an art consultancy business too.
Since when do immigrants know anything about art?
Well, he must have known something, because I'm told this business was booming.
He must have been a real, how do they say, a connoisseur d'art.
Apparently so, because his business was thriving.
I don't know about that. I've never heard the name Bogdanov in any art circles.
Maybe he used a different name. Bogdanov doesn't sound too appealing, does it?
Or maybe he was just selling crap.
Sandra, what do you know about WEMA?
WEMA as in World Image Makers Association?
Yes, that's the one.
They are an independent power group with very strong political connections. Why do you ask?
Well, I went to see Bogdanov's image maker, Roger Arnette, and...
That stinky immigrant was seeing Roger Arnette?
Evidently he was. But I wasn't even allowed to speak with Mr. Arnette, because his abrasive assistant wouldn't let me go anywhere near him. She even implied that I could be sued for violating my own company rules. Can you believe that?
Oh, yes. I can believe that. WEMA has very strong ties to the GPSN. I never understood the relationship between the two, but I know that image makers from WEMA are playing an important role in our society.
I know that, but it doesn't give this assistant the right to be politically incorrect.
Well, my dear, get used to it. All of those associated with WEMA are known to be rather politically incorrect.
I met this awful guy today.
Did he bite you?
Yeah, I got his bite marks all over my butt. No, he did not bite me. But just because I went to his apartment and had nice manners, he thought I was his groupie.
Sweet. Who is this hunk?
Some artist named Pierre Deville.
Never heard of him. Did you put him in his place?
Of course I did.
That's my girl.
Julius is driving me crazy.
Why? What did he do now?
He hid my key and threw away my PA. I was fortunate enough to find my PA, but no luck with the key. I had to pull a trick that I saw in an old movie to access my stuff.
I don't understand why anybody in your office is putting up with him.
Well, it is said that he saved the life of a director during a riot in the early days of the academy.
I know all about that, but it still doesn't explain why he's still an academy student who never pays. How old is he now?
I don't know, but he looks ancient, and nothing he says makes sense anymore. I think he's going senile.
Hey, could Chief Dagmar be having an affair with old Julius? Maybe that's why he's still sweeping the floors.
Oh, Sandra. Do you really think Chief Morrison would sleep with a janitor?
Why not? Maybe he's got something we don't know about. You had a rough day, didn't you, Phoebe?
Yeah, I guess you could say that.
Tell you what, there's this great party tonight, and I'm gonna take you there so you can forget about life for a while.
Wait a minute. Just what kind of party are you talking about? Is this one of the parties that you organize to promote promiscuity?
Well, you know me. I'm full of surprises.
But, Sandra, I stick out like a sore thumb at those parties. They're not my style.
Lighten up, Phoenix. Didn't anybody tell you it's fashionable to be promiscuous? Besides, you might get lucky. What do you say?
Okay, I give in. Let's go and try to forget about life for a while. What a party that was. I think I need a week to recuperate. My head hurts from all that noise.
Hello, Ms. Lucan. This is Peace Officer Phoenix Wallace. How are you?
Oh, hello, dear. I'm fine. And you?
Very good. Can I come and visit you sometime, so we can continue our chat?
Oh, I don't know, dear. I am still not feeling very well.
I assure you it will only be for a few minutes.
No, I don't think today is good. My therapist instructed me not to be in contact with anyone.
Oh, I see. I will call back later. Please take care of yourself, Ms. Lucan.
Thank you, dear. It is very kind of you.
Bye.
Goodbye.
I wonder if there's anything I can do to make her feel more comfortable.
Maybe I should invite Larissa somewhere she'll feel comfortable. I don't need to talk to her right now. Oh, darn. Her door computer's malfunctioning. Here we go. Now, how on earth does this thing work? Let's see if this works. Maybe I can do something to get this thing to work. Finally, that's out of the way. Let's see if I can figure out the other. Here we go. Let's see if this works. There seems to be no power. That's not Dr. Here we go. Let's see if this works. There seems to be no power. Here we go. Let's see. There seems to be no power. I have no intent. Here we go. Let's see if this works. Here we go. Let's see if this works. Yes! Got it!
Welcome to Sophia Capello's office. How can I help you?
This is Phoenix Wallace from the Adrianopolis Peace and Security Center. Inform Dr. Capello that I am here.
Officer Wallace, you do not have a valid appointment at this time. Would you like to make one?
Inform Dr. Capello that this is regarding official peace business.
Please hold. Working. Thank you for your cooperation. Please proceed inside.
Well. The world-famous human personality classification of Dr. Derek Fisher. So, where do you fit, Phoenix? 78. Not bad at all. She must really know how to make the people share their inner self. That's a little too strange for my taste. Wow, what a beautiful decoration. I wish I had one in my dull apartment. It would certainly lighten it up. What a fantastic work of art! The smooth, atmospheric movements make me feel so relaxed. It suits the environment perfectly. There she is, Dr. Capello.
Dr. Capello, let me introduce myself. I'm Phoenix Wallace, a senior security officer from the Peace and Security Center.
Welcome. Please do sit down, Miss Wallace. I guess this is regarding Mr. Bogdanov.
I'm afraid it is, ma'am. Can I ask you a couple of questions?
Certainly.
Dr. Capello, thank you for seeing me on such short notice. I will not take too much of your time.
You're welcome. How can I be of help?
Do you know if Mr. Bogdanov had any NGO duties?
Not to my knowledge.
Is there any reason to believe that he may have been there to be involved in an NGO duty?
To be honest with you, I really don't know. I only had a few sessions with him. We started 7 weeks back.
And when was your last session?
It's been 3 weeks since his last session.
You mean he didn't call to make appointments during that period? Or he missed appointments?
He cancelled a couple of appointments. He told me he was extremely busy.
Was Mr. Bogdanov's physical condition affecting his sex life?
How could it possibly not?
Can you describe his limitations?
No, I could not. You need to ask that to one of his sexual partners.
Did Mr. Bogdanov have any partners other than Miss Lucan?
Actually, yes. He was involved with this teacher at the Child Development Center.
Do you know her name?
Yes. I believe her name was Katina Stavropoulos.
Can you tell me about his relationship with this woman?
I can tell you what I know. Being a teacher at the CDC, Miss Stavropoulos had strong maternal instincts. She could compare Mr. Bogdanov's frustrations to her own students' growing pains. I think she perceived Mr. Bogdanov as a child that was trying to imitate adults of the World Union. She wanted to care for him as she would have cared for one of her own children at the CDC.
Do you think Mr. Bogdanov benefited from this care?
It seems to me like he did. He desperately needed attention, and plenty was given. I realize now that he had never experienced that type of attention before.
Do you mean while he was in Russia, as a child growing up?
Precisely.
I don't think I should take any more of your time today, Dr. Capello. Can we continue later?
Sure, as you wish.
Thanks for all your help.
You're welcome.
So Bogdanov had a love interest at the Child Development Center.
PA, add Adrianopolis Child Development Center to my navigation map.
She's probably one of the senior sales clerks.
Hi, I'm Senior Officer Phoenix Wallace from the Adrianopolis Peace and Security Center.
Oh, very pleased to meet you. My name is Monica LaCour. I'm the junior sales clerk of the store.
Well, hello, Monica. How are you today?
Very well, thank you. And you, officer?
I'm doing well too, Monica. I'm here to ask you a few questions concerning your former boss. You are aware of his death, aren't you?
Yes, Officer Wallace, I am. Such a tragedy. How can I help you?
I have just a few routine questions for you. You don't have to worry about anything.
Why should I worry? I have nothing to hide.
What kind of a boss was Mr. Bogdanov?
He was an employee's dream. Sincere, open, and hardworking.
Have you had a lot of bosses?
Oh no. My professional life began with this position.
So, tell me, Monica, what made him a dream boss?
He was very supportive and helpful. You really got the feeling that he cared about us as individuals.
Us, meaning?
Oh, the girls on the floor. He really tried to motivate us.
And how did he motivate you exactly?
You know, an occasional intimate touch can tell you a lot about how a man feels.
Oh, is that so, Monica? Sounds like you've been around the block a few... How did you hear about Mr. Bogdanov's death?
An officer responsible for public relations at the Thing Store's chain headquarters here at Adrianopolis called the store. I had the opportunity to talk with the person. I believe his name was Mr. Richard Ackerman.
At that time, did you receive any details regarding Mr. Bogdanov's death?
I was only told that Mr. Bogdanov had lost his life in Russia.
In Odessa, Russia, to be exact.
So I'm really curious about how Mr. Bogdanov died. Are there any specifics available regarding his death?
No, not yet. What was your first reaction when you learned about Mr. Bogdanov's death?
I was totally shocked, but of course I maintained my composure.
That's how a good Union citizen would respond.
I had to remain calm so Alethea, my coworker, wouldn't panic. She can be so fragile.
Is that right?
Yes, somebody had to be emotionally responsible so as not to alarm any of our customers. Oh, I'm sorry. Some customers are in need of my immediate attention.
But I'm not finished with you yet.
I know, Officer Wallace, but I am the one in charge right now, and if I don't respond, I may get in trouble.
All right, then. But I will be back.
Oh, thank you for your understanding, Officer Wallace. Anytime.
I love the pyramid. It's one giant mall that has everything, covered by a massive glass and steel structure. The temperature in here is always perfect. I immediately start feeling good the moment I walk in here. Well, she got rid of me nicely, all right. And what did I learn? Zip. Anti-Chaos Society is a relatively new NGO. Their aim is to raise awareness about the destructive effects of chaos and disorder. Their slogans are so vivid and powerful. It's a kiosk of the NGO Alliance. I can make a donation or join their ranks by using one of those. An NGO Alliance. Truth is never linear. How can that be possible? 2 and 2 make 4. How about that for a linear truth?
Hey, you don't call me anymore. Is it so difficult to open your PA and select me from the contact list?
Sorry, Sandra. This case is draining all my energy.
I know. Well, I'm gonna treat you to dinner tonight, okay?
What's the occasion? My birthday was 3 months ago.
I know that. I want to hear the latest about your case, that's all.
Oh, I see. Are you trying to bribe a peace officer?
Yes, I am.
Well, at least you're honest.
You know me, babe. Around 8 at the cafe?
Sure. See ya.
Huh. I remember writing an essay just like that when I was her age. I guess some things never change. Oh, what a cutie.
Hi, cutie. How are you?
Hi, cutie yourself. I'm a respectable 5th grader, and you need to address me appropriately. or else I'll report you for discrimination.
My goodness. I was just being friendly.
Friendly, huh? You adults never know how to address the younger ones like me. Only our teachers here at the Child Development Center treat us with the respect we deserve.
Fine. I apologize for my misconduct. By the way, you have a very special tattoo on your forehead.
I want to be an arrivee when I grow up. Our teachers here are preparing all of us as potential arrivees of the future. Did you know that?
Of course I do. One day long ago, I was a student here myself. Anyhow, respected 5th grader, I am here to see Ms. Kati Stavropoulos.
Ms. Stavropoulos is not available at the moment. Would you like to leave a message?
But I need to see her right away, young lady. I am a peace officer and...
Hey! What did I say about addressing me appropriately?
Oh, pardon me. Anyhow, I am here for official peace business. Please inform Ms. Stavropoulos that she has a visitor from the Peace Center.
I've already told you. She's not available.
Wow, that's an insistent little kid. Maybe I should try another approach. Assorted candies. How appetizing. I don't much like gum myself, but maybe that little girl will want it.
My dear, respected 5th grader, how about some candy?
Sure, but it depends on the flavor.
Here, try this. I think you'll enjoy it.
Hey, this isn't kiwi flavored. Forget it. If it's not kiwi flavored, I don't want it.
Kiwi flavored candy. Darn, I don't think they have it in the dispenser. It's edible Play-Doh. I used to love these. Maybe I can... Assorted candies. How appetizing. I don't much like gum. Aha! Now I got you, you little brat.
My dear, respected 5th grader, how about some candy?
Sure, but it depends on the flavor.
Well, I bet you'll like this one. Here, try it.
All right. I love kiwi.
And while you enjoy your candy, would it be possible for me to talk to Ms. Stavropoulos?
I suppose so. I think she's on a break. Let me page her.
Yes! Got it.
Ms. Stavropoulos, let me introduce myself. I am Phoenix Wallace, a senior security officer from the Peace and Security Center.
Hello. How can I help you?
Ms. Stavropoulos,
Just call me Katie, please.
Oh, of course, Katie. I understand that you're a close companion of Mr. Vasily Bogdanov?
Yes, Vasily and I are sexual partners. Why do you ask? Is there a problem?
I'm afraid that I have some devastating news for you. Do sit down and I will explain.
Please, tell me what it is. I don't want to sit down.
Unfortunately, Mr. Bogdanov is dead.
He's dead? What do you mean he's dead? How did it happen? Please, tell me.
I regret to report that he was murdered.
Murdered? He was murdered? How can that be possible? We put so much effort into raising our young. We nurture and guide them so that they can become responsible and productive citizens of the system, so that such atrocities should never happen. Are you telling me our system has failed to protect one of its citizens?
Actually, Katie, it happened in the city of Odessa, in a Russian rogue state.
Oh, those barbarians. I'm somewhat relieved that it did not happen on our soil. What am I to do without my dear Vasily?
Did you know Mr. Bogdanov was going to Russia?
No. I've had no contact with Vasily in the last couple of weeks. I had no idea that he was traveling to Russia.
Do you know why he might have traveled there?
Well, of course, Vasily was Russian. But he never mentioned any plans to me of going back there.
Was there something wrong between you two?
As a matter of fact, there was. We began to quarrel.
Did you often quarrel?
I believe that you are becoming too personal, and I'd rather not discuss it now.
I know this is very difficult for you. I think I'll just come back another day. Is that all right?
Sure. As you wish.
Thanks for your help.
Glad to be of service to the system.
Poor woman. She looked shaken, yet she appeared calm and controlled. It's a good thing I didn't push her too much the first time. It's getting late, and I'm beat. Time to head home. A message from Jean-Michel. I haven't heard from him in a while. He must be needy or something. Otherwise, he wouldn't invite me. Whatever. What should I wear? I need to get going, or else I'm going to be late for my meeting with Sandra. Hi, Sandra.
Hey, girl. Where have you been? Have you been working too hard again?
No. Well, maybe. A little. Ugh, I don't know. How are you?
Well, I'm great, but you look exhausted. And you could definitely use a drink, so let's order something.
That's a fantastic idea. I'll have a mind-altering drink.
How about a La Jolla Ocean Breeze?
That sounds great. I've had a rough day. Oh, Sandra, I don't know what to make of this new generation. They're a bunch of ungrateful little bastards.
Are you referring to the girls at the Things store again?
No, I'm talking about some little 12-year-old at the Child Development Center. Get this. She had a make-believe arrivee tattoo on her forehead and an attitude of a real arrivee.
What did she do?
Well, she was sitting in for the receptionist, and she wouldn't let me see anyone until I gave her a reward of her own choosing.
Is that right? That's the attitude I would want my own child to have. Do you know whose investment she is?
I have no idea. But she had such a chip on her shoulder. It must have been someone with an HDI of at least 80.
Well, whomever it is, if that girl is as clever as she is ambitious, she'll return all the investment made on her by the time she turns 20.
I went to my old school today. Every time I go there, I feel so weird.
Why do you feel weird?
It's just that I have flashbacks of unpleasant memories.
Oh, sweetie. We all have to deal with those. Just push them out of your mind.
You make it sound so easy.
Well, all right. I guess I did not have a rough childhood like you. Anyway, why did you go there?
To meet this teacher, who was the murdered immigrant's love interest.
Ooh, now you've got my attention. Did she give you any vivid details of their lustful encounters?
You know that kind of information is confidential. I can't share any of the details with you.
Come on, Phoenix. I've heard you go into confidential details before. Why is this case any different?
It just is. Oh, did I tell you that one of the Thing Store clerks was apparently intimate with Bogdanov?
No, but I'm all ears.
This girl, Monica, tells me that Bogdanov used to caress her while she worked in order to inspire her.
I can't even imagine being touched by an immigrant. And she let him caress her? Yuck.
And I have a feeling they didn't stop there.
Oh, Phoenix. I don't think I want to hear more of this. I might throw up.
Come on, you sleep with the people you work with all the time. What's so upsetting about Monica sleeping with her boss? Doesn't everybody?
Yeah, but sleeping with a guy that motivates you by caressing? How repulsive.
I met this psychiatrist today. It was a strange encounter.
Oh, tell me about it. I didn't know you were seeing a psychiatrist.
I'm not, you silly. You know I can't afford one. This is the psychiatrist of the dead guy.
Oh, his psychiatrist. You mean he could afford one?
Apparently, yes. At least he could afford one recently. It was my first face-to-face encounter with a shrink. She was nice and helpful.
Those shrinks can be very tough to talk to. Remember when I was dating that psychiatrist, Herman Schuster? I couldn't have a conversation with him. He would shut me out in a very politically correct way. I suspect he was only after my body. Can't blame him, can you?
Sandra, I refuse to comment on that.
You're lucky that the dead guy's shrink was willing to talk to you. Maybe she'll help you solve the case, Ms. Private Eye.
Oh, it's getting late, Sandra. I need to leave now.
What's the rush?
I have to meet Jean-Michel for dinner.
Is that right? So, how are things going with the tall Marine?
Fine, I suppose.
You say that about all the men you date. You know, you gotta go into these relationships with a positive attitude.
I know, but I can't help it. Maybe there's something wrong with me.
There's nothing wrong with you, Phoenix. You're just taking life too seriously.
I'm not taking life too seriously. I just can't seem to find the right partner.
What are you talking about, Phoenix? What's this right partner crap? Didn't they teach you at school? Men and women are selfish creatures, and there is no such thing as the right partner. Every partner is right, provided he or she has a healthy genetic makeup.
But I haven't felt comfortable with any of the men I've seen yet. They just don't feel right for some reason.
I think you're expecting too much. They're just men. Go on. Have some fun with Jean-Michel.
Hi.
What's up?
Starving. Let's order something.
How about your favorite pizza?
Sure. Any activity on the border lately?
Nope. All quiet in the Eastern Front.
Are you expecting anything?
Negative. We are not expecting any activity in the short, medium, and in the long term.
You're that sure?
Of course. Who can challenge the mighty Union Army?
That sounds like a Holovision quiz show question.
Well, you know what I mean. Seriously, from a military point of view, the rogue states are weaker than ever.
I'm working on a new case.
What kind of case? One of your boring cases against scientific living?
Oh, it's probably nothing on the military standard.
Come on, tell me what it is. Embezzlement?
No. Less interesting.
Kleptomania! What? Please tell me.
It's a murder.
Yeah, right. And I'm the suspect, right?
Why not? You're certainly capable as a Marine.
Hey, wait a minute. Being capable is one thing, and committing is... You are serious, aren't you? Who's been murdered?
A Union citizen is murdered in your favorite rogue state, soldier boy.
In Russia? Tell me what's going on.
Can't tell you. Well, maybe if you are good to me tonight.
I shall do anything you want, Your Highness.
We shall see that.
So, Your Highness, your place or mine?
As if we have a choice.
Of course we do. We can always go to my place in the military area.
Your place? Your tiny room, you mean? There isn't enough space for 2 people there.
Well, I can always arrange a suite in the officers' quarters.
No, thank you. I think I prefer my own place.
As you wish, Master.
Stop calling me that. I am not your master.
Come on, let's go and have a good time.
Yes! Got it! Wow, a pretty butterfly-like image.
Hi, Ms. Lucan. It's Phoenix Wallace again.
Oh, hello. How are you?
Very good. And you?
I am slightly better, I guess.
Look, Ms. Lucan, I know these are very difficult times for you, and I appreciate your patience with me. Why don't we continue our conversation in a more pleasant place? Do you mind, if we have coffee at the Pyramid?
Oh, well, I must admit it is tempting.
I assure you I will go very easy on you.
Well, all right then.
How about if we meet at Café Rosé in 1 hour?
Oh, that is my favorite. See you in 1 hour then. Bye.
Goodbye. Whew, that was easy. I guess I'm getting better at this. Finally, I was able to convince her to see me. Hopefully, it'll be worth it. Hello, Ms. Lucan.
Oh, hello, dear.
I'm glad you could make it.
I wouldn't pass a chance to spend some time at the Pyramid, especially at someone else's expense. I am officially a GPSN guest, right?
Oh, sure. No problem. What would you like to eat or drink?
I will have an extra spicy burrito and a black coffee, please, dear.
Sure, Ms. Lucan.
And do call me Larissa, okay?
Yes, Larissa. By the way, call me Phoenix.
Phoenix? Oh, that's really cute.
Cute? Yes. Waiter. How is the cuisine here compared to Russia?
Here, there are so many choices. In Russia, we were usually stuck with Russian food only. Not much to mention about that.
Isn't there anything you miss?
Oh, sure. Vodka.
Vodka? Isn't that nearly 50% alcohol?
Yes, so what?
Don't you know about the damage it can make to your metabolism? It can...
I know, dear. I read it all. But still, it makes you feel very good. And living in a land like Russia, you definitely need it.
So, do you have other sexual partners here in Adrianopolis?
No. I suppose I am sort of old-fashioned in that sense. How about you?
I have a preferred boyfriend. I don't know. We're all right. We have good sex and all. But I always get the feeling that there's something missing.
There is always something missing. Don't worry, dear. You are very pretty. You don't have others?
Not a steady second. I have one-night stands here and there. Is it expensive in Russia?
Very expensive. But you can find anything if you have enough money.
Anything?
Sure. Alcoholic drinks, cigarettes, drugs, heroin, you name it, and they will find it.
What about high-tech stuff?
Those too, unless they are severely restricted by the World Union.
Larissa, did Mr. Bogdanov have many friends?
Oh, yes. Yes, he did.
Can you name some of them?
Sure. There are girls at the store. He likes them a lot. His lawyer, psychiatrist.
Larissa, those sound to me more like business associates.
Oh, friends? I don't really know any names of his friends, now that I think about it.
Thank you for coming all the way here to talk to me, Larissa. Maybe we'll continue chatting tomorrow at your home.
Sure, dear. Au revoir.
Well, that got me nowhere. It's very difficult to get any useful information from this woman. Hello, can I ask you a few more questions?
Certainly.
Did Mr. Bogdanov's physical appearance affect his relationship with women?
I'm afraid it did. As you very well know, physical fitness is a very important determinant in sexual partnerships in our society. He was desperate to make a good impression on World Union women. With his physical shape, that was somewhat difficult to achieve.
How do you feel he was coping with this?
He was coping with it in the only way he could, finding alternatives to compensate for his inadequacies. That is why he desperately wanted to get rich.
Get rich? Do you believe he was becoming too greedy?
It is scientifically proven that greed is good and it works. In Mr. Bogdanov's case, his greed, boosted by his desperation, was giving him an enormous motivation to be successful.
Did Mr. Bogdanov discuss his sexual relationships with you?
Yes, he did. Looking for anything specific?
Yes. Can you describe his relationship with his primary partner?
With Ms. Lucan, you mean? They seemed to have a very established relationship, though he did not discuss details with me. It looked to me like he was ready to move on.
Move on to what? Or should I say, who?
Move on in general with his life. I got this impression that he was getting ready to make a leap. Some deep changes in his life.
What would these changes be?
I do not know specifically, but I would imagine in his social status, credibility, and related economic areas.
What did Mr. Bogdanov do in his free time?
He told me he spent a good deal of time in the gym. He wanted to become very fit. He felt that his poor physical form made him an outcast in the society.
And did all this time in the gym give him the results he was hoping for?
I would not know that, Ms. Wallace. I only had 2 sessions with him. But my impression is he was really struggling with his physical appearance. He told me that he hoped he could offset his unattractive physique by other means.
And did he mention these other means?
No, he did not. But my impression is that he had a very strong urge to become very rich. He liked hanging out at expensive places, and he was rapidly developing expensive tastes, such as having therapy sessions from me. It is quite unusual for an individual with an HDI of 70 to come to a real therapist.
What expensive places did he mention?
He liked the Stardust very much. It is a very chic club in the pyramid, usually a hangout frequented by devotees.
Was there anything in particular that he was drawn to at that club?
Sure. It was Mata Hari.
Mata Hari?
Yes. She's an exotic dancer. She has this incredible show at the club. I actually watched it once. Even I could not take my eyes off her. Men are attracted to her, just like insects are attracted to light.
Do you think Mr. Bogdanov was also attracted to this Mata Hari?
Very much so. She was like a goddess to him, and he wanted to make an impression on her desperately. It seemed to me like he would do anything to grab her attention, and he thought he needed higher credibility in order to do that. He felt more secure being near to Mata Hari, like a temporary illusion that he had a very high credit status.
Do you think Mata Hari had noticed him?
I'm not sure. Women like Mata Hari like to pay just enough attention to men, and then they walk away. My impression of what he said is that he was on the verge of developing an affinity for her.
I don't think I should take any more of your time today, Dr. Capello. Can we continue later?
Sure, as you wish.
Thanks for all your help.
You're welcome.
I should check out this Stardust Club in the evening. PA. Add Club Stardust at the Pyramid to my navigation map.
Hello, Pierre. Do you have some time for a few questions?
I guess I do. Whatever.
What was your business relationship with Mr. Bogdanov?
Well, we were partners, of course.
And who had the upper hand?
We were beyond that, Phoenix. We had a common understanding that neither one of us had the upper hand.
So, I assume it was a 50-50 partnership.
That's it. We split everything, even Steven.
So, who was responsible for what in this partnership?
Well, we were like the two halves of an apple. I would provide creativity, and he'd deal with sales and marketing.
And I suppose these two halves completed the apple?
Yeah, you could say that. Hey, you're smarter than you look.
Thank you for the kind words, Pierre. You have a way of making a woman feel fabulous.
My pleasure, Phoenix. And let me tell you, I don't compliment every woman I come across.
I'm so flattered, Pierre. I don't know what to say.
You just let me know if you want me to make you feel even better. They don't call me Hot Pants for nothing.
What is your area of specialty in art?
I'm really good at experimental abstract 3D formations.
Oh, that sounds complicated.
Oh, yeah, it sure is.
So, what exactly do you create?
I create objects d'art. All sorts of it.
Do you mind if I take a look at some of your objet d'art?
Be my guest, doll. I'll show you anything you want to see. My art and beyond.
Thanks. I'll take a look on my way out.
You can take a look right now. It's all here.
What's all here?
Come on, baby. You're looking at it.
I think I understand what you're referring to, and I regret to say I'm here for official business only.
Have it your way, you stick in the mud. It's your loss.
Pierre, I need some fresh air. Maybe we'll continue our chat some other day.
Sure.
I cannot believe it. Can it get more disgusting than this? I've got to get out of here. I know it's late, but I need to report my findings to Chief Morrison.
You better have a good reason for bringing me here this late. I only have a little time. Continue.
Kari Stavropoulos told me that she hadn't seen Bogdanov during the 2-week period prior to his death.
Apparently, Larissa Lucan is a recent immigrant from Russia. She speaks English with a strong accent.
You don't say.
Douglas Anderson said that Mr. Bogdanov had a very high employee turnover rate, and that one of his former employees had filed an unfair labor practice suit.
You don't say.
I found this digital diary, Chief. It doesn't appear to be working, but I believe it belonged to Mr. Bogdanov.
What do you mean? Where did you find it?
Well, this diary was hidden inside an ornament in the things store, but its activation key
was in Mr. Bogdanov's safe.
What ornament? What activation key? Oh, whatever. I'll get it checked out.
Alethea Cordoba told me that someone who was impersonating a peace officer had already been at the things store, and this impersonator asked her questions about Bogdanov.
A peace officer impersonator? How bizarre. You'd better find out who this person is.
Actually, I got the description of this impersonator, Chief.
Good. Check our census databases and let me know if you find something.
Will do.
Did you ask DeVille anything about their partnership?
Oh, yes. Pierre DeVille claims that he and Bogdanov had a 50-50 partnership in their art consultancy business. Apparently, Pierre provided creativity, and Bogdanov dealt with sales and marketing. Pierre added that they shared everything, even Stephen.
Pierre sounds like a very trusting partner. I wonder who was dealing with the accounting.
I'm pretty sure it was Bogdanov, Chief. Pierre didn't strike me as a finance wizard.
Phoenix, during the Bogdanov investigation, you may request financial search or questioning warrants during our meetings.
Okay.
However, I want you to be careful about for whom you request a warrant. I will only accept your request if you can convince me soundly. Understood?
Yes, Chief. Chief, I saw one of the Immigration Academy students in the front yard.
You saw what?
A novice. In the front yard. I chased him, but he got away.
How could you let him get away?
I almost caught him, but he went through the iron gates of the graveyard.
He did what?
He went through the gates, like a ghost. I'm sorry, Chief. I was quite hesitant to report this to you.
I'm sick and tired of these ghost stories. You're not the only one, you know.
I'm not?
No. The night guards keep seeing ghosts too. I sent them to psychological checkups. They always pass. Just doesn't make sense. Anyway, you're not to talk about this to anyone. Understand?
Yes, Chief.
Do you have any idea who this ghost might be?
As a matter of fact, I do. His name is Tally Tallyman. I found his ID in the auditorium.
Are you sure it was the same man?
I'm pretty sure.
Fine. I'll issue an arrest order for him right away. He's not a Union citizen yet, so we don't need a warrant from a judge. In the meantime, if he's found twiddling his thumbs inside the compound, you're next for the psych checkup.
I have nothing further to mention at this time. What should I wear? Wow, this place has a distinct flavor and quality to it. It resembles the clubs I've seen in 100-year-old 2D movies. He's the man with the cocktails, and some information, I hope. I love that old-fashioned wooden bar. Hi, I'm Senior Officer Phoenix Wallace from the Adrianopolis Peace and Security Center.
Hi, Officer Wallace. My name is Fabian. Would you like a refreshing cocktail?
No, not right now. I'm here in an official capacity.
Well then, Officer Wallace, how can I be of help?
Do you know a man by the name of Vasily Bogdanov?
Of course I know Mr. Bogdanov. He is one of my regulars here, although I haven't seen him lately.
Well, I regret to tell you that Mr. Bogdanov is no longer with us.
Oh, you mean he skipped town?
No, he didn't skip town.
Mr. Bogdanov is dead.
He died? In an accident or something?
No, he was murdered in a rogue state. But this information is confidential and you're not to tell the others.
Oh, of course not, Officer Wallace. Confidentiality is my second name. Can I ask how he died?
I'll get to that later. First, I need to ask questions.
I will do everything I can to be helpful, Officer Wallace.
Fabian, when did you last see Mr. Bogdanov?
Probably some evening during the first week of April. I don't know. The days all run into each other.
Did you engage in a conversation with him that night?
Sure. Mr. Bogdanov was a very talkative man and very likable, I should add.
How would you describe your relationship with him?
Well, I was his bartender and he was my customer. But as you probably know, Officer Wallace, in my line of business, we tend to get to know our customers pretty well.
Actually, I was counting on that, Fabian. Can you say you were close to Mr. Bogdanov?
It depends on what kind of closeness you are referring to, officer.
Of course, I mean the type of friendship in which he might have confided in you.
Oh, that kind of friendship. Well, you could say that I have a sympathetic ear.
So, are you originally from Adrianopolis?
Yes, I am.
So you were here during the bloodbath?
Yes, I regret to say. I was here during that terrible period. I'm surprised that you know about that savage riot, which took place some 20 years ago.
24 years ago, to be exact. I was only 3.
You mean you were here too?
Right in the middle of it. I lost my biological family and was abandoned on the streets during that riot.
I am really sorry to hear that, Officer Wallace. I guess we are both scarred for life. How did you survive on the streets? Can you recall?
I can't recall much. Sometimes I have horrific flashbacks. I was found by Amnesty International, alone, frightened, and hungry on the streets.
Well, at least we were lucky enough to survive all that. Many of the people I knew from my youth did not.
How about you? How did you survive?
My bio family took me to the hills, along with many others. We spent the entire winter there until the Union Army arrived and put a stop to all the atrocities. We barely survived the harsh winter. If the Union Army hadn't arrived, we would have perished in the hills.
Anyone who survived that carnage owes their life to the Union Army. Did Mr. Bogdanov ever mention anything about his past?
No, come to think of it, the subject never came up.
And you never thought to ask?
Officer Wallace, it is not my business to ask my customers personal questions like that. I am here only to listen and to make comments about the things they choose to share with me.
I respect your professionalism. What determines your code of conduct?
You mean my company rules? It is the Guild of Personnel Service Professionals, the PSP.
You mean you're in the same guild with the male prostitutes?
Yes, I am. It is not something to be proud of, but nevertheless, some high executives think bartenders please their customers in a similar way that prostitutes do. I don't mind, because the PSP is good at providing training for my professional development and protecting my rights.
So, Mr. Bogdanov never chose to open the subject about his past?
No, Officer Wallace, he did not.
In that case, you're probably not aware that he was a recent immigrant.
He was a recent immigrant? No, I had no idea. Where from?
He immigrated from the rogue state of Russia. Thanks for the information. I shouldn't take more of your time today, but I might come back with more questions later.
Certainly, Officer Wallace.
That looks like a security professional. But why would anyone need to employ a security professional? It's probably just for show.
Hi, do you work at the Stardust?
Yes, madame. How may I be of help?
You are a security professional, right?
Yes, madame.
Then we are in the same business.
We are, madame?
Yes, I'm a peace officer.
You are? Are you here for business or pleasure?
Business, I'm afraid. Bye.
He's awfully cute, but on the job right now. Their slogans are so vivid and powerful. How can turbulence coexist with stability? By definition, they can only exist in each other's absence. What kind of a sick joke is this? I just cannot get that nightmare out of my head. It just keeps haunting me. Oh, I gotta go now.
Hi, Ingrid.
Hello, Phoenix. How are you today?
Very well, thank you. And you?
Very good.
Are there many Far Eastern immigration applicants this year?
No, not really. The political crisis in China is making border controls too tight. We have plenty of Russian and Middle Easterners, though.
Poor people. It must be very difficult to be trapped inside a rogue state with no freedom.
Our studies show that safety and security is the primary reason that novices decide to immigrate. The second reason is economics. Freedom comes as a distant third.
They still need some freedom to reach our borders.
Sure, but they also need money and safe passage.
I need to get going.
That must be Ms. Al-Hayani.
Hello, Ms. Al-Hayani. My name is Phoenix Wallace. I'm a senior peace officer here at the center. I will be conducting your security screening interview. Did I pronounce your name right?
Oh, just call me Shakira, Officer Wallace.
Okay, Shakira. Now, I'm going to give you a small brief about the procedure.
Sure.
You're here today because you passed all necessary tests required for you to become a World Union citizen.
Yes, I know. I'm so happy.
I can see that. I'm here today to evaluate your citizenship application from a security perspective.
Sure. I'll show you that I am no threat to the Union. I admire everything about it.
I'm sure you do. But we need to evaluate your fitness to our society from a security point of view.
I understand, Officer Wallace. I can only imagine how bad people are trying to force their way into the Union.
Yes, they are. Shall we start?
I'm ready.
Can you tell me about your biological family?
Sure. My biological father is a local merchant. My bio mother is a housewife, and I'm their only child.
And where were you born?
I was born and raised in Beirut.
Did you have a pleasant childhood?
Oh, yes. My parents sent me to the best schools. My English was perfect when I arrived here, you know. There are so many applicants. They come here, and they don't even understand English. I mean, hello?
They learn it pretty fast with the accelerated programs, though, don't they?
Well, of course they do. But they always have this really thick accent. Oh, I love your accent. I wish I could talk like you someday.
I'm sure you will. Is your biological family rich?
Oh, yes, they are. That's how I could afford the Immigration Academy.
I see. What is your understanding of a profitable commitment?
You buy for less and sell for more. I learned that from my dad. My biological father, I mean.
That is a good way to put it. But what do you understand from that?
I understand that if someone is selling an item for less, you should go and buy it from him. And when you are selling something, you should sell it for more than what you paid.
You are right on the spot, Shakira. Very well put.
My biological father wanted me to work for him, but I declined. I wanted to come here so bad.
Do you believe in economical principles?
Of course I do. It all makes sense. The world depends on the applications of these principles. If they weren't used, everything would stop, and we would all suffer.
Yes, we would. Did you live economically in your previous life?
Oh, definitely. We were a trade family.
Did you work?
Yes, I worked with my bio father.
What does science mean to you?
I don't really understand science, Officer Wallace, but I never questioned scientific rules either.
Why not?
Because some wise women and men discover all this stuff for us, and it's for our own good that we follow what they say.
Can we say you live scientifically?
Of course. Scientific rules are the fundamentals of human life and development, and I really like my life.
Do you ever get the urge for an unscientific life?
No, I don't. I can't see myself getting fat or anything. if that's what you're referring to.
No, I was more referring to economic favoritism.
Me? Favoritism? I don't think so. I like to keep my money.
What about taking?
Gee, I like that too.
What about nuptial agreements?
I don't think so, officer. I never got in such an agreement, and frankly never understood it.
What about your bio parents?
I could never understand how they did it. They tried to get me into it too, but I resisted, and here I am now.
What career are you planning to pursue in the Union?
I'm not sure. What do you think I should do?
Well, how can I make a scientific comment about it? I don't know your qualifications.
Oh. I am very good at English.
That is very good. But so are many others.
I'm very good at spending money.
Maybe you can have a career in retail, as a buyer.
I would need to go to school for that, right? Boring. Oh well, I'm sure I'll find something.
What was the best part of the Immigration Academy?
Classes, I suppose.
Which ones in particular?
Well, what can I say? Physical education was my favorite. I'm very fit, you know. I used to run 1500.
1500? That's the toughest track race. How good were you?
My best was 4 minutes 10.
Wow, it's a very respectable pace. I am impressed.
Well, my coaches said I could have done much better. But it started to get boring. Constantly doing laps around the track. It eventually gets to you. You know?
What is your definition of happiness?
Happiness is freely floating around and buying whatever you want.
Can you elaborate?
I want to be free and go wherever I want without any interruptions from my biological parents. And I have the money. I want to spend it any way I want.
What about partners and friends?
Yeah, they make me happy too. But they never last long. My sexual partners are usually not good enough for me.
Did you have multiple partners in Beirut?
Of course. It was so easy to get what you want from guys. They are all the same, you know, wherever you go in the world.
Tell me about the conditions in Beirut.
Beirut? It's okay, but it's small. There aren't many places to go.
So it wasn't bad after all?
Of course not. They used to call it the Paris of the East, don't you know?
No, I didn't. Did you enjoy living there?
It was all right. But not good enough for me. I know I can have a much better life here, in the Union.
Right. Why did you decide to immigrate to the World Union?
I needed more space, you know?
That's it? You needed more space?
Of course not. Also my parents, my bio parents, were starting to get on my nerves.
Why? What were they doing?
Well, they wanted me to get married. I mean, get into a nuptial agreement.
Did they make demands on you?
Sure, plenty. It is a part of the rogue state reality. Gotta get a nuptial agreement. I was having a lot of fun, as it was. Getting married was the last thing I wanted to do.
Did you live with your biological family in Beirut?
Yes, unfortunately I did.
Can you elaborate?
Well, we had a big house and all, but still, I had to report to my bio parents all the time. It was so boring.
You couldn't leave the house?
Of course I could. But I had to consult with them all the time.
You must be joking.
No, I had to consult with my biological parents for anything.
Were they mean to you?
Oh no, never. But still, it was some kind of torture, I suppose.
Well, I think I can see that. And let me tell you that your days as a sufferer are over. My indicators show that you are fit to live in the Union Society. You have no obstacles to become a Union citizen. Congratulations, Shakira.
Oh, thank you, officer. Thank you very much.
Phew. I managed that one okay. I need to be very careful about what to report to Chief Morrison. And those warrants, I know they will be a very important part of my investigation. She was so indifferent to life. Doesn't exactly know what she wants to do. But that's okay. She'll make a good citizen.
Hi, I'm back.
Welcome.
Have you steadily seen Mr. Bogdanov during these 3 years?
Yes, sort of. I mean, until recently.
What do you mean by that?
Well, he was displaying unusually aggressive behavior recently. He even yelled at me a couple of times.
He yelled? That is completely inappropriate. Such rudeness.
I tried to reason with him, but he would just not listen. He had a strange sparkle in his eyes, as if his behavior shifted. Oh, he could be so romantic at times.
That sounds totally strange. Do you have any idea why?
No idea, dear.
I don't understand how a person could display such socially unacceptable behavior and be romantic at the same time.
This behavior of his only started a few weeks back. I don't know what's got to him. He was usually quiet and shy.
So, lately, he was not that romantic?
No, he was not. And I did not see him during the last week.
Have you ever had a nuptial agreement in Russia?
Me? Oh yes, once.
So you got legally separated?
Yes, I did.
Hard to deal with a man day in, day out, isn't it?
Yes, very hard.
I have a feeling it would be very boring, too, having to deal with the same person all the time. Certainly not for me.
It can be quite comforting at times, knowing that somebody is there and can take care of you. It can make a person feel safe and relaxed.
Taking care of each other is a very good thing. But, as you know, too much of it will lead to dependency and eventually to altruism. According to recent WHO studies, altruism remains the single most important factor that keeps the citizens of rogue states from reaching their full economic potential. Altruism is a drain on the HDI, you know.
Yes, I do know very well.
Do you have any other biological family in Russia?
No, not really. I only had one biological uncle that I inherited money from.
Oh, when did he die?
Like 4 years ago, I decided to immigrate with the help of that money.
I wonder if Mr. Bogdanov had any business deals to take care of.
In Russia? Highly doubt it, dear.
Are you sure?
How can I be sure? He never told me about his business deals, and I never asked.
Why do you think he would want to go there anyway?
It is hard to imagine why anybody would want to go to Russia nowadays.
You sure he had no reason?
Although he frequently longed for his past there, he had no links left behind.
Why would Mr. Bogdanov long for his past in Russia?
I think he has some good memories.
He did? Memories of what?
He was very fond of His late biological grandparents.
Why his bio-grandparents?
Apparently, they took care of him when he was a child.
Larissa, I've got all I need from you for the time being. Is it okay if I come back later?
Oh, sure. See you.
Thanks. Goodbye. So, Bogdanov was fond of his biological grandparents. Mention of old people reminds me of... It's getting late, and I'm beat. Time to head home. What should I wear?
Hello, Fabian. It's me again.
Oh, welcome back, Officer Wallace.
It seems to me that you and Mr. Bogdanov got along very well and had a lot to talk about.
I guess you can say that, Officer Wallace. He was a good customer and a great person.
How can you tell he was a great person?
He was always very warm and friendly. Also, he was very generous, if you know what I mean. By the way, Miss Wallace, excuse me for not asking earlier, would you care for a refreshing cocktail?
I guess I could. It's a good time for a cocktail.
Yes, it is. I suggest our special of the day.
Which is?
Our new fabulous mix called Sunset at Sarasota.
Sounds intriguing. I'll take one.
With pleasure. Let me prepare it for you.
Oh, that looks awesome. How much do I owe you?
That would be $10, ma'am.
PA, pay the Stardust Club $25.
Thank you, very generous of you. I am at your service anytime, Officer Wallace.
Did Mr. Bogdanov ever mention his relationships with his friends?
Sure, he was a man with connections.
What do you mean, connections?
It seemed that Mr. Bogdanov could connect with anybody. The man made friends like bees make honey.
Is that right?
Yeah, I called him the social butterfly. He could be at a different table each night. He could buddy up with even our most reserved clients here.
Very interesting to hear that. Which social group do your clients usually belong to?
They are mostly devotees, la crème de la crème of our union.
That's interesting. Do you know the HDI of Mr. Bogdanov?
Well, he never mentioned it, but he was a devotee, wasn't he?
As a matter of fact, he was a disciple with an HDI index of only 70.
Good one, Officer Wallace. I like your sense of humor.
I'm not trying to be funny.
What? I've been a bartender for 20 years. I know how to tell a devotee from a disciple.
You heard me right. The number is 70.
I'll be damned. He sure had me fooled. But how can you explain his comfortable manners with all the devotees? They don't tend to let you in their circle unless you are one of them.
Your guess is as good as mine. Was there anything in particular that Mr. Bogdanov liked about this place?
Well, of course there are me and my cocktails. But then again, I need to admit the main attractions are not behind the bar here.
Really? What are the main attractions?
We have fabulous dance shows at late hours. Officer Wallace and all of our clients watch these shows fervently.
Fervently? Any particular reason?
Sure. We have the best dancers in Eastern Europe.
What kind of dancers?
Oh, we have dancers with many different dancing styles, modern, classical, exotic, you name it.
I should check them out sometime.
You are certainly welcome to, but you won't be as impressed as our male clientele.
And why not?
Because our dancers are exclusively women, and voluptuous they are.
Sounds very appealing, if you happen to be a man.
Thanks for the information. I shouldn't take more of your time today, but I might come back with more questions later.
Certainly, Officer Wallace.
These people must be Bogdanov's grandparents. Could the little boy in the middle be Vasily? It looks like a text, I suppose. Handwritten? Maybe it is in Russian and left over from his days there. And a 7-digit number at the bottom. I should capture these, just in case.
Hi, Monica. I'm back.
Hello, Officer Wallace. Good to see you again.
When did you last see Mr. Bogdanov?
I saw him on Friday evening. As I was leaving, he was busy working in his office. I'm sure he was doing something very important.
Did he exhibit any unusual behavior that day?
Unusual in what way?
What I mean is, did he do anything that was not ordinary?
No, he was himself on Friday. Nothing out of the ordinary that I recall.
What's your job description here?
I'm a junior sales clerk. However, I was supposed to be promoted to senior level, but with the changes in management, I don't know when it will happen.
Why do you think they will postpone your promotion? Isn't it merit-based?
Of course it is merit-based, but you see, Mr. Bogdanov had secretly promised that I would be promoted.
So, nobody else knows about it?
No, he told me to keep it confidential. Mum's the word.
Did Mr. Bogdanov ever speak about going back to Russia?
Back to Russia? What do you mean back to Russia?
You didn't know he was originally from Russia?
No, I did not. He never confided in me about that.
So, he confided in you about other stuff?
Oh yes, he shared a lot of private things with me, if you know what I mean.
No, I don't know what you mean. Can you be more specific?
Let's just say we had a close working relationship. Oh, I'm very sorry again, Officer Wallace, but some customers are in need of my immediate attention.
No, not again.
My job may be in jeopardy if I don't respond swiftly.
This is the last time, young lady. I won't be so patient with you again.
Oh, thank you again, Officer Wallace.
I can't believe she did it to me again. Monica is really starting to annoy me. Finally, somebody that can be sensible.
Hi, I need to speak to Ms. Stavropoulos.
And you are?
I am Senior Officer Phoenix Wallace from the Adrianopolis Peace and Security Center.
Officer Wallace, unfortunately, Ms. Stavropoulos is at class right now, and she is not to be disturbed until her prep period.
What is a prep period?
It is the time when our teachers have a short break from their teaching responsibilities.
And when is her next prep period?
Let's see. Ms. Stavropoulos will be free in 90 minutes. Would you like to wait, or shall I take a message?
I was hoping to talk to Ms. Stavropoulos right away. You see, this involves an active case.
What kind of case are you investigating, officer?
I'm afraid the case is being kept confidential. Anyhow, I need to talk to Ms. Stavropoulos immediately.
This sounds urgent. Let me try to reach her for you. Please stay here.
Thank you. Hello, Katie. How are you doing now?
I'm doing better, I guess. I'm still shaken.
Can I ask you some more questions?
Certainly.
Was it your choice to cool off the relationship?
Yes, I felt I had to cool off the relationship. Because he was treating me so badly.
In what way, Katie?
He would behave completely irrationally. I was beginning to think he was psychologically imbalanced.
In your opinion, are the imbalances connected to his past?
Oh, I don't know. He did not talk a lot about his past. It seemed to me like he wanted to forget his Russian past. He was desperately trying to fit in better here, in the Union.
You mean he hated his past?
No, actually he shared very fond memories of his childhood. But it seemed to me that his young adult life must have been difficult.
What can you tell me about his childhood?
Vasily had a very strong attachment to his bio-grandparents. Apparently he was raised by them. And he loved his bio-grandparents deeply. I believe his bio-parents died during a savage riot.
Oh, must have been very hard for him. Imagine losing your bio-parents in absence of a sound educational system. Who would take care of you?
I guess he was lucky that his bio-grandparents took care of him. Of course, it could never compare to the care from a qualified professional in our CDCs. In the rogue states, the school teachers are only responsible for the academic education. They have nothing to do with the children's love, belonging, and esteem needs. I think Vasily was very fortunate that he did not develop neurotic behavior during his childhood, in absence of qualified care.
Did he ever talk about his days in Russia?
Yes, and he was very emotional when talking about his childhood in Russia. Then again, he often cited his dislike of his adult life there. I think he had a love-hate relationship with Russia.
Did he tell you what he used to do there?
I think he was a nuclear waste disposal expert. Unfortunately, his former job had no meaning here.
So, you say Mr. Bogdanov did not develop neurotic behavior during his time in Russia, but you also mentioned his irrational behavior. How can you be sure his irrationality did not have neurotic roots?
I'm sure because he behaved as a rational man until recently.
Is that enough to tell you that it was not neurosis-related?
As a professional with a lot of training and experience in human behavior, I very well know the symptoms of neurotic tendencies. And my Vasily was not neurotic.
Then how would you describe his behavior with your professional expertise?
Unfortunately, my professionalism does not allow me to make such comments on adults of Vasily's age. This is clearly not my domain.
I'm sorry. Of course not.
If there are no further questions, I have to get back to my children.
No questions at this time, Katie. Thank you. Again, I'm very sorry for your loss.
It is a loss for our entire society. A precious citizen, a member of our union, has been taken from us by a barbaric act.
Poor Cotty. The more I behave in an understanding way, the more she becomes emotional.
Hello, dear.
Hi, Sandra.
Want to meet tonight?
Sure.
At the cafe? Round 8?
Alrighty.
See ya.
Bye.
Hello, Pierre. Do you have some time for a few questions?
I guess I do. Whatever.
Do you know about any other businesses Mr. Bogdanov may have been involved in?
Do you mean outside of our partnership?
Yes.
Well, he had the Thing store, of course, down at the Pyramid. That seemed to keep him awfully busy.
I know about his Thing store franchise.
You do? Okay. Let me think. I guess he did mention several ambitious plans.
He did? What kind of plans?
Oh, you know, new business ventures and junk like that.
Can you recall any of these new business ventures?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Did Mr. Bogdanov ever mention his relationships with others?
What kind of relationships are you talking about?
Any kind.
Like the sexual stuff and all?
That's a good place to begin.
Well, let me tell you, Phoenix, from what he told me, and it wasn't very easy to understand him sometimes, he was bonking them one after another.
What do you mean? Taking them out to dinner or something?
Oh, come on. Don't you understand English?
I do. As a matter of fact, I went to college in Great Britain.
You studied in GB, and you don't know the term bonking? Get out of here.
Now I'm afraid to ask what it means.
Bonking, girl. You know, like shagging, romping.
Okay, Pierre. You don't have to spell it out for me.
Yep. That Bogdanov had a way with the young ladies.
Which young ladies are you talking about?
You know, the ones at the Thing store.
Who? The sales clerks?
You betcha.
All 3 of them?
That's what the man said. He had them on rotation.
You seem to have some collection there, Pierre. What kind of guns are those?
The explosive and deadly kind.
Oh, they're all firearms, aren't they? I guess I should have known.
That's right, sugar. You should have known.
Why do you say that?
Because that's the kind of guy I am, too.
What, explosive and deadly?
Exactly, babe. Are you getting the chills?
I can't say that I am. Should I be?
Sure. They all get the chills right before it happens.
And where did you get this firearm collection?
I got those pieces in Lincoln, North America.
I can't believe you display these barbaric weapons in your home like this.
What do you mean, barbaric? They are antique weapons of self-defense, relics from a time when our mighty system wasn't there to protect the people. These pieces deserve some respect.
I don't respect any pain-inflicting device. They're all a part of our barbaric past, and I don't understand what people admire about them.
Obviously, we don't see eye to eye about my collection. I believe it's time you left my house. I had enough of your nosy questions, and your attitude is killing my inspiration.
Oh, sorry, Pierre. I was only doing my job. See you later.
Either this guy is a true psycho, or... But it can't be. His quarterly psychological analysis would show something. I think he even threatened me. Me, a peace officer. I think it's time to report my findings to Chief Morrison.
I have some important facts to discuss, Chief.
I only have a little time. Continue.
Fabian had no idea that Bogdanov was a recent immigrant from Russia. Actually, he never asked Bogdanov where he was from, because his company rules forbade him from asking such personal questions to clients. His guild is the PSP. I couldn't believe it when he told me that bartenders belong to the same guild as male prostitutes.
For Pete's sake, Phoenix, what does this have to do with the case?
Sorry, Chief. Larissa Lucan claims that Bogdanov had been displaying unusually aggressive behavior recently. She insists that he even yelled at her a couple of times.
This Bogdanov must have been a very moody man.
But Chief, we all get moody too. But that doesn't mean we can behave in an inappropriate manner.
There must have been a reason that caused him to behave this way.
Perhaps. It certainly isn't natural. Larissa Lucan revealed to me that Bogdanov had fond memories of his late biological grandparents. Apparently, they used to take care of him when he was a child. I suppose that's why he longed for his past there. Pierre Deville has an extensive firearm collection at his home. He claims these firearms deserve respect. I have a hard time understanding how anyone can think like that. This Pierre is starting to give me the creeps.
A firearm collection? How curious. I've heard of certain military executives collecting such items, but an artist? I wonder where his interest comes from.
I have no idea, Chief, but he seems to have quite a variety in his collection.
Julio keeps sending me useless reports about Bogdanov's past, but no relevant information.
Oh, I almost forgot to mention. Kati Stavropoulos told me that Bogdanov was cared for by his late grandparents during his childhood. Apparently, he loved them deeply. According to Kati, Bogdanov was very fortunate that he did not develop neurotic behavior during this period, in absence of any qualified care. Both Larissa Lucan and Kati Stavropoulos confirm that Bogdanov had a strong bond with his late biological grandparents.
So, it's normal for a man who was raised in the rogue states to have that kind of connection to his biological relatives, whether they are parents or grandparents. What are you getting at?
Well, I just remembered that Bogdanov had a 2D photo album at his office, and in it there was a picture of an older couple and a little boy. I wonder if it was Bogdanov and his grandparents in that photo.
What's the point, Phoenix? Stop babbling.
I have nothing further to mention at this time.
Gladys said that she'll call when Mr. Arnette is available. Gladys said that she'll call.
It's getting late.
What should I wear? I need to get going.
Hi, Sandra.
Hi, dear.
Hello, would you like to look at a menu today?
No, we're just here for a coffee.
We got Colombian Gold, Or if you prefer milder coffee, we have Hawaiian Tropic.
I'll go for the Hawaiian Tropic, please.
With cream?
Yes, please.
Will that be all?
Uh-huh.
Thank you. I'll be right back.
Sandra, I need your opinion on something.
Well, I'm not one of those judges on your court network, but I can try to act like one.
Oh, quit it. Kati Stavropoulos is not telling me everything I need to know about Bogdanov.
Maybe she doesn't know what you need to know.
I think she does. But she's hiding behind professionalism and telling me adults are not her domain.
Maybe you should nonchalantly apply a little pressure to get her talking.
Pressure? How can I possibly pressure a teacher from the CDC? If Kati were to complain, Chief would fry my ass.
That may be so, but Kati, for reasons beyond my understanding, loved Bogdanov very much, right?
That's right.
So maybe you can corner her with the fact that Bogdanov is dead and his murderers are at large.
That might work.
Won't hurt to give it a try.
I really have a tough time understanding Larissa Lucan.
Don't tell me. I don't want to hear any more about that immigrant.
Well, it seems to me that she is completely confused.
Confused about what? How to get some?
No, you one-track-minded fool. Just listen to me. How can a person be kind and romantic and vulgar and crude at the same time?
Are you describing the late what's-his-name?
Mr. Bogdanov, yes.
And Larissa told you he was kind, vulgar, romantic, and crude?
Yes.
I think you've just been exposed to the fundamental qualities of a sufferer from the rogue state. Only the likes of Larissa can confuse such different concepts in their limited minds.
I'm serious. This is how she described Vasily Bogdanov. I don't understand how he could exhibit all these qualities at once.
Of course he didn't. It's all in Larissa's head. I think she's overwhelmed with the incident, for whatever reason, and can't think clearly.
Sandra, can you picture yourself being with the same guy for a couple of years?
I can't believe you're asking me that question. You know very well, sometimes a couple of days is even too long for me. I have a spaz attack when I think that you've been with your army dude for as long as you have.
It's not like I see him every day. Let me continue. What if you had the same partner and had to see him day in and day out?
Ugh, this sounds like one of those old-fashioned nuptial agreements. What has possessed you to talk about such tribal relationships?
Well, the topic is fresh on my mind, because Larissa Lucan informed me that she'd been in a nuptial agreement when she was in Russia.
Her again? Only the mind of a weak immigrant woman can put up with man day in and day out.
Oh, yeah. I can't imagine being with my soldier on a constant basis. But then again, she mentioned something like feeling secure in a relationship like that.
Feeling secure? Come on, Phoenix. In the Union? Who needs a man to feel secure?
Poor Larissa. She's so confused.
What's she confused about?
Life in general. She claims Bogdanov had many good memories of Russia.
Yeah, she's so out of it. How could anybody have good memories about a rogue state? Life is so full of dangers and hardship in a rogue state. You gotta be out of your mind in order to enjoy living there.
I know. If Bogdanov was fond of his life there, why did he invest so much time and money to come here?
Exactly. I think I'm starting to lose faith in the Immigration Academy. I don't understand how losers like Bogdanov and Larissa got into the Union in the first place.
Well, they must have proved their worth in the exams somehow. Otherwise, they never could have graduated from the academy. The process is foolproof.
I'm not as convinced as you are.
I really like the bartender at Stardust. He's so professional and courteous.
Is he good looking too?
Well, I can't say that he's my type.
Oh, Phoenix. Nobody is your type. You gotta quit being so picky.
I'm not picky.
Yes, You are picky. Why can't you enjoy the moment like everybody else?
Oh, you make it sound so easy, Sandra. It seems like Bogdanov couldn't break certain old habits.
What habits are you referring to? Was he a tobacco and alcohol abuser?
No, but close. He was still resorting to handwriting for some reason. Isn't that weird?
Handwriting? You mean with a pencil?
Yeah, something of that sort.
How bizarre. Where would he have even found a pencil?
I don't know. But what puzzles me more is, why would he do such a thing? Obviously, he knew how to use a computer.
Like you said, old habits are certainly hard to break.
These rogue staters will never shake off their old beliefs.
What makes you say that?
Their altruistic ways are so ingrained. I have a difficult time comprehending what motivates them to do some of the things they do.
Do what things? Are you referring to their ineptness and their economic decision-making?
Not only that. I'm talking about their attachment to biological kin. Can you believe that Bogdanov was raised by his biological grandparents?
You're kidding me.
No, I'm not. They were not even in the same family unit. But these people, for some reason, felt obliged to take care of Bogdanov.
Well, with that kind of attitude, these rogue staters will never amount to anything.
Monica from the Thing Store tells me that she had no idea Bogdanov was an immigrant.
Are you serious? She must be a few sandwiches short of a picnic.
Picnic? What are you talking about?
Oh, Phoenix. It means that Monica isn't very bright.
Well, seems to me she's bright enough to know a few ways to get ahead on the sales floor.
Maybe so, but then again, she should have been able to smell it out.
Pierre DeVille is really giving me the creeps.
The artsy guy? What did he do?
He has this firearm collection, and I think he threatened me today.
He threatened you with a firearm?
No, not like that. But he made some vague remarks about them. I think.
You think?
I'm not sure. He speaks so weird.
Those artsy types get a kick out of confusing people. Chill out, girl. I'm sure he was just trying to make a pass at you.
Sandra, I need to leave now. Talk to you tomorrow, then.
Sure. See ya.
I bet a lot happens behind that curtain. It's to get behind the bar. That door must lead to the backstage.
What's up, Julius?
Oh, Phoenix. How are you, dear?
I'm fine. How are the classes going?
Very good. I am certain that I will pass all of them this year.
Including the physical education classes?
Yes, them too. Can't you tell? I lost a lot of weight.
Yes, I can see that. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like you made enough progress just yet.
Oh, Phoenix, it is enough. I will pass all my classes and meet you at the security screening.
Right. You have to exercise a lot and study a lot before the security screening interview. You know?
Yes, Phoenix, I know.
Plus, I suggest you graduate soon, because the World Union Immigration and Naturalization Authority might be introducing a maximum age soon. Maximum age to enter the academies all around the world.
That does not matter, Phoenix. Adrianopolis Academy will never get rid of me, because I am an exception.
Julius, you know there are no exceptions in our system. Everybody gets treated fair and square.
No. I am an exception, because I have a big army.
Oh, brother. The nutty general talk again. See you later, Julius.
The armies of the mighty general took the enemy by surprise. They opened fire from every direction, slaughtering them within hours. It was a great victory for the general. His fame would endure forever.
This door leads to an ancient library, full of archaic books. Some are even handwritten. Wow, look at all those dusty books. I wonder if I can find anything useful here to translate that handwritten scribble. That looks like an ancient dictionary. I should capture this image. Maybe I can use it to decipher the text I found behind Bogdanov's photo.
It's a name list, but who are these people? I think it's time to report my findings to Chief Morrison. I have some important facts to discuss, Chief. As I was looking through a 2D photo album of Bogdanov's, I found this handwritten scribble behind one of the pictures. I managed to translate the scribbles, and they revealed a list of names.
A list of what names?
I didn't recognize any of them, Chief. Should I check them out?
No, it's probably just a list of his friends in Russia.
But some of the names appear to be World Union names, rather than Russian.
So what? We cannot access personal information of our citizens in absence of a proven link to our case.
I see your point, Chief. Chief, Bogdanov's scribble also contains a 7-digit number. I have no idea what it means.
What is it?
3865959.
That could be a military service number. Check it out in the GPS and military databases using your network node. I'll also get Julio to do some research, just in case.
Will do, Chief.
PA, upload Phoenix Wallace, access for the GPS and military databases.
I have nothing further to mention at this time. Nope, nothing here.
captain in the military? What the heck? PA, add Adrianopolis GPSN military area to my navigation map. I don't think I need to talk to Larissa. Hello, Katie. How are you doing now?
I'm doing better, I guess. I'm still shaken.
Can I ask you some more questions?
Certainly.
Katie, I need your opinion about Mr. Bogdanov's recent erratic behavior. I know you told me before. It is not your domain, but unfortunately, we do not have Mr. Bogdanov around to make this assessment with anymore. I need your help.
I told you I cannot help you. Why don't you go and talk to his therapist?
I already have. She did not experience the irrational behavior, so she could not help me.
You're forcing me to make an opinion on something that I'm not authorized for.
I will not add it to my report as an expert opinion. I really need your help here.
Okay, I'll do what I can. I think his behavior could be best described as hyper-emotional and aggressive behavior. It seemed like he had no control over his feelings. And these extreme feelings were the driving force behind his aggressiveness.
Do you think he had a problem fitting in?
I suspect he was not completely comfortable here. I think he was lacking self-confidence. I tried to help him improve his self-confidence, but his physical appearance discouraged him.
But you loved him, nevertheless.
Of course. He was so much in need of love and acceptance. Like a little boy. Oh, I miss him already.
I've taken enough of your time today, Kati. We can continue later.
Sure. As you wish.
Thanks for your help.
Glad to be of service to the system.
So, Bogdanov had no control over his feelings and acted aggressive? Hyper-emotional and aggressive? It's an advertisement flyer.
It's an advertisement for a laser hair removing device, which can be used wet or dry. It's hard to imagine people using sticky wax in order to remove unwanted hair. Ouch.
Gladys said that she'll call when Mr. Arnette is available.
It's closed.
Hi, Monica. I'm back.
Hello, Officer Wallace. Good to see you again.
Do you think Mr. Bogdanov was happy in the Union?
Of course he was. Why wouldn't he have been happy?
Well, being a recent immigrant can be quite difficult. He came from a very different environment.
Well, let me tell you, I think he has made to live here. I don't know what kind of life he experienced in that rogue state, but he definitely belonged here from the start.
You seem so certain about this.
You would be too if you knew him, in the sense that I did.
How would you describe your working relationship with Mr. Bogdanov?
It was utterly professional. I learned a great deal about the business world from him.
What about the pay?
I'm not in this for the money. I'm here to gain professional experience. Taking this position was a career move, and I feel like I've been compensated in other, more intangible ways.
I wonder which position you're referring to.
My position as a junior sales clerk, of course. Actually, Mr. Bogdanov was planning on promoting me to a senior position. We will see if that promotion happens now that he's deceased.
So, you're very happy about working here?
I'm ecstatic with this position, completely fulfilled. But of course, things will be different now that Mr. Bogdanov is no longer with us.
To your knowledge, was Mr. Bogdanov involved in any other business venture?
Yes, I am aware of another venture of his.
And that would be?
He had a lucrative art consultancy business on the side. He was a man of refined taste.
He must have been so classy. I wish I could have met this man. By the way, do you have any other information regarding this art consultancy venture of his?
Oh no, my job here is strictly on the floor. He wanted me here, where I could stay on top of things.
Oh, you must be a very efficient worker.
That's what Mr. Bogdanov used to tell me.
Did Mr. Bogdanov ever mention his relationships with others?
Sure, he confided in me about everything.
So, Mr. Bogdanov must have told you about his friends. Do you know any of them?
No, I never had the privilege of meeting his friends, but I know he was a popular person.
How come?
Because Mr. Bogdanov told me endless stories about his nights on the town. You know, dining at fancy restaurants and hanging out at sleek clubs.
Didn't he ask you to join him?
Oh no, he had too much respect for our working relationship, and he didn't think it was appropriate.
Why not? Was it against company rules?
No, he thought the other girls on the floor would be jealous about extra attention being shown to me. He was concerned that it might adversely affect my career.
So, tell me about the girls you work with. How about Piper?
Piper. So what do you want to know?
What kind of working relationship do you have?
We have a relationship built on respect. She is an exemplary things store sales clerk, very devoted to her job and to pleasing her customers.
I can't wait to meet this young lady.
Oh, you will, when she comes back from the islands.
Yes, I'm sure she'll provide valuable insight regarding Mr. Bogdanov and his case.
I doubt if anyone can be as helpful as I have been.
Why is that?
Because Piper wasn't able to get as close to Mr. Bogdanov.
I learned so much about working on this shop floor from you, Monica, and your personal insight regarding Mr. Bogdanov. Thank you.
Of course, Officer Wallace. You know where to find me if the system needs my assistance.
Yes, of course. Goodbye, Monica.
Goodbye, Officer Wallace.
All that talk and effort. The result is nothing but useless gossip. It's closed. I don't think... I shouldn't bother Cuddy again today. CDC teachers are... No, I've had enough of that dangerous creep. What should I wear?
a massive relief made of wood. Look at those beautiful motifs. Wait a minute, I see a major crack running through it. Oh no! Oh shit! Look at all these broken pieces. That relief was much more fragile than it looked. Finally, it's back together. For a while there, I didn't know if I was going to be able to pull it off. I don't think it's a good idea. They'll scatter. I broke that relief and I need to fix it. Fast. I know I'm not supposed to get behind there, but I need some sort of glue or something like it. Ha! I'm a mad scientist. I believe I've got the right concoction now. Yikes! It looks very sticky.
That gel is almost dry. I need to place the broken pieces very soon. That should hold it together. Finally, it's back together. For a while there, I didn't know if I was going to be able to pull it off. Whew! Saved by the bell. Hello, Fabian. It's me again.
Oh, welcome back, Officer Wallace.
Did Mr. Bogdanov ever meet his friends here?
Yes, he met many friends here.
Such as who? Can you tell me some names?
I wouldn't know where to start. At least half of the crowd here seem to be buddies with him.
And he met these people here in the club?
Mostly, I think. The man was never alone. He will be missed here.
Did he ever bring company with him?
Come to think of it, he did on a few occasions.
Do you remember any of them?
Well, I remember one. It is Mr. Mikhailov.
You just remember one?
Yes, I am not very good with names.
Then how come you remember this name?
Because he is here right now, sitting at the corner table, over there.
Was Mr. Mikhailov a good friend of Mr. Bogdanov's?
He certainly seemed to be.
How could you tell?
You know, the jokes they made at the bar and the reminiscing they did.
Old friends?
Yep, it seemed to me like they went way back. You know, like they've known each other for years.
Good buddies, huh?
Oh yeah, they would laugh a lot and sometimes socialize with the others too.
Do you know who the lady is sitting next to Mr. Mikhailov?
That is Mata Hari.
You know her?
Of course. She is the main attraction.
Main attraction for what?
She is the dancer they all come to see.
And what kind of dance does Mata Hari do?
She is the queen of exotic dancers. She can captivate anyone in her audience.
Anyone?
You hear the background noises here?
Yes, I can hear it.
Well, you don't hear anything when Mata Hari dances, except her unusual Eastern music.
Eastern? As in Far East?
No, it's more like Middle Eastern. It's hard to explain. You have to hear it for yourself.
Where did Mata Hari go?
To the backstage.
Is that where this guarded doorway leads to?
It sure does, but it's off limits to the public.
My goodness, the way Mata Hari was looking at me, as if I offended her just by being here. And they both disappeared so fast. I don't need to talk to her. This guard looks like he's in charge here. Hello, I'm Senior Officer Phoenix Wallace from the Adrianopolis Peace and Security Center. I'm here to see Captain Juan Antonio Perez.
And what is this regarding, ma'am?
Official peace and security business.
Okay. First, you need to contact the personnel office. They can direct you to Captain Perez.
Thank you. And how do I find the personnel office?
I will arrange for someone to take you there. Please follow me. Officer Wallace from the Peace and Security Division. Please escort her to the personnel office.
That HDI is quite normal for a corporal in the armed forces. That looks like an organization map. Her name appears to be Aisling Monahan. Corporal Aisling Monahan?
Yes, and who's asking?
Hi, I'm Senior Officer Phoenix Wallace from the Adrianopolis Peace and Security Center.
Hi, Officer Wallace. What can I do for you?
I'm here in an official capacity. I need to find Captain Juan Antonio Perez, service number 3865959.
And what type of official business are you conducting about Captain Perez?
It is regarding a murder case, Corporal.
A murder case? Who's been murdered?
A Union citizen by the name of Vasily Bogdanov was murdered, and I'm conducting the investigation.
A Union citizen? Murdered? When? Where?
In Odessa, Russia, on April 6th. I must inform you that the case has been ordered confidential by a judge.
Oh, I understand. And may I ask what Captain Perez has to do with this investigation?
I'm not sure yet, but I was hoping that he would be able to provide some answers regarding my case.
Unfortunately, Captain Perez cannot answer any of your questions.
And why is that? Has he been reassigned?
No. I regret to inform you that Captain Perez died on the night of April 1st.
He died? Are we talking about the same man here? Captain Juan Antonio Perez with a service number of
3865959. Yes, I'm afraid so.
I heard nothing about Captain Perez's death in the news.
The accident is still under investigation, and until a conclusion is made, it will remain classified.
What a shame. He could have shed some light on my investigation.
May I ask what Captain Perez had to do with your case?
His name... Actually, his service number was on a customer list of Mr. Bogdanov's, the victim in my case.
His service number? That is strange. The GPSN's military personnel rarely share their service numbers with civilians.
Is it prohibited to disclose one's service number?
No. As a matter of fact, there is no rule against it. But why would a captain of the armed forces use his service number while off duty rather than his name?
That's a good question. I have a sexual partner who's a Marine, and he never uses any military number, rank, or anything when he's with me. He never even talks about work.
Well, all our active staff know about the GPSN's sensitivity to keeping the military out of civilian sight. We are supposed to be invisible to the public.
So, Corporal, where exactly did the accident happen?
I am not allowed to discuss any details of this case without authorization from my superior officers. I am sorry.
I see. So you haven't been told either.
I have to admit, many facts of this case were not disclosed to me, but some of them were.
And can you explain to me what's wrong with sharing facts with a fellow officer from the GPSN? Let me remind you that this investigation concerns the murder of a Union citizen.
I suppose you have a point, Officer Wallace. We're all working for the same cause, to protect our mighty Union.
So where did his plane crash?
It crashed in Rogue State territory. The remains of the plane were found on a mountainside somewhere in Russia. I do not know the exact location.
Are you aware of the circumstances surrounding Captain Perez's death?
Circumstances? Like what?
I want to know some details about the plane crash.
The details of the accident are sealed, Officer Wallace.
In that case, maybe you can tell me about his mission.
Well, okay. He was on a cargo mission from one of our outposts in the Rogue State area.
So he was destined for Adrianopolis?
Yes, he was.
Was it daytime or nighttime?
It was 19:0700 hours Zulu time.
Excuse me, what did you say?
Oh, for you it was just after 9 p.m. in Adrianopolis.
Must have been dark then.
For sure.
Do you have to deal with a lot of deaths here on the base?
I'm afraid that information is confidential.
Oh, come on. I'm just curious. I'm not going to leak anything to the press.
I am sure you wouldn't, Officer Wallace, but I am not authorized to reveal such information.
I suppose you have no idea about the number of deaths, do you?
Now, listen to me, Officer Wallace. First of all, you have no jurisdiction here on this base. Secondly, you have no right to address me in an accusing manner. And thirdly, my duties and just how much information I am exposed to on this base are none of your damn business.
Oh, pardon me for asking. I thought you would be the helpful type.
My duties do not include volunteering information to nosy civilians.
I'm not just any civilian. I am a peace officer trying to solve a murder case.
Then I suggest you take a different approach to the people you question. Cornering tactics will not get you anywhere.
Thanks for the advice, but I refuse to alter my professional approach to please you.
Bitch. I'll never talk to that bitch again.
Hello, dear.
Hi, Sandra.
Want to meet tonight?
Sure.
At the cafe? Round 8?
Alrighty.
See ya.
Bye.
I don't want to face Corporal Monahan. This is a... I don't think I need...
Hello, Katie. How are you doing now?
I'm doing better, I guess. I'm still shaken.
Can I ask you some more questions?
Certainly.
Did you encourage him to see a therapist about your recent quarrels?
As a matter of fact, I asked him to have joint sessions with a therapist of his choice, at my expense. But he said it wasn't necessary.
Did you seek help from your therapist?
Yes, I was very anxious to straighten the problem out. But my therapist was unable to help without Vasily's presence as well.
Did your quarrels center around anything specific?
No, the topics were never consistent. In the recent month, he became so volatile and unpredictable. He would start shouting for the stupidest reasons.
He was actually shouting at you?
Yes. But I truly believe it was beyond his control. He used to be so nice.
Why did you choose to become a teacher?
Well, it was my advisor who discovered my paternal and nurturing skills and encouraged me to become a teacher. And I've been very pleased with my choice. How about you? Why did you become a peace officer?
Oh, it is a very long story. Let me just say, Ms. Rottenmeier had a lot to do with it.
In what way?
She told me I had extraordinary analytical skills, but lacked the persuasive skills to become a successful business executive. In plain English, I have a low emotional quotient. I suppose I could have been a good scientist if I had a high enough intelligence quotient.
Don't be so hard on yourself, sweetheart. I'm sure you're really good at what you do. Our system ensures that every citizen finds the right job to fulfill their potential.
During our quarrels, was he still using politically correct manners?
No, he would shout at me, as if he'd forgotten everything he'd learned at the Immigration Academy. Then he would mumble in Russian. I think he even may have been cursing at me.
As in foul language?
Yes. To think that my Vasily could stoop to such low levels, I had to stop seeing him.
I think I have all the information I need from you about my case, Kati. Thanks for all your time.
Glad to be of service to the system.
If I didn't know better, I would say that Mr. Bogdanov was going totally wacko. But that's not possible in our tranquil system. Besides, it would show on his quarterly psychological evaluation.
It's closed.
No, I've had enough. It's getting late, and I'm beat. What should I wear? I need to get going, or else I'm gonna be...
Hi, Sandra.
Hi, dear.
Oh, Sandra. I had a very difficult day.
I think it's your working environment. Too much contact with Academy students.
No, it isn't that. I was at Station Delta 10 today for the Bogdanov case, and I had a very unpleasant conversation with a Corporal Aisling Monahan.
Station Delta 10? That's the military area. What did they have to do with Bogdanov?
You see, the handwritten scribble from Bogdanov that I found included a military service number which belonged to a Captain Juan Antonio Perez.
So what's the connection?
Well, coincidentally, this Captain Perez was killed in a plane crash recently.
What? Plane crash?
It happened over Russian territory. Evidently, most of the facts about the accident were never revealed to the public.
Oh, so sorry to hear that.
Why? Did you know this man?
Yes. We slept together a couple of times.
When was this?
More than 6 months ago. Haven't seen him since.
What can you tell me about him?
Nothing, other than he was lousy in bed. That's why we didn't last long. Then he started dating some officer from his base.
Do you know who she is?
I've never met her, but I remember her name. It was First Lieutenant Ulrika Thorsen. Yes, and she worked for the logistics department, I think.
I'm having a difficult time understanding the relationship between Bogdanov and Kati Stavropoulos. There's something not quite right.
I know. How can a respectable teacher from the CDC date a stinky immigrant?
I'm not referring to your silly prejudices. I'm talking about the actual roles that they played in each other's lives.
You mean they're not having a normal relationship based on sex?
Exactly. It seems as if Kati was more like a mother figure, almost as if Bogdanov was a little boy in need of maternal care.
Oh, I know what you mean. You're talking about an octopus complex.
It's called an Oedipus complex. And yes, that's what I'm talking about. It seems to me that Monica was infatuated with Bogdanov.
Why do you say that?
She keeps telling me what a wonderful person he was.
I bet it was nothing more than an old-fashioned crush. It takes those young women a while to wise up and realize that we women only need men for one thing.
And what would that one thing be?
To clean our clocks, of course.
Oh, Sandra, you're so vulgar.
I might be vulgar, but we both know I'm right.
Tell me, Sandra, what does the word respect mean to you?
You mean R-E-S-P-E-C-T?
Yes, define it.
In my book, respect is to consider someone worthy of high regard.
Give me examples.
What is this?
Come on, tell me.
Well, I respect that hunk who just passed by. And I respect you because you like me. And I respect my hairstylist because he makes me beautiful. Where is all this leading to, anyway?
Monica told me she respected her colleague Piper, and I just wondered what she meant by that. Do you respect anyone at your office?
Well, we're all supposed to respect each other and all. But I don't think any of us do. I certainly don't.
Then why do you think Ms. Monica says she respects Piper?
She probably fears her and at the same time wants to become like her. But that ain't respect, that's envy. Wait a minute. I should have been a psychiatrist, so I would get paid for my wise words.
Oh, thank you, Your Highness, for sharing your infinite wisdom with us common folk.
You are welcome, my child. You may be excused.
Some people are so arrogant, Sandra. I think fame and attention could go straight to one's head.
Are you referring to Whitney Shears? I saw her recent Hollow clip. Good gracious. They leave nothing to the imagination these days.
No, I was referring to what you may call a local celebrity. I'm talking about Mata Hari from the Stardust Club.
Really? What did she do to piss you off?
Well, I was at the Stardust, just talking to Fabian the bartender. We were actually talking about Mata Hari and the man sitting next to her. All of a sudden, she stood up, gave me a cold stare, and waltzed out of the room. She acted like her shit didn't stink.
Maybe she had to take a dump.
Oh, you're disgusting. Sometimes I wonder how your brain works.
You're the one that said her shit didn't stink.
But Sandra, I was just trying to explain that she acted so full of herself.
Oh, come on, Phoenix. I was just joking anyway. She probably had to go somewhere and didn't like the way you were gawking at her.
Sandra, I need to leave now. Talk to you tomorrow then.
Sure. See ya.
Hello, Fabian. It's me again.
Oh, welcome back, Officer Wallace.
Who is Mata Hari?
I already told you who she is. She is our famed dancer.
No, I mean, who is she really?
To my knowledge, Mata Hari is her stage name, as you already guessed.
Do you know her real name?
No, I don't think anybody does.
Come on, she probably has some contract with this place. Doesn't anyone in the management know her name?
No, she goes by Mata Hari and everybody loves it.
What do you mean, everybody loves it?
You know, everybody loves the mysteriousness of her name. When clients watch Mata Hari for the first time, they all want to know her real name.
Why is that?
Because they instantly fall in love with her. They are enraptured by her.
I thought the clients were predominantly devotees. I don't think those people can be enraptured by anything at first sight.
I think you'll change your mind about that after seeing Mata Hari in action.
Was Mr. Bogdanov able to have healthy relationships with the union women?
Sure, why not? He never complained to me. Maybe he was not in the best shape, but it shouldn't have mattered for a man of his qualities.
What qualities are we talking about here?
First of all, he knew how to handle people. Trust me, Officer Wallace, I can tell when a man has exemplary communication skills.
You believe he was a great communicator?
Believe me, it's not just me. Everybody in this joint thought the same way.
Including Mata Hari?
I wouldn't know that, of course. She isn't one to share her feelings.
Do you think Bogdanov liked Mata Hari?
Of course he did. He was infatuated with her, just like everyone else.
Did you ever see him around other women?
No, come to think of it, but then again, we don't see many women in this club. The club doesn't offer much for their pleasure.
But if your club is full of men, Why wouldn't women find pleasure here?
Officer Wallace, you have to understand that our regulars have been around the block and seen it all. They do not have anything left to prove, as far as women are concerned. Often women come here in groups and are never able to attract the attention of men. When these women see the shows, I think they feel a little intimidated. Then they leave and never come back.
So, how can you explain their undivided interest in Mata Hari?
I simply can't. I don't think they can either, which intrigues them even more.
Thanks for the information. I shouldn't take more of your time today, but I might come back with more questions later.
Certainly, Officer Wallace.
Mata Hari. What a strange woman. I've heard enough about her for tonight. That dumbass. Who does he think he is? He's way behind me. What's going on? Hey, this disk just erased itself? How can that be? Hello, I am Senior Officer Phoenix Wallace from the Adrianopolis Peace and Security Center. I am here to see First Lieutenant Ulrika Thorson from the Logistics Department.
And what is this regarding, ma'am?
Official peace and security business.
Is First Lieutenant Thorson expecting you?
Not exactly.
One moment, ma'am. First Lieutenant Thorson is waiting for you in her office. Please follow me. Officer Wallace from the Peace and Security Division. Please escort her to the office of First Lieutenant Thorson at the Logistics Department.
May I help you?
I'm Senior Peace Officer Phoenix Wallace from the Peace Center here in Adrianopolis.
How can I help you, Officer Wallace?
I need to speak with you regarding your late sexual partner, Captain Juan Antonio Perez. How long were you partners with Captain Perez?
Our relationship started almost 6 months ago. Then it was ended, abruptly.
I'm really sorry for your loss, Officer Thorson.
Thank you. But life continues and, as they used to say, the show must go on.
Well put, Officer Thorson. Your dedication is admirable.
Thank you for your kind words. But I am just trying to fulfill my duty to the best of my ability.
What can you tell me about your relationship with him?
It was a relationship based on love and respect. But wait a minute. Why are you asking me all these questions?
I'm working on a murder case, and Captain Perez's name came up during my investigation.
A murder case? What murder case?
A Union citizen named Vasily Bogdanov was murdered in Odessa, Russia.
Murdered in Odessa? I didn't know one of our citizens was murdered there.
The case is being kept confidential until further investigation is made.
I see. And what does Antonio have to do with this murder?
His name was on a list of Mr. Bogdanov's.
What kind of list?
I'm still working on that.
When did this murder happen, anyway?
On April 6th.
Antonio was already dead by then.
Yes, I know. So, tell me, Officer Thorson, was Captain Perez interested in art?
In art? Are you sure this is related to your investigation?
Yes, it is.
Well, let me tell you. Antonio was not an art enthusiast.
Are you sure, Officer Thorson?
Of course. He couldn't identify a Picasso, even if it was right before his eyes.
I see. So he didn't mention any art interests to you recently?
No. Antonio and I only had limited time together, so we usually focused on other, more immediate needs.
Physical needs?
Exactly.
Did Captain Perez ever mention going to the Thing store?
A what store?
The Thing store, down at the pyramid.
I am sorry, Officer Wallace, but we have a very busy schedule at this base. We rarely have time to browse the pyramid.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. There are great stores at the pyramid, and the Thing store happens to be one of my favorites.
And what do they sell in these Thing stores?
Oh, all kinds of original decorative ornaments.
What did you say the name of the store was?
The Thing store.
I remember Antonio talking about a Thing store, but I never thought Thing was actually the name of the store.
It is, and I suggest you check it out sometime.
I will try to remember to do that, Officer Wallace.
I have an urgent call from my headquarters First Lieutenant Thorson. Can we continue at another time?
Certainly, Officer Wallace. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Julio finally came up with some useful information. Right, Julio?
Yes, Chief.
We're all ears. Julio?
Oh, yes. This Bogdanov fellow.
Please, a little respect. Addressing a deceased person.
Sure. Mr. Bogdanov arrived to the Union 3 years ago.
Okay, we already know that. Tell us something new, Julio.
He brought more than $1.3 million with him.
Wow.
An impressive amount. I wonder where he got it from.
I have more gossipy stuff, too.
Excuse me, what kind of stuff?
Just that he immigrated with his nuptial partner. In Russia, of course.
And what was her name?
Larissa Lucan. His primary sexual partner was his former nuptial partner.
No way.
I suppose Miss Lucan never mentioned this to you, Phoenix?
No, she did not.
Very well. What else, Julio?
Yes. There's this stuff about his finances.
What about his finances?
He made a lot of money over the last 2 months. And then bang!
What does bang mean, Julio?
Oh, he withdrew it all on April 6th.
What did he do with it?
He took a banker's check.
Curious. Why would he want to do that? Anything else?
Not really. I uploaded all the details to your PAs.
Thank you, Julio. Your timing was somewhat late, but nevertheless. Let me add that we have an autopsy report for Mr. Bogdanov. He was murdered by a 9mm firearm. 9mm is a typical bullet size for a handgun in the rogue states.
Ouch. That would hurt.
Yes, Julio, we know. Julio, you are dismissed. I had a look at Bogdanov's financial information, and I found it to be very interesting. I suggest you take a close look at it.
Sure, Chief, provided that Julio uploaded it to my PA.
I'm sure he did. He may not be as smart as you are, but he's definitely very ambitious. He sees this case as an important stepping stone for his future, and so should you.
Yes, Chief. Of course I do.
You need to be more convincing than that. So far, your progress in this case has been average. I suggest you focus better, or else you may lose your status as my lead investigative officer.
I understand, Chief.
Good. I also noticed Melvin Phillips Spencer's name in Bogdanov's bank records. What do you make of that?
Oh,
The man that died using the illegal device? I don't know, but I can investigate.
Do that. But don't spend too much time on it. That case is being handled by our headquarters, and I don't want you to step on anybody's toes.
Sure, Chief. I'll be careful.
I'll get Spencer's autopsy report sent to you. One more thing. After you carefully examine Bogdanov's finances, ask Pierre DeVille's opinion. I bet he'll make some interesting remarks.
Pierre DeVille? All right.
In the meantime, I believe you have certain questions to ask Ms. Lucan.
PA, access GPSN census database and add Melvin Spencer's address to my navigation map. But I better pay a visit to Larissa first. She's been hiding stuff from me. Hi, Larissa.
Oh, hi again, dear. Sit down.
Thank you. How are you today?
Oh, I'm a little better. How is the investigation going?
Actually, I wanted to talk to you about that.
Oh, did you find out who the murderer is?
Not yet, but there are some issues that make me concerned.
Oh, is there anything I can do to help?
Larissa, I am totally disappointed with you.
Phoenix, why, dear?
Because you have been lying to me about your past.
Oh, now hui.
You lied to me about your history with Mr. Bogdanov, and I want to know why.
I was scared.
Of what?
You know, nuptial agreement. Not acceptable. We decided to keep it a secret.
Come on, you don't expect me to believe that. I want the truth this time, not any petty excuses.
I was scared, really scared.
Of what?
The Gambinos.
What did you say you're scared of?
The Gambinos.
Who are the Gambinos?
They are the scariest people of Russia.
What do they do?
They are the biggest Russian mafia.
Why are you scared of the Gambinos?
Because Vasily used to be one of them.
You must be joking.
Unfortunately not.
Was Mr. Bogdanov still linked with the Gambinos while he was living in the Union?
Surely not. He stole money from them so that we could come here.
I wonder how he got away with it.
Vasily was a very clever and trusted man. He is not one of the notorious. They trusted him with the money.
So he stole from them to come to the Union?
Yes. He told me he cannot take it anymore, so we made a plan.
Why are you scared of them now? Is it possible that they are linked to the murder?
Oh, I don't know. They do have a reason.
Indeed, they do. Larissa, lying to a GPSN employee is a serious offense. You should know better.
I know, Phoenix. I told you I was not emotionally fit to behave politically correct.
I suppose you did, but you must never do it again. Understood?
Promise, my dear.
I have other things to get done today, but I'll be back. So Bogdanov used to be a Gambino crime family member. So hard to believe. Yet Larissa sounded convincing enough for a change. I know it's late, but I need to report my findings to Chief Morrison.
You better have a good reason for bringing me here this late.
Larissa Lucan claims that Vasily Bogdanov used to be a member of the Gambino crime family of Russia.
You don't say? Mr. Bogdanov must have been a graduate of the Randy Hamilton School of Security.
I beg your pardon, Chief. Are you talking about Senior Officer Randy Hamilton, my predecessor? I didn't know he owned a school for security training.
Of course he didn't. I was being sarcastic. When I started my tenure here 5 years ago, Randy was the only security screening interviewer. Later we learned that many of the novices he had interviewed and approved were convicted of serious crimes committed once they were living in the Union. I immediately suspended and eventually fired him when I had gathered enough scientific evidence.
Oh, I didn't know that. Was he that bad of an interviewer?
Yes, and he was a terrible judge of character. I think he believed that everybody had a right to live in the Union. I even had to take over the interviews myself, until I commissioned you and a few others.
I see.
Phoenix, I want you to pretend that you know nothing about the shortcomings of Randy Hamilton. Maybe our Ms. Lucan has more skeletons to offer us from her closet.
Evidently, Larissa Lucan told me that Bogdanov had been a Gambino accountant, and that he was never a part of any duty involving violence. She insists that Bogdanov hated being part of a crime family, and so he took the risk of stealing money in order to immigrate here.
A Gambino accountant on the run? They certainly have a reason to fry his ass.
Excuse me, Chief?
I said the Gambinos have a very good reason to have had this man killed. Don't you agree?
I certainly do, Chief.
I only have a little time. Continue.
Monica Lacour told me that Bogdanov had a lucrative art consultancy business on the side. She insists that he was a man of refined taste. I find this extremely hard to believe.
You're quite good at collecting facts, but I wish that you could filter out the unnecessary personal opinions.
So, you don't want any personal input?
No, I didn't say that. I expect you to filter out the opinions that are not helpful to the case.
Yes, Chief. Kati Stavropoulos told me that Bogdanov was not completely comfortable in the Union. She thinks he was lacking self-confidence. Kati claims that she had tried to help him improve his self-confidence, but his physical appearance discouraged him.
Spare me the details, Phoenix. I want concrete facts, not pulp drama.
Oh, of course, Chief.
I want to talk to you about the Stardust Club. You mention it in all of your reports, but there is nothing but gossip. If you cannot obtain any useful information from this place, I suggest you drop it.
Speaking of Stardust, Fabian told me about a Mata Hari. Apparently, she's the main attraction at the Stardust Club. Fabian claims that this Mata Hari can captivate anyone in her audience, and she dances to some exotic Middle Eastern music.
Phoenix, what did I just tell you? What is the relevance? Is there something I'm missing?
But she was sitting right next to Mikhailov, Bogdanov's buddy, and when they noticed me watching them, they abruptly stood up and departed in separate directions.
Are you sure they left because of you?
I am positive. Mata Hari gave me a stern look right before she stood up.
Why do you think your scrutiny caused them to leave?
I don't know, but I sure want to find out. I have nothing further to mention at this time. What? Hello, Fabian. It's me again.
Oh, welcome back, Officer Wallace.
Why does Mata Hari behave so strangely?
What do you mean by strange, Officer Wallace?
I'm referring to her distant and elusive behavior.
Oh, that. Nobody knows why she behaves that way, but I have a theory.
You do? What is it?
I think it is all part of her stage act.
You think she's acting even when she's not on stage?
Yes, I believe it is all part of her disguise.
But why all this secrecy?
Don't you see? She wants to remain an enigma.
An enigma?
You know, a mystery to everyone around her.
Do you believe this behavior has an effect on her audience?
I'm sure of it.
Was Matahari aware of Mr. Bogdanov's infatuation with her?
Of course she was.
How can you be so sure?
Officer Wallace, even when she is busy dancing, Matahari is very aware of what's happening around her. She knows that every man in the establishment is drooling over her.
I don't understand. How can you tell?
I can tell by the look in their eyes. Matahari knows this too, and to keep it that way when she is not performing, she visits the tables of customers and spreads her attention around so that no one feels neglected.
What does she do at the tables? Does she do a lap dance or something?
A lap dance? You've got to be kidding me. Matahari is far too sophisticated to perform such a vulgar act. Although the clients wouldn't mind it at all, I'm sure.
You mean your regular devotees would welcome such an act?
Sure they would. They have the same hormones as other males. They too can become a rowdy bunch when the conditions are right.
So, how does she contain them when she visits the tables?
She is a master people handler. When she sits at a table, she steers the conversation in such a way that all the men around her are transformed into obedient and shy 12-year-olds.
Really? How can she do that?
Beats me. I have never seen any woman like her. She is unique.
Please tell Matahari to call me.
I don't think I can.
Why not?
Because I am not supposed to pass messages on to her.
Then I want to talk to the club manager.
She can't help you with that either.
What are you talking about? I am here for official business. You're obligated to help me with my investigation.
I assure you that I am doing everything I can to be honest with you. I have absolutely no contact with her, and I know the manager doesn't either.
Then tell me her real name. I'll track her down myself.
I don't even know her real name. No one does.
Doesn't she have a contract?
I assume she does. To my knowledge, her work order came here directly from our company's headquarters in Las Vegas.
All right. I'll contact your company's HQ through GPSN channels to find out her name.
You're going to make all that effort?
I don't give up that easily, Fabian. Thanks for all your help, Fabian. Perhaps I'll come back here someday, just for entertainment. I'll see you then.
Certainly, Officer Wallace.
I feel so tired of all this Matahari talk. There's Mr. Mikhailov, sitting at the same table.
Hello, Mr. Mikhailov. I'm Senior Officer Phoenix Wallace, from the Adrianopolis Peace and Security Center.
Hello, Officer Wallace. What can I do for you?
Do you come here often, sir?
Well, I try to visit here at least once, when I'm in town.
How did you first come to this place?
Oh, an old friend of mine, Vasily Bogdanov, suggested it to me.
I see.
I wanted to invite him today, but I could not reach him. He must be out of town.
I'm sorry, but I have some terrible news for you.
What happened? Is he okay?
I'm afraid not. Mr. Bogdanov is dead.
How come? I don't understand. How can he die?
Mr. Bogdanov was murdered on April 7th, in Odessa.
Murdered? In Odessa? My God!
I'm sorry for your loss, sir.
I don't know what to say, officer.
I'm really sorry for your loss, Mr. Mikhailov, but I need to ask you some questions so that we can shed some light on Mr. Bogdanov's death.
Of course, officer. Anything.
Good. I will need your full cooperation. Remember that you are a guest of the World Union, and you are bound by the regulations here. Even the smallest lie is not tolerated in this system.
I understand very well, officer.
Where did you meet Vasily Bogdanov?
In Minsk, a city in Russia.
Was this before he immigrated?
Of course. We were childhood friends.
Wow, you must know him very well.
Perhaps I know him better than anyone. But nobody can really know what's in Vasily's head.
Do you like Mata Hari?
Of course I do. Everybody likes her. She is so charming. Poor Vasily liked her too, you know.
Yes, I know. Did Mr. Bogdanov know her well?
As well as anybody can know her, I suppose. Despite her charms, Mata Hari is a very reserved woman.
What is the purpose of your visit to the World Union, Mr. Mikhailov?
I am here for business.
Do you visit the World Union often for business?
Yes, I do. I am dealing with international trade.
Do you plan to stay here for a while then?
Yes, I do.
Well, I hope you enjoy your stay in the Union, Mr. Mikhailov. Maybe I'll see you around. Goodbye. I don't like her manners at all, but there's something hypnotic in the way she dances. Ugh, Julio, that dumbass. Oh my word. Look at all that money Bogdanov made. A woman named Lena Vanderbilt paid him hundreds of thousands of dollars in a matter of weeks. Melvin Spencer's name is on the list too. Didn't he die while using an illegal device recently? Anyhow, and those other names, they all look familiar. Look at that. He was throwing away his money all over the place. A banker's check for millions of dollars? I wonder whose dirty hands are on those funds now.
PA, access GPSN census database and add Lena Vanderbilt's address to my navigation map.
Those lists are almost an exact match, except for two names, Melvin Spencer and Jillian Jones.
PA, access GPSN census database and add Jillian Jones's address to my navigation map.
Greetings. This is the home of Pierre DeVille. How may I help you?
This is Phoenix Wallace from the Adrianopolis Peace and Security Center. Is Mr. DeVille inside?
Negative. Mr. DeVille is not inside. Would you like to leave a message?
Yes. Please have Mr. DeVille contact me immediately.
Senior Peace Officer Phoenix Wallace, thank you for your cooperation.
Hello, dear.
Hi, Sandra.
Want to meet tonight?
Sure.
At the cafe? Round 8?
Alrighty.
See ya.
Bye. I haven't seen her around before. Behaves as if she owns the place. Hi, I'm Senior Officer Phoenix Wallace from the Adrianopolis Peace and Security Center. And you are?
Who, me? My name is Piper.
Is that your last name?
No. Piper is my first name. and Darlington is my last name. Duh!
Don't get snippy with me, young lady. I am here for official business.
Excuse me. How may I help you?
I haven't seen you here before, Piper.
I was on spring break last week, and I just came back. That explains why you don't know me.
So I heard. Are you aware of the circumstances surrounding Mr. Bogdanov's death?
Well, yeah. Just the gossip I heard here at work. I wonder why it wasn't on the news.
Because the case is confidential until progress is made in the investigation.
And you are supposed to make that progress?
Yes, it is my job to uncover some details.
Gee, you don't look like the investigative type to me.
How did you hear about Mr. Bogdanov's death?
I heard it from the other girls. The moment I arrived at work, after my vacation.
And did they tell you any details regarding Mr. Bogdanov's death?
Oh, yes. They told me more than I wanted to know.
Oh, really? Such as what?
Oh, you know, they say he was murdered for his flesh. His mutilated body was found near a garbage dump. His legs and arms had been severed. His internal organs were stolen. And some of his body parts were cooked and eaten by the ultra-hungry in them rogue states. You know.
Oh, brother, here we go again. I think you girls have been watching too many rogue state reality shows. Well, Piper, I would like to ask some questions.
Does this mean I get to take a longer break from work?
That depends on how cooperative you are.
So that means the less I cooperate, the longer it's gonna take. Cool. I'll be glad to cooperate at my own pace.
Well, young lady, I think you better cooperate at my pace. Or
what? You're gonna have my supervisor dock my pay?
No, cutie. I'm gonna get a warrant in order to question you down at the Peace Center.
You can't do that, can you? I didn't do anything.
When I question you at my pace, I will find out if you did anything or not.
Oh, in that case, I will be glad to cooperate.
Piper, I need to leave at once. There's an urgent matter.
Suit yourself. You know where to find me.
Bye for now. I will come back soon.
Bye.
Darn, she was just beginning to talk. Oh well, next time. I should check my PA, too. Maybe the hackers accessed my files. My goodness! Hackers seem to have an interest in me. This file was not here before. I'm sure of it. I'm so proud of myself. I wonder if these butterfly images are somehow connected.
Hello, Officer Thorson. Do you have some time for me?
Yes, I do. Officer Wallace.
Do you know if Captain Perez received any type of art consultancy recently?
Antonio and art consultancy. I hardly think so.
Why not?
Officer Wallace, have you ever been to one of our living quarters on this base?
No. Never had the privilege.
Let me tell you, those quarters are so cramped, there is no room to add any art objects. Plus, Antonio had no appreciation for art.
Are you sure he had no appreciation for art?
Of course. He couldn't identify a Picasso, even if it was right before his eyes.
I see. So he didn't mention any art interests to you recently?
No. Antonio and I only had a limited time together. So we usually focused on other, more immediate needs.
Physical needs?
Exactly.
When did you last see Captain Perez?
I believe it was the second week of March.
And is there anything in particular that you can remember about that last meeting with him?
Nothing in particular. It was just our normal sexual interlude.
Was your relationship purely based on sex?
Of course it was. Our code of conduct requires us to have relationships, purely based on physical needs.
How about your relationships with civilians?
Same rule applies. Actually, it's even stricter. We are not to discuss any business matters with civilians.
Can you discuss business matters with a military partner?
Yes, we can, provided both parties have enough clearance.
Did you discuss business with Captain Perez?
Sometimes we did, but we preferred to do that during meetings and save our personal time for mind-clearing activities.
Mind-clearing? You did yoga or something?
More like Kama Sutra, I would say.
Oh, I see. How often did you meet, anyhow?
We met once or twice a week, for a few hours.
However, before his death, you didn't meet for over 2 weeks.
That is correct. We didn't.
Had something gone wrong between you and Captain Perez?
Oh no. We didn't see enough of each other to have such problems.
What do you mean?
I mean, our time together was extremely limited. We would just meet and totally concentrate on our physical pleasure. Then we would part. There was no opportunity or reason to argue. Sometimes we didn't even talk to each other.
Sounds like an ideal relationship.
It was. I am gonna miss him. Officer Wallace, I have something to confess.
What is it?
During our last few intimate encounters, I noticed something strange about Antonio's behavior.
What was his behavior like?
Usually, our sex was very aggressive, but on these occasions, he was more aggressive than usual for no apparent reason. Then
what?
He was crying like a baby, following our climax.
Why would anyone cry at a moment like that?
I don't know. It sure perplexed me. We unfortunately never had time to talk about it.
I don't want to take much of your time today, First Lieutenant Thorson. Can we continue later?
Certainly. Officer Wallace. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Hyper-emotional and aggressive behavior. You heard that one before somewhere else, didn't you, Phoenix?
Those are the rogue state areas in red. Those lands are still governed by ancient nation-state rules and regulations. Poor rogue state people. They still pay taxes. Oh well, it's their choice.
There are boxes everywhere. Wow, a beautiful classical painting. I bet Dr. Spencer had an expensive taste in art.
Oh, a round bed. Sandra claims that you haven't had real sex until you've had it on a round bed. According to her thinking, I guess I've never had sex.
A very worn, printed book. Dr. Spencer must have been reading it quite often. Sir Thomas More. Dr. Spencer must have been a fan of this man. Wow, it's a laptop computer with no network connection. I am really surprised that Dr. Spencer was still using one of these. You risk losing all your data if it fails.
Yes, we're in.
How repulsive. I can't believe Spencer had such terrible taste. I should check out this history department. Discrepancies in World Union history? This stuff is highly controversial. Very few people dispute the recent history of great economic war, and most of them are not nearly as credible as Dr. Spencer. Then again, his credibility went down the drain when he used that illegal device, didn't it? PA. Add Adrianopolis University to my navigation map. It's getting late, and I'm beat. Time to head home. What should I wear? I need to...
Hi, Sandra.
Hi, dear.
You're not gonna believe how much money Bogdanov made in the last month.
A dime and a nickel?
No. He made over $1 million.
You're joking, right?
No, I'm not. And guess who was one of his customers?
Who, me?
Don't be a clown, Sandra. Melvin Spencer. His name was on Bogdanov's bank records, along with many others.
Melvin Spencer. As in the dead history professor? No shit.
That's right. Go figure. What's the connection?
Well, I have no idea about their connection. But I bet our stinky Bogdanov must have gotten totally lucky that month or something. That's a lot of money. And people with an HGI of only 70 don't make that much.
I am in trouble with Pierre Deville.
What happened?
Oh, nothing. I just cannot find the guy. I gotta ask him some questions.
Why don't you get an arrest warrant?
Sandra, do you think getting an arrest warrant is easy? Besides, I only need to ask him a few questions. That's all.
Did you try Carpe Diem?
As in the nightclub?
Yeah. Those artsy types like to hang out there a lot. We can go there together if you want.
Oh, Sandra, that would be great. How about tonight?
Not so fast. First, you need to get some clothes that are appropriate for Carpe Diem.
What's wrong with my clothes? It's not like I haven't been there before.
Well, if we're gonna go there together, you need to wear something that's not gonna embarrass me to death.
Sandra, are my clothes that bad? I think you're being overly critical.
I'm only trying to help out. And that's what best friends are for. Am I not correct?
I suppose. So what do you suggest, fashion queen? You're the one who works at Zap.
I work at Zap, but I'm not a fashion consultant. Go to the store and ask Theodora for a garment suitable for dancing. She'll fix you up.
That sounds easy enough. But what am I going to do for shoes?
I think you should go to a place that I discovered recently. It's called Gary's. It's a little pricey, but they have great shoes.
Where is this Gary's?
Right here at the Pyramid. The salesman there is old and really experienced. He's always so helpful to me. He even helps me put the shoes on my feet as I'm trying them on. You can't get good service like that anymore.
This young generation, they're so cheeky and disrespectful.
What are you talking about?
Well, I had the pleasure of questioning a Piper Darlington today concerning the death of her former boss, the dead Russian immigrant. Anyhow, she is the third sales clerk at the thing store, and she had such an attitude problem, I was ready to slap her little face.
Cool off, Phoenix. Why did she piss you off so much?
She was so sassy and played games with me.
Don't let her get to you. She's probably only 20 years old.
18, to be precise, which makes it even worse. At least she was cooperative, and she gave me some relevant information only after I showed her her place.
Okay, Phoenix. But if she gives you any more trouble, just tell me what she looks like, and I'll go teach her a lesson.
Sandra, you can't do that. I may need to question her again.
Oh, did you really think I was gonna go down there and beat her up? I think you're working too hard.
Sandra, I've been hacked.
What are you talking about? Did you lose your job?
I said hacked, not sacked. Hackers somehow accessed the GPSN computer net, and for some reason, they specifically went through my files. Chief is furious.
Your files? What's so special about your files? Have you discovered a new method for attracting men that you haven't told me about?
I'm being serious, Sandra. This is really drastic. To my knowledge, this has never happened before.
Why would the hackers single your files out? Could it have to do with the Bogdanov case?
Yes, and that's what Chief Morrison thinks too.
My, oh my. This case is already attracting so much attention. It's not even public yet.
Guess who I met today?
A pop star.
Yeah, right, here at Adrianopolis.
So, who was it?
A childhood friend of our dead guy.
Another stinky immigrant? Is he also as repulsive?
He's not an immigrant, just visiting here. He looks okay. Sort of slimy, though.
Well, all those stinky rogue staters are slime balls. What do you expect? If I were you, I would stay away from them.
As if I have a choice. It is work, Sandra.
Well, I keep telling you, you're in the wrong line of business.
I had a very interesting experience at the Stardust Club.
Don't tell me you picked up a devotee.
Oh, no. Actually, I find the men in there to be quite distant.
So, what did you experience?
I watched the famed Matahari dance.
Really? Is she as dazzling as they say she is?
I can easily say that I've never seen anything like it in my life. It was magical, but disturbing at the same time.
How can something be both magical and disturbing? Was the music too loud?
No, but it was really strange, yet peaceful.
I don't know, Phoenix. I think you're totally confused about what you saw. Are you sure you weren't dreaming?
Yes, I'm sure. I admit I've been having strange dreams lately, but this was for real.
I think you're working too hard and seeing things that aren't there. I believe you need a vacation, dear.
I have a really hard time understanding the people at the Stardust Club.
And why not, Sherlock?
First of all, there is this Matahari character, who is acting totally strange. Then, there are all these rowdy devotees who are supposed to be infatuated by her. And there's Bogdanov, who has an HDI of only 70. Finally, all of these devotees are supposed to be his best buddies. It just doesn't add up.
Oh, Phoenix. I have a feeling that you're thinking too hard. And I bet that bartender there is making up a lot of stories that he tells you.
I wish it was that simple. Nobody else at the club is cooperating with me about my investigation either. I asked Fabian about how to contact Matahari.
And?
He claims nobody in the club knows her real name. She just appears for her show, then disappears. Evidently, she's not even on their payroll.
You don't say. Don't tell me she's working there just for the tips.
Apparently not. Matahari was hired by their HQ in Las Vegas, and she's on their payroll.
No wonder she has a chip on her shoulder. Anyway, I don't understand why you waste so much time on her, Phoebe. She's just a spoiled showgirl.
Oh, Sandra, you won't believe what Lucan told me today.
Let me guess. She's going to take over the ownership of the Things store?
Be serious, Sandra, for a change.
Oh, well, whatever. So what is it? I'm dying to know.
While in Russia, she was in a nuptial agreement with Mr. Bogdanov.
You are shitting me.
No, I'm not. Julio finally came up with some useful information regarding the case. Then, I confronted Larissa about it, and she almost wet her pants. Somehow, she thought she was going to keep that information a secret.
I think you better keep an eye on her. She's awfully sneaky.
Hey, Sandra, I've got something that will get your attention.
You do? So we're not going to talk about those loser immigrants again?
Actually, we are. And it is earth-shattering news.
Really? Okay, Phoenix, shatter my earth. I am ready.
You know the Vasily Bogdanov character? The dead guy? Did I ever tell you what he did during his life in Russia?
No, you didn't? What was he? A male slut?
As a matter of fact, he was a Gambino.
A Gambino? Wait a minute. Isn't that some kind of a sexually transmitted disease?
No, for Pete's sake. Gambino is a family name, and the Gambinos of Russia are the most notorious mafia family.
I don't get it. This shabby guy was actually a member of a criminal organization?
You betcha. And the plot thickens. I figured out what Bogdanov did for the Gambinos.
Don't tell me he was a hitman, or whatever it is they call them over there.
No, sorry to disappoint you, but he was their accountant.
Just a bean counter? And I was actually beginning to feel a tiny bit of respect for the little weasel.
Sandra, you don't understand. This man left his entire past behind to be a part of our union, and you don't respect that. But when you learn that he used to be a notorious criminal, you start feeling respect.
Well, being a mafia member means he knew how to look out for himself and got what he wanted in his rogue state environment. He knew how to get in a power group, and that deserves respect.
Evidently, First Lieutenant Thorson and Captain Perez knew each other for 3 years.
So what kind of person is this First Lieutenant Thorson?
She's tall and strong, and seems to be very dedicated.
And dedicated to what?
To her work, of course.
Is she attractive?
Aren't we curious today? Well, I wouldn't exactly describe her as being attractive, but she isn't ugly either.
So she's just average?
Average, yes. But if she invested more time and money on her appearance, she could be hot. According to Thorson, Captain Perez was not interested in any form of art.
So what's his connection to Bogdanov?
I don't know yet.
He must have been a thing store customer. I just can't imagine those two chumming around together.
Well, they gotta have some kind of bond. Otherwise, why would Perez have shared his service number with a civilian?
Who knows? Maybe First Lieutenant Thorson can answer that question.
Unfortunately, she has no idea about their connection either. Oh, I feel sympathy for the military personnel of the GPSN.
Why is that?
Their schedule is so demanding, and I thought my schedule was heavy.
So, you were at Station Delta 10 again?
That's right, and I learned from First Lieutenant Thorson that because of their demanding work schedule, she and Perez had only a few hours every other week to meet.
Imagine that. I sure hope they had other sexual partners to keep themselves satiated.
Well, I don't think that was the case for Thorson.
You mean to tell me that she was only getting her clock cleaned every 2 weeks?
I believe that was the situation. However, I got the impression that she was getting the full works, not just an average polish, if you know what I mean.
Been there, done that, and let me tell you, the full works is not all that it's cracked up to be, especially if it's only every other week.
Sandra, did you ever make someone burst into tears while doing it?
Oh, sure. They always cry when they beg for more.
I know that tone of voice. You're teasing me, right?
Of course I'm teasing, you dimwit. When was the last time you saw a Union man cry?
Well, it's been a while, but evidently Captain Perez was crying like a baby following his orgasm.
He certainly was not. I mean, come on. The man was a military officer. He's supposed to make his enemies cry, not the other way around.
Not according to First Lieutenant Thorson. She claims that he did cry like a baby following their climax during their last sexual interlude.
Phoebe, I find that really hard to believe. I bet Thorson was pulling your leg and you fell for it.
Believe me, Sandra, Thorson is not the type to fool around. I'm sure she meant what she said.
Sandra, I need to leave now. Talk to you tomorrow, then.
Sure. See ya.
PA, add Gary's shoes at the pyramid to my navigation map. Also, refresh my Zap store link. We are going shopping. the same image I obtained from those butterflies. But wait, there are some minor differences. Could those be of significance? Maybe I should check. Darn. Hope she comes back soon. It seems like a graph is forming. Hey, it's that butterfly-like object again. I don't need to use. It looks just like the 3D image I obtained from the 4 butterfly images. But there's something else hidden in this. That wireframe object strongly resembles something to me. I wonder what the X is there for. The blink is pointing to a place between metro stations Omega 9 and 10. But what could be there? It has nothing to do with my current case, but I should check what's in the metro tunnels at station Omega 10. Evenings are a better time, since none of the workers would be there. That's Theodora, my fashion consultant at this store. I really like her.
Hi, Theodora.
Hi, Phoenix. Where have you been? We have all these new outfits that came in this week, and I was afraid you would miss them.
I guess I've been busy, but I'm here now. I need an outfit suitable for dancing.
Sure. Your lease agreement with us states that you can get any of our silver or bronze line of garments. Just follow me.
Wow, look at all these styles. I don't know what to try on first.
Here, why don't you try this? It will look great on your body.
Okay. Not bad.
Are you kidding? I think it looks great.
You really think so?
Sure. I would definitely take it if I were you.
All right, I'll trust your judgment. Thanks, Theodora.
Finally, I have a dress that Sandra won't complain about. Sometimes she can be so critical about my clothing. He looks like the store manager. Why is it that shoe salesmen always appear disappointed with their lives?
Hi.
Yes, how can I help you, ma'am? Looking for a new pair?
No, a used pair. Duh.
Whatever. What size are you?
I wear 10.5.
Wow. Any relation to Bigfoot in North America?
Excuse me?
Nothing. It's just hard to find a woman who is truthful.
What are you talking about? People don't lie in our society.
They don't. With the exception of their shoe size. You see those cows over there?
You're so rude.
Just hear me out, okay? I'm not the rude one. They are. They claim that their feet are 2 sizes smaller than they really are.
They probably made a mistake. So what?
So what? Me, the poor shoe salesman, Al, has to squeeze their hooves into these tiny shoes. It's worse than Saxon torture.
What is Saxon torture?
The only thing that's worse than being a shoe salesman.
I guess you don't like your job much, do you?
Have you ever dealt with someone else's big, smelly feet and tried to squeeze them into tiny shoes?
No, I can't say that I have. But you really should do something about your attitude before you lose all your customers.
How can I change my attitude? They're all out there to torture me.
I don't need this. I'm going.
Whatever. Have it your way.
That jerk! How dare he talk to me like that? Oh no, I am not going to let him ruin my shopping. I came here to buy shoes, and I will.
Hi, again.
Oh, it's the one with the big feet and the attitude.
I'm going to pretend that I didn't hear that. And this time, I'd appreciate if you keep your mouth shut. I just want to check out the shoes.
The stable is next door. Why don't you try them?
Very funny, Mr. Shoe Man. I think I'm going to report you to the Customer Complaints Department. What's the name of your company or guild?
Other customers tried to get rid of me before, but never succeeded. Don't you see? The company wants to torture me, too.
Yeah, right. What's the name of your company, mister?
It says right on that window, Miss Bigfoot.
It's called Gary's Shoes? That's it?
Yes, and we have only 2 branches. One here, and one at a lousy mall in Chicago.
Okay, Mr. Shoe Man. I will file a formal complaint to your company, and you will be punished according to your company rules.
I'm shaking in my shoes. You got me all nervous now.
We'll see how nervous you'll get when your company execs see my complaint.
Sure. Let's rock.
It looks like an electronic form. I bet I can use that to file my complaint. I have filed so many multiple-choice complaint forms in my life, but never came across such an accurate description of what actually happened. They must have added that option specifically for this jerk.
Hey, Phoebe.
Hi, Sandra. Let me guess. You're calling about my clubbing outfit.
That's right. So what did you find?
I got a terrific dress, but no shoes yet.
Well, what are you waiting for? Get your ass to Gary's Shoes and buy a pair.
Understood, Chief. I'll be on my way soon.
Talk to you later.
Bye.
This must be Miss Vanderbilt's home. Oh, I hope I live in a house like this someday.
Greetings. This is the home of Lena Vanderbilt. How may I help you?
This is Phoenix Wallace from the Adrianopolis Peace and Security Center. I need to see Ms. Vanderbilt immediately.
Miss Vanderbilt is unavailable. Would you like to leave a message?
This is regarding official peace business. If Ms. Vanderbilt is home, you need to inform her about my presence now.
Negative. Miss Vanderbilt is not home. Would you like to leave a message?
Where is she?
Negative. That information is unavailable.
House computer, access Global Peace and Security Network database. I am a peace officer, and my badge number is 316 Charlie Omega 77 Papa Echo Papa.
Greetings, Senior Peace Officer Phoenix Wallace. Ms. Vanderbilt, location, Adrianopolis Rehabilitation Center, admittance Tuesday, April 9th, 2047, discharge date, unknown.
House computer, send me a priority 1 message as soon as Ms. Vanderbilt returns home.
Senior Peace Officer Phoenix Wallace, message recorded. Thank you for your cooperation.
A very typical HDI, for her line of work, that is.
Strange painting. It's somewhat disturbing. She looks like she's in charge here.
Hi, I need some information about the late Dr. Spencer. Can you help me?
If you need help about rescheduling your classes, you're gonna have to wait until the new professor arrives.
But I'm not a student.
Who are you then?
My name is Phoenix Wallace, and I'm here to inquire about the death of Dr. Melvin Philip Spencer.
May I ask who sent you?
I work for the Adrianopolis Peace and Security Center. And you are?
My name is Yanka Gabor. I'm the departmental secretary here. So tell me, why have you come?
I'm here to get some information about Dr. Spencer.
In that case, what can I do for you?
May I call you Yanka?
Of course. Whatever you're comfortable with.
Thank you. And please, call me Phoenix.
Sure, Phoenix.
When did you first learn about Dr. Spencer's death, Yanka?
Well, we got the news from the GPSN. It was mid-afternoon.
Why did you get the news so late? Didn't you notice he was missing?
Of course we did. But I wasn't worried.
Why not?
Because Dr. Spencer often worked at home, and occasionally he would turn his PA off while focusing on research.
He would turn it off? What a strange thing to do. I didn't even know they could be turned off.
Well, he had one of these older model PAs that you can manually turn off.
Why would he do such a thing?
At times, he just wanted to shut out the world, and he did not want to be tracked down either.
Why didn't he want to be tracked down?
He would tell me that he needed his privacy from the whole world.
I don't understand. The tracking system is installed for people's security, not for invading their privacy. Nobody at the GPSN would track down a respected person like Dr. Spencer.
Academicians can do bizarre things sometimes, Phoenix. I am used to it. And this was one of Dr. Spencer's antics.
It sounds like you knew him for a long time.
Sure, for more than 10 years.
Was Dr. Spencer a Thing Store fan?
I don't think so. He was a very reserved man. He never wasted any time with shopping, at the Thing Store or anywhere else in the pyramid.
If he didn't enjoy shopping, then how do you suppose he got that non-certified device, which wasn't even available at the stores?
I think it was from his secret lover.
Which secret lover?
The one he was having sex with right before he died.
Wait a minute. How do you know he was having sex right before his death?
Ivana told me, of course.
I'm getting totally lost here. Can you tell me who Ivana is?
Oh, Ivana was the preferred sexual partner of Dr. Spencer, and she found his body on that terrible day.
And she told you that she found him naked in bed or something?
Yeah, that's what she told me. Wait a minute. She did not specifically mention nakedness, but she said there were plenty of signs of fresh sex.
So, who is this secret lover?
No one knows. But I think this lover was the person who introduced Dr. Spencer to the device that everyone keeps talking about.
So, do you think he died while having sex?
I am positive. All signs lead to it.
Well, I think you're in the wrong profession then, Yanka. You would make one hell of a detective.
I would? Oh, thank you, Phoenix.
Do you know who Spencer's historical hero was?
I think it was Sir Thomas More. Are you familiar with him?
Well, the name rings a bell, but I can't recall who he was.
I guess he was the right-hand man of the English king Henry VIII, and later killed for his opinion or something.
Oh, I remember him now. He was the Lord Chancellor, and a very trusted aide of Henry VIII. And when the king wanted to divorce his nuptial partner, More refused to support him, due to religious reasons.
Right. Dr. Spencer used to tell me that he really admired this man because he was a man of honor and principles. He didn't change his stance, even under threat of death.
Yes, I also remember that he was eventually decapitated by Henry VIII. He died just because he stood by his ideals.
I guess he shouldn't have been that defiant. After all, it was somebody else's agreement, not his. If there isn't anything further, I think I need to get back to my work. I need to make some preparations now, since Dr. Spencer isn't here.
I will come back with more questions.
Sure.
Well, this conversation went nowhere fast. Their slogans are so vivid and powerful. Chaos is peace. What kind of nonsense is this? How can the two even be used in the same sentence? So, this is Gillian Jones' business. Ultimate Faithful. I suppose this is a spiritual services shop. What a wonderful idea to lock a place during the daytime. Great for business. All that smoke. Can't see a darn thing.
Welcome, thy customer.
What a cool table.
Holy shop.
I wonder if it is a genuine
You
antique
will
or
find
not.
everything you need here to redefine your inner peace. My shop is full of unique
An ancient family
paraphernalia
emblem
that will
with
enable
shiny
you to have
eyes.
soothing powers over yourself and those around you. Powers that can bring tranquility to your mind and relaxation to your body.
It is an ancient emblem representing a family name. They're called totems, I
A
believe.
suite of items that complement each other. Using my intuitive wizard program, you can choose from healing crystals, perfumed oils, scented candles, incense sticks, herbal bath beads, and of course, there's also a wide range of soothing music to choose from.
Interesting tablecloth.
Tarot card services. If you want hints about your future, please make note that our tarot card service is for entertainment purposes only.
Those valves look very old and rusty.
Welcome, thy customer, to my holy shop. You will find everything you need here to redefine your inner peace. My shop is full of unique paraphernalia.
Ouch!
That will
That's so
enable you to
hot.
have soothing powers over yourself and those around you. Powers that can bring tranquility to your mind and relaxation to your body. My comprehensive solutions to your mental needs include a suite of items that complement each other. Using my intuitive wizard program, you can choose from healing crystals, perfumed oils, scented candles, incense sticks, herbal bath beads, and of course,
At
there's also a
last,
wide
that
range of
terrible smoke
soothing
is gone.
music to choose.
Probably leading to an office. And locked, of course. A relief of a man's head with a flying beard. Very interesting sculptural form. They fit perfectly. That relief represents a lion chewing on a metal ring. It used to be a doorknob, I guess. They fit perfectly. That shield looks like it's from the unexploitable areas of Africa. I bet that opens something.
Hello.
Ah, how did you manage to get in?
I used my magical powers.
I beg your pardon? Magical powers aren't scientifically proven? Are you trying to make me look foolish? I'll have you know that I run a respectable business here.
Whoa, what a way to greet a client. I was merely making a reference to the sales pitch in the other room.
Well, first of all, that is called a client awareness briefing, not a sales pitch. Second, you, as a client, should know your place and respectfully wait until the briefing is over.
Shall I back up so you can restart the charade?
How dare you refer to this as a charade? I'm merely trying to enlighten you, dear client. Now, can I help you?
Well, are you Miss Gillian Jones?
Yes, I am Miss Gillian Jones. And who are you?
My name is Phoenix Wallace. I'm a senior security officer at the Adrianopolis Peace Center.
Nice to meet you, Phoenix. You can call me Gillian. I can just feel that you need a brand new approach to your inner self. Peace work can be very demanding on one's psyche.
Indeed, it can be. But that's not why I'm here. I would like to talk to you regarding a crime, Gillian.
Crime? What crime? This is a respectable business. Everything I do here is done according to the rules set by my guild. Faith and Devotion Incorporated.
But Gillian, I'm not implying that this is not a respectable business. I just need to ask you some questions regarding a different issue.
Oh, I see. Well, helping out GPSN officers is a duty of every citizen, and I will gladly cooperate.
Did you ever make payments to a Vasily Bogdanov?
Sure I did.
May I ask why?
Well, dear, you actually witnessed the reason just a few minutes ago.
What do you mean? I don't understand what you're referring to.
Vasily Bogdanov helped me to create my fine exhibition here and in the other room. Weren't you impressed?
It sure was something. I especially enjoyed the fragrant smoke that was billowing in the other room.
Wasn't that special? I don't know where Vasily gets these wild ideas.
Gillian, I'm afraid I have to tell you some bad news about Mr. Bogdanov.
What is it? Is he no longer in the art consultancy business?
It's much more serious than that.
Oh, what can it be?
I regret to inform you that Mr. Bogdanov was murdered.
What? This is nonsense. Oh, it can't be.
It is true. He was found dead in the port city of Odessa.
But that's in Russia. What was Vasily doing in a rogue state?
That's one of the reasons that I'm here today. How did you happen to choose Mr. Bogdanov as your art consultant?
Well, first of all, he was a very charming man. And secondly, and more importantly, he made the lowest bid for my renovation project.
You seem to be coping pretty well with the terrible news.
Well, darling, I have superior inner strength. Right now, there is a tumultuous emotional storm inside me. But my arduous mental training is allowing me to keep it contained. And I bet you cannot even see a sign of that storm.
Not even a tiny ripple of it.
Religion consultants have to behave in this fashion. We must exhibit our inner control, even under the worst of circumstances.
Either that, or you possess no feelings.
Excuse me?
Feelings that show you lack control of your emotions, that is.
Oh, in that case, I'm flattered. You know, I really liked Vasily, and I'm actually experiencing great pain and anguish.
Gillian, did you realize Mr. Bogdanov was an immigrant?
An immigrant? I didn't know that.
You mean your spiritual powers didn't lead you to the fact that he was different?
Every person is different, Phoenix. Besides, I am a spiritual guide, not a mind reader.
Yes, but there must have been visible signs of some sort.
All I can tell you is, he had a great inner spirit. And that's all that mattered to me.
I see. I think I'm going to leave for now, Gillian. My eyes are watering from the smoke out front. I'll see you later, all right?
Sure thing, Phoenix. Anytime.
Wow, that looks heavy. This antique furniture is definitely not my style. How could I ever move it around the house? That looks ancient. No, it can't be. Probably just a reproduction. That picture doesn't mean a thing to me.
Who cares about the HDI of a spiritual guide? It's one line of business that I really dislike. Everything about it is so fake. It's getting late, and I'm beat. Time to head home. Hey, I got a delivery. My new dress is here. What should I wear? Shouldn't be opening these doors. I'm not supposed to go inside the tunnels, but the map I discovered leads to a point between stations Omega 9 and 10. I need to find out what's in there. It's so dangerous to cross the metro line. Now be careful, Phoenix. It's an old vending machine. A map of some sort. It's someone's locker. I really shouldn't be doing this. I opened someone else's locker without a proper warrant. I could lose my license, even be sued. It looks like a proximity key. It looks like a badge number. Somebody likes nature. It must be so difficult to work down here. They look like database terminals. Computer, this is Senior Officer Phoenix Wallace. Hey, it doesn't work. It's not voice activated. I need something else to activate it. I think I need to enter an access number. And I know my badge will not work here. think the computer updated the proximity key I have. Yes! Got it! Empty shelves. Now be... It appears to be magnetically sealed. I need a remote key to open it. It's a disgusting cloth. But hey, who knows what a girl might need in these dungeons? Empty boxes all over. So much junk in this place. It looks like some kind of solvent. I have no idea what these are. It's a rusty plate. It's rusty. I can't read it. I need something to rub in that solvent. It worked. It says, ratio. It's one of the words from that 3D butterfly image that led me here. This door seems to have neither a lock nor a doorknob. Anyhow, I'll check it later. My word, what is this room? Chaos. What is that supposed to mean? Oh, I get it. It means this room is in chaos. Rusty power panel. Like they say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. These poles are getting a signal from the device in the center and generating a laser beam. A meaningless combination of letters and half-letters, I suppose.
Ratio? Ratio of what? I really wonder who is behind all these little clues and mysteries. The device in the center must have triggered a mechanism. Wait a minute. Chaos is becoming peace. Peace. It says peace now. Chaos turned into peace. It's open now. The device in the other room must have unlocked the door. Someone doesn't want strangers in here, but I've cracked your little code. The wall has text carved on the tiles. What's this text talking about? What's all this chaos stuff going on around here? Doesn't make any sense. There's a secret installation down here. Maybe a secret military area?
Hey! You are the impersonator Alethea described. And you, Mirage, how did you get here? I want you both to come with me. Hey! What's going on? Who? Oh! No!
Whoa. Wait a minute. I was just at the metro tunnels. Or was I? I feel so dizzy. And a terrible headache. I need sleep. I was so out of it last night. Oh well, that dirt hole in the metro tunnels was infested with all kinds of criminals. I think it's time to report my findings to Chief Morrison.
I have some important facts to discuss, Chief.
I found this group of strange people down in the metro tunnels, close to Station Omega 10.
In the metro tunnels? What were you doing down there?
Following some leads.
Well, do these leads have anything to do with the Bogdanov case?
Not entirely. However, one of the people I saw looked exactly like the impersonator from the Thing store. I asked him to come here with me, but he resisted. I also saw Raina Shaw down there.
Raina Shaw? What the hell was she doing there? I thought we turned her over to the GPSN marshals for deportation.
We did. I don't know what to say, Chief.
In that case, you know what needs to be done to detain those two, right?
Of course, Chief.
I only have a little time. Continue.
First Lieutenant Thorson admitted that during their last few encounters, Captain Perez exhibited a very aggressive behavior, and for no apparent reason. Then, he cried like a baby following their climax. I believe there is a resemblance here to Bogdanov's sudden mood changes.
Is there a scientifically proven link between the mood changes of Bogdanov and Perez?
No, Chief, there isn't. And since both of them are dead, I don't know if we can establish such a link.
Under these circumstances, these similarities are pure hearsay.
So far, they are. There is an uncanny similarity in the behavioral changes of Bogdanov and Captain Perez. This kind of politically incorrect behavior is very unusual in the Union, don't you think, Chief?
Yes, but don't forget, there is a strong chance that the similarity is purely coincidental.
How about the fact that Bogdanov and Perez died within a week of each other, and both died under mysterious circumstances? Is that also a coincidence, Chief?
In absence of any concrete proof, we need to regard them as coincidences.
Julian Jones said that Bogdanov had helped as an art consultant to design an exhibition in his shop. She was shocked to hear that Bogdanov had been murdered in Russia. Chief, I would like to have arrest warrants for the impersonator suspect and Raina Shaw.
Your request is accepted. I will talk to a judge as soon as possible.
Thank you, Chief. I have nothing further to mention at this time. Oh, a new salesman. His name appears to be Habib.
Hello. You're new here, aren't you?
Yes, I am. Just started today. How can I help you?
So, where's the other guy? Is he still working here?
No, they reassigned him to our branch in...
Chicago, North America?
Yes. How did you know?
Don't ask. Sounds like he's been banished to a hardship post, not reassigned.
You seem to have an interest in him. Did he sell you a lot of shoes?
Heck no. That man couldn't sell a pair of Sambertinis to Imelda Marcos. He did nothing but insult me every time I stopped by.
Ah, I know about that terrific reputation of Sambertini shoes, ma'am. But who is Miss Marcos? An actress?
No, she was the wife of some former leader. Apparently, she had a fixation for expensive shoes.
Oh, whatever. So, what can I fix you up with today?
I need a fancy shoe for burning a hole on the dance floor.
Oh, we don't carry that line of flame-throwing shoes. I don't think they have those in the Union, ma'am. But they are very popular in India.
I didn't mean that literally. I just need a comfortable pair of dancing shoes. Wait a minute. Are you telling me that there are shoes that throw flames in India?
Sure. Very popular among the young men. An excellent way of grabbing the attention of young women, you see.
What an awful way to get a woman's attention. Anyway, in plain English, I need some comfortable dancing shoes.
Of course, ma'am. Take a look at this pair.
They look comfy, and the color's perfect.
They are excellent shoes for clubbing, ma'am.
Well, I'm not much of a clubber, but I love the style. So I'll take them.
A very wise choice, ma'am. You're sure to be the queen of the dance floor.
Me? Queen of the dance floor? We'll see about that.
They are the latest fashion from Milan, ma'am. I'm sure you won't be disappointed. That'll be $375.
Whoa! That's not exactly in my price range, but... Oh, darn. I don't think your store is included in my clothing lease agreement, is it?
I don't know anything about your lease, ma'am, but I know that our store has never been part of a leasing package. You need to pay by credit.
Oh, I don't think I have enough credit left for these shoes, but I really want them. So I'll need to make an arrangement for extended credit. I'm size 10.5. Can you hold a pair for me?
10.5? Certainly, ma'am.
Well, time to visit the bank.
PA, refresh my Allied Investors link in my navigation map. Darn, I hate banks. Hi, Piper.
Oh, hi. I didn't expect you so soon.
How would you describe your working relationship with Mr. Bogdanov?
Well, as a boss, he was an okay kind of guy. He was always friendly and didn't get on our backs about serving the customers or other stuff.
What about the pay?
The pay, it is comical. Let's just say I live at the poverty level.
There's no such thing as poverty level in our system.
You know what I mean. He wasn't very generous about wages, even when sales were good.
How about his personality?
He wasn't known for his gift of the gab. Matter of fact, he was kinda dull when it came to chatting. But he was ambitious, all right. If only he had a little more class. But when it came to dealing with women, he could be so obnoxious at times.
So he didn't know how to interact with women?
No. I would give him a 0 in that department. He was a loser, with a capital L.
So, I met your colleague Monica when you were at the islands.
Ooh, you had the pleasure of meeting Ms. Monica then, have you?
Yes, I did. She's a very charming young lady.
Charming my ass! I tend to think of her as a pain in the ass.
Why is that?
She parades around here like she's a princess, and she doesn't do jack shit.
Well, that's not the impression I got from her. Monica seems to think that you can learn a lot from her.
Believe me, she doesn't do a bit of work around here. She doesn't want to mess up her finely manicured hands. La-dee-da! I see you've fallen under her spell, just like everybody else.
I haven't fallen under any spell. I, too, have seen through Ms. Monica, and you have taken my bait very easily.
What do you mean, I've taken your bait?
I needed your honest opinion on Monica. Therefore, I had to uncover your inner feelings about her. What
What's your favorite HV show?
Oh, I love the shows on the Sufferer Comedy Network. Do you watch that channel?
Sometimes I do.
They have this one about a sufferer bio family. It's called Married with Dependents. They live in a big city in India. The bio father is a shoe salesman. The bio mother is a housewife, whatever that is. Their kids are dumb and horny all the time. And they all hate each other, but can't let go of each other either. Born losers! It's a great criticism of the ancient biological family structure. It's so hilariously funny.
I usually watch the Court Network.
Oh, I wish I could watch those too. I can't afford them yet. You have to pay to subscribe to a court case, you know.
Yeah, tell me about it. But my counselor at the Peace Center indicated that it is good for my professional development. How about if we continue our chat some other time?
Suit yourself.
Bye for now.
Bye.
I just could not steer the conversation into the right direction. Oh, Phoenix, you can be so... 100 coalition dollars. You don't see these in circulation in the Union anymore, since we pay for everything through the PAs. Hard currency is only used when trading with the rogue states. I heard that there used to be pictures of great people on the dollar bills. I wonder who they were, and what they did for the society. Good old HDI. What would we do without it? All these details about HDI and credibility. I'm just so glad that I have enough credibility to live in the Union. I should be able to make an appointment using this terminal. I should be able to get extended credit here for those shoes. How much were they again? I should use this credit ASAP, or else I might be in trouble. Let's do some shopping.
Hi, I'm back. The shoes are still available, right?
Of course, ma'am. That would be $375.
PA, pay Gary's shoes, $375.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll ship them to your address immediately.
Thank you.
I got the perfect dancing shoes. They cost a fortune, but hey, that's what credit's for.
Hello, dear.
Hi, Sandra.
Want to meet tonight?
Sure.
At the cafe? Round 8?
Alrighty.
See ya.
Bye.
I don't want to go there for small talk. Maybe if I really need to ask her something.
Hello, Yanka. Do you have some time for me?
Yes, I do. Nice to see you again, Phoenix.
How did Dr. Spencer go about his research?
He did a variety of things to collect data, but he'd put special emphasis on conducting interviews with actual witnesses of the events.
Does this mean he traveled a lot?
Yes, he did. He was a hard-working man, and he didn't mind doing a lot of traveling in order to get the best results.
Where would he travel?
Many different places, including the Rogue States.
Oh, he was traveling to the Rogue States. When was he last there?
I think it was January. He had a 2-week trip to Moscow to meet with some fellow historians, and they compared their versions of the Denmark case.
Which period of history did Dr. Spencer focus on?
His focus was recent history, specifically the Great Economic War.
The Great Economic War in general?
Yes. The class he taught was called The Great Economic War and the events that led to the World Union.
Sounds very heavy.
It was heavy, and he had high expectations from his students.
Did his students like him?
Oh, they did. He had a very unique rapport with his students. They are gonna miss him very much.
What parts of the Great War was Dr. Spencer interested in lately?
I think he was researching the events that took place in what we formerly called Denmark and Quebec.
Oh, how they torture their own people and stuff?
Are you referring to the events in Denmark?
Yes. Didn't their leaders resist joining the World Union, therefore causing millions of their citizens to die?
That's it. But Dr. Spencer had reservations about particular events that took place there.
Like which events?
Oh, I don't know. I'm just the secretary here.
This Great Economic War stuff is really interesting, but I need to attend to other matters. You wouldn't mind if we continued tomorrow, would you?
Sure thing, Phoenix. Anytime.
How strange. Nobody in the World Union disputes the accuracy of Great Economic War history. They're so well documented. Anyhow, I'm not sure if any of this history stuff is really relevant to the Bogdanov case. It's useless. He's avoiding me there. Gladys said that Ms. Vanderbilt. I don't want to go there. I don't want. Hey, I got a delivery. My new shoes are here. I know what to wear tonight. I need to get going, or else I'm going to be late for my meeting with Sandra.
Ooh la la, Phoenix. You look like you're ready to paint the town red.
Are you serious? Do you really like it?
Of course I do.
Are you sure I won't embarrass you?
Don't be silly. You look sensational.
Oh, Sandra. That salesman at Gary's Shoes, what's his name again?
His name is Al. What about him?
He was a total ass to me. And for the first time in my life, I filed a really nasty complaint.
You did what? But he's such a sweet man. Are you sure we're talking about the same man?
Yes, I am. He insulted me, Sandra. He had the nerve to call me Ms. Bigfoot.
Just can't believe it. Al's always behaved very warm and caring towards me.
Yeah, right.
He'd even kneel down before me and insist on massaging my feet. And he gave me special discounts. It's impossible to find a sincere shoe salesman like that anymore.
Obviously, he has a thing for you. I got the impression that he is a bit paranoid. He seems to think that all of his customers hate him.
Oh, lighten up, Phoenix. Maybe he was just having a bad day.
I have some really juicy gossip for you, Sandra.
It is not about that immigrant again, is it?
No. About Dr. Spencer, the history professor.
I'm all ears.
His secretary told me that right before he died, he was having sex.
And I thought you were going to tell me something that I didn't know.
You know about this. How come?
It's the big gossip nowadays, baby. That he had a secret sexual partner who introduced him to the device, and he died while using the device and having sex with her.
My, oh my. You guys already figured it out, didn't you?
Of course. It's obvious.
Oh, did I mention Ms. Gillian Jones to you?
No. Who the hell is she?
She's a consultant for New Age religions.
Oh, I've met one of those people before, and he was pretty good at determining my spiritual needs. He took my personal data and preferences and found the right religion for me in no time at all.
Well, I can't say the same thing for Ms. Jones. She seemed totally fake to me, and the presentation in her showroom was rather freaky.
You should expect them to be a little on the eccentric side, you know. So how did you end up there?
She was an art consultancy client of Bogdanov's. She told me that they were becoming very intimate.
Intimate? In that case, I agree with you. She must be a little wacky if she was interested in a stinky immigrant. So, where did you get the new dress?
I got it at the Zap, of course. Theodora was so helpful. She always knows exactly what to suggest for me.
That's what fashion consultants are for. You know, I think she'll be the manager there soon.
Really? Oh, that would be so cool for Theodora. Wait a minute. Do you know something that I don't?
Maybe. Unofficially.
How do you know?
Well, it's my business's public relations manager to be on top of all the gossip at the Zap. And in town.
Have you ever watched Married with Dependents?
Are you kidding? That was one of my favorites.
Oh yeah? There must be lots of sex scenes in it, if you're such an avid fan.
There's a lot of talk about sex, but that's all, just talk.
So, what makes it so interesting?
The characters are completely anti-World Union personalities. The show makes you grateful for the basic things that we never fully appreciate about our system, because they're always there.
Such as what?
Such as the personal freedoms we have, our financial strengths, our physical fitness, our mental health, and our selfish and independent nature.
Are you telling me none of the characters in the show have these qualities?
Some do, but none of the characters in the leading roles.
And that can be funny?
Yes, it's great entertainment. I laugh my ass off every episode.
Then how come you never invited me over to watch it?
Because you always have your eyes glued to that court network, which is so boring with a capital B.
Well, now I'm curious about this show.
What has sparked your interest?
Piper told me it's hilarious, so I'm curious about what's so funny in this show.
Okay, let's watch it together sometime.
Shall we head to Carpe Diem then?
It's a bit early, but sure, why not?
Well, that's what I call a dance floor. A dance platform, to be exact. I don't need to talk to him right now. This place is too loud for gossip.
I can talk to her at Cafe Rosé tomorrow.
There he is, Mr. Sex Machine himself.
Hi, Pierre. How are you?
Well, I was great until I saw you.
What do you mean by that, Pierre? Am I really that bad?
Let's just say you're scaring off my potential suitors. Can't you just leave?
Listen, lover boy. If only you'd replied to my messages, I wouldn't need to chase you down like this.
I am a free citizen, and I have a right to be selective about whom I reply to.
And I am conducting an official investigation. You need to understand that you are obligated to cooperate with me.
Whatever. What do you want?
What's your favorite HV show?
What's it to you?
Look, I'm just trying to be friendly, okay?
But I'm not interested in your friendship. Why don't you just beat it?
I only need a few minutes of your time to talk about a subject that you might find interesting.
All right, I give up, you persistent... Whatever.
Tell me, Pierre, what is an ideal monthly salary for someone in your line of work?
What is this? Some kind of employment survey?
Come on, Pierre. It's important.
I don't know why you're asking this. I have no idea what this has to do with your investigation.
Okay, I will rephrase my question. Is it typical to make a 6-figure monthly sum from art consulting?
6 figures? Sure. I know a few art consultants making that kind of money monthly. One lives in New York and the other 2 in London.
So nobody in Adrianopolis can make that kind of money from art consultancy?
No way, man. This town isn't that wealthy. It's just a small town with lots of amateurs. I'm out of here.
No, wait.
Au revoir.
Darn. I was just able to get him to talk, and he disappears into thin air. Oh well, I'm sure he'll be around. I should wait until my warrant request is approved. Finally, she's back in town.
Hello, Yanka. Do you have some time for me?
Yes, I do. Nice to see you again, Phoenix.
Did Dr. Spencer have any NGO duties?
Oh, yes. He was a very dedicated and conscientious citizen.
Which NGO was he affiliated with?
He was an active member of Amnesty International.
That's admirable. Do you know what his duties or responsibilities were?
I am not sure, Phoenix, but it must have been very important, because he would often travel to the rogue states.
Which ones?
Most recently, he went to Russia and China.
Did Dr. Spencer ever talk about his sexual partners?
No, he was too preoccupied to discuss such insignificant matters.
He thought sexual matters were insignificant?
Well, he had an active sex life, all right. It's just that he didn't disclose any information here in the office.
Then how do you know about Ivana?
Ivana was a long-time partner of Dr. Spencer, and they often appear together at university functions. We all know Ivana.
I got the impression from you that Dr. Spencer didn't care for such functions.
Actually, he hated those functions, so I would always call Ivana to get her to convince him to attend.
That's curious. I think I should meet this Ivana.
I doubt you can.
Why not?
Because she took a long vacation following the incident and will not be back till the end of the month.
Was Dr. Spencer involved in any other businesses?
Not that I'm aware of. He was really too busy with his research to focus on another line of work. You know, history meant everything to him.
So he did nothing other than university work?
He occasionally joined conferences, but that would count as university work, right?
I suppose it would.
As a matter of fact, he was supposed to be the keynote speaker at a conference this weekend.
And where was this conference going to be held?
Here, in Adrianopolis, but it has been postponed to a later date, for obvious reasons.
I see. You've been very helpful with my investigation. Thank you, Yanka.
Sure thing, Phoenix.
Poor Dr. Spencer. He was going to be the star of a conference this weekend, but instead... Anyhow, I should check out the flyer for this conference.
Hello, Officer Thorson. Do you have some time for me?
Yes, I do. Officer Wallace.
So, is the Great Eastern Border secure?
Officer Wallace, you should know the answer for this.
Well, I know it is not possible to infiltrate our borders, but nobody really explained to us at the Peace Center how this was achieved.
Oh, so you are curious about the gadgets we use for border security?
Yes, that's it.
We used to have barbed wire and similar physical barriers to prevent illegal crossings, but those were very expensive to install and maintain. Plus, they did not provide enough security.
They didn't? How come?
Because people started digging tunnels underneath them. Then, the GPSN adopted the comprehensive approach for border security.
The comprehensive approach? What is that?
It is a defensive doctrine, stating that an infiltration may occur from the air, the sea, the underground, as well as from the surface of the land.
So, how do you control such infiltrations?
For land and air, we use heat-seeking and motion detectors. Moreover, we use a strong magnetic field to disable any unauthorized electronic devices. All of our own devices are immune to this field.
How about the underground?
We have seismic activity sensors, and these can detect any underground movement created by anything larger than a mole.
I'm totally impressed, Officer Thorson. I did not know so many instruments were involved in border security. None of this is even noticeable from the Peace Center building, which is right on the border.
Our doctrine states that all implementations should be transparent to the naked eye, so that countermeasures cannot be easily used.
Well, now I understand why it's not possible to sneak across our borders.
I can assure you, not even a sparrow can cross our border without us noticing it first. We were forced to implement all these electronic devices because the Great Eastern Border stretches over a very vast distance.
Just how long is this border?
Nearly 2,500 kilometers. It extends from the Black Sea to the Baltic Sea.
Wow, I didn't realize it was that long.
As you can see from the map over there, it is the only lengthy and vulnerable land border we have.
What about the borders at the Pacific Rim and Scandinavia?
At the Rim, we have a buffer zone to protect Hong Kong and its surroundings. In our Scandinavian region, there is a mountain range which creates a natural border with Russia.
Thank you for going into such detail.
You're welcome.
Officer Thorson, did you ever talk about your relationship with Captain Perez to anyone else?
No, but I was visited by a journalist from WXBG right after the accident.
A journalist? Did he ask anything specific about Captain Perez?
Yes, he did.
Such as?
He asked about Antonio's affection for me. I suppose he was thinking of creating a love story around the accident.
And how did you respond?
I just declined to make any comments at all. I didn't want our affair made public.
Then what did he do?
I don't know. I never saw any story about the accident in the news.
Can you tell me the name of the journalist that visited you?
Oh, let me try to remember. Yes, I believe his name was Brian Ainsworth from the WXBG News.
Ainsworth? Never heard of him.
I suppose he is one of the behind-the-scene investigative type journalists. He was pleasant enough.
So, did you tell this journalist about any of the intimate details of your relationship with Captain Perez?
Officer Wallace, of course not. And I certainly hope what I told you so far will only be used for your investigation.
You can trust me on that, officer. I will not disclose any information to unwarranted parties. First Lieutenant Thorson, you've been a great help to my investigation. Thanks so much. And goodbye.
Goodbye.
I should check out this journalist from WXBG News.
PA, add WXBG News of Adrianopolis to my navigation map.
Francisco Toledo. Oh, I love his art. I love what he can transform the human body into. My, oh my, this collection here must be worth a fortune. There it is, WXBG, 7th floor. This must be Mr. Ainsworth.
Hello, Mr. Ainsworth.
Yes, that's me. Who's asking?
My name is Phoenix Wallace. I'm a senior peace officer from the Peace Center, Mr. Ainsworth.
Nice to meet you. Call me Brian, please.
Oh, okay. You can call me Phoenix.
So, what brings you here, Phoenix?
I'm investigating a crime, and I was told that you may have some information about it.
Oh, okay. Helping peace officers is a duty of every Union citizen. What can I help you with?
Do you recall the death of Captain Juan Antonio Perez?
Sure, the plane accident case over Russian soil. I didn't know GPSN Civil Wing was investigating that case.
Well, we're not. But Captain Perez's name came up in another case.
What case is that?
I cannot reveal that to you, Brian. It is ordered confidential by a judge.
I see. We understand confidentiality in the press. Besides, if you don't tell me about your case, how can I be helpful?
Well, okay. His name came up in a murder case.
Murder? Holy shit, in Adrianopolis?
No, in Russia. A man named Vasily Bogdanov from Adrianopolis was brutally murdered, and Captain Perez's service number was written on what appears to be a customer list.
You said written, right? Handwritten?
That's correct.
Hard to understand why some people get stuck with ancient traditions and never let go.
Who knows? So, what can you tell me about Captain Perez's death?
Well, his plane crashed into a mountainside in Russia, and he and the members of his crew were instantly killed.
Was he the commander of the aircraft?
Yes, he was, and I believe he was flying the plane at the time of the accident.
Were you able to obtain any flight recorder information?
No, I wasn't.
If you already knew about it, how come there was no news in your channel about it?
Well, GPSN made an official request. They cited national security reasons and asked us not to publish it.
And you instantly backed down?
GPSN is a colossal company, Phoenix. You know, you work for them. When they make such a request from a regional holovision channel like us, it's very hard to turn them down.
Are you worried that you may never get information from them again?
You are a clever one, Phoenix.
Is there anything you'd like to add about the crash?
Not really. I learned about the crash from one of my sources in Russia, then rushed to the military zone. But nobody there really cooperated. By the way, how did you come up with my name?
From First Lieutenant Thorson.
Oh, the Ice Queen.
That's not really politically correct, is it?
Oh, I'm sorry, Phoenix. I didn't mean any disrespect to Officer Thorson, but her appearance was so...
cold?
Well, you said it.
Right, okay. You don't happen to have any media about this, do you?
As a matter of fact, I do.
Really? What do you have?
I have some crappy 2D footage of the crash site.
Footage of the crash site? Why do you call it crappy?
Because it is. It was shot in the dark, with no light source. You can't see a darn thing.
Can I have a copy of this footage, please?
Sure. I'll try to locate it for you and get a copy made.
I would really appreciate that, Brian.
How about I give it to you over dinner tonight at Café Rosé?
All right. Around 10 okay with you?
Great.
You won't forget the footage, right?
Don't worry, Phoenix. I won't.
Well, see you later then. Bye.
Goodbye, Phoenix.
Wow, Phoenix. You got a date for tonight. You lucky devil. Wait till Sandra hears about this. A mediocre HDI for a newsman. Either he's not that trustworthy or business is low. It's getting late, and I'm beat. Time to head home. What should I wear? I gotta run. I'm getting late.
I really enjoyed that food.
I told you I know the best dishes here, didn't I?
You certainly did.
I'm glad you liked it.
Yes. You have the media with you, right?
I located it, but there wasn't enough time to get a copy. I'm really sorry, Phoenix. I will get you a copy tomorrow.
Okay.
Would you like to finish this wonderful evening with a drink in my apartment?
That could be interesting.
I have the best syntho wines in stock.
That's really tempting.
Let's go then, shall we?
Okay, let's go.
Well, that was sort of ordinary. Then again, what's new about that, Phoenix? I shouldn't wake up Brian. Oh, that looks like a video disc. I bet it's the footage. I better leave now. I only have enough time to go home, change, and head back to work. Oh, that looks like a video disc. I bet it's the footage. Oh man, I feel totally knackered. But I think Sandra won't tease me for a while. I even got the footage. Crappy as Brian said it was, maybe I could get some help for it. This is the monitoring room. I can get technical assistance here when I need it.
These engineers monitor Adrianopolis from here. With the cameras that are installed in certain parts of public places, it's effortless to follow criminals. Not that we have any fugitives or anything, but it's good to know we have this system. This is Beverly, the head engineer in charge of the monitoring room. She is an excellent audiovisual engineer.
Hi, Beverly.
What's up, Phoenix? Long time no see.
I'm alright. How's monitoring going?
Boring as ever. What can I do for you?
So, where did you get your new dress?
Over the internet, of course. At a site called the Black Clothes Exchange.
Oh, you and your black clothes. You really should try to follow the fashion a bit more.
Who says I don't? I follow the fashion of black.
Why don't you try red or purple? Those would both suit you.
Sorry, the name is Black More, not red or purple. Anyway, I really don't have time for chit-chat.
Beverly, I really need your help with this video footage I have.
What kind of help?
It was shot in the dark, with a very old 2D camera. I really need to see what's on it.
Is this regarding a novice we have here?
No, it's for this murder case that I'm working on.
Is it the murder case that everybody's talking about?
Yes. Can you help me process the footage so I can see what's on it?
That's very tempting, Phoenix, but I really have my hands full. And as you know, that kind of a procedure can take a very long time.
Beverly, look, I really need help with this footage I have.
I told you, Phoenix, my hands are full. If one of these novices make a wrong move, and my staff misses it, it's my responsibility.
Okay, I understand. It's just that you are the best engineer around for image processing.
Well, you're right about that. But what if...
What if what?
I have this new assistant. He's just out of school. He's not the brightest kid, but he knows how to use the image processing equipment.
Do you think he's experienced enough to help me out?
That I'm not sure of. You may need to guide him a bit. You know, watch over his shoulder, and tell him what to do.
Great. Seems like I'll be babysitting him.
Come on, you're a smart cookie. You'll know how to handle him. Follow me. Harold, this is Phoenix, and she is one of our most valued peace officers. She needs your help with this 2D footage. I want you to do your best to help her out.
Hello, Harold.
Hi, Officer Valles. How are you?
I'm all right. Call me Phoenix, okay?
Sure. What can I do for you, Phoenix?
Harold, I need your help with this 2D video footage. It was shot in dark. Do you think we can filter out some useful visuals?
We can try. I have to tell you, I am not very proficient with these devices yet. Are you looking for something special in the footage?
Not really. Not yet.
Well, if you do, then we have a special software to track and find it, even in dark visuals.
Great. I'll keep that in mind. I'll try to help you, okay?
Thanks.
My, oh my. Look at those.
Look at what?
Those packs.
What are they?
They're cigarettes.
What is a cigarette?
Oh, of course. They were completely outlawed when you were very young.
A banned substance?
They are consumable items made of tobacco and paper. They contain tar and nicotine, highly harmful substances.
Are they edible?
No. People used to smoke these. They still do, in the rogue states.
I never see people smoke anything in rogue state dramas on television.
Well, the production companies are not allowed to show any harmful substances being consumed in media.
Oh, I see. What are these doing in a military airplane crash site? Do you think some rogue staters put them there?
That is very unlikely, Harold.
Then what is it?
I think what we have before us is a case of smuggling.
Smuggling? Wow, just like in the movies.
I cannot believe an officer would get involved in smuggling illegal drugs. I wonder if his superiors at the GPSN military are aware of this.
I think it's time to report my findings to Chief Morrison.
I have some important facts to discuss, Chief. The footage of Captain Perez's crash site revealed boxes of illegal tobacco products. They were scattered all over the ground.
Footage? What footage?
Remember? I mentioned that Brian Ainsworth from WXBG News had 2D footage of Captain Perez's crash site.
And?
Well, the footage was extremely poor. But by using some software at the monitoring room, I was able to obtain a clear image of the crash site, which revealed boxes of illegal tobacco products. Our computers confirm the findings.
That is extremely hard to believe. A captain from our military smuggling tobacco products? I need to report this to our chief executive immediately. Where is the proof of your findings again?
At the monitoring room. You can obtain it from Harold, one of Beverly's young engineers.
I only have a little time. Continue.
Pierre Deville claims that it's not possible to make a 6-figure monthly sum from art consulting in Adrianopolis. He told me that this town is way too small for big money art consulting.
So, it doesn't seem very plausible that Bogdanov was making all that money from art consultancy.
Not at all, Chief. Brian Ainsworth was very willing to speak with me about the death of Captain Perez. He behaved as a very responsible Union citizen and was eager to help me with my investigation. He was also curious to know about the Bogdanov case. When I told him that it was ordered confidential by a judge, he pushed me for some details, exclaiming that he couldn't be helpful with the Perez case without knowing a few details about the Bogdanov case. I thought he had a point, so I decided that I could share some limited details with him.
Oh, please, Phoenix, will you get to the point?
Pardon me, Chief. I thought you would want to hear all of this. I have nothing further to mention at this time.
Gladys said that she'll... I don't want to go there for small talk.
Hi, Piper.
Oh, hi. I didn't expect you so soon.
Did Mr. Bogdanov ever speak about going back to Russia?
Back to Russia? What do you mean, back to Russia?
You didn't know he was originally from Russia?
No, I didn't. But I guess that would explain his strange accent and his odd ways of dealing with women.
Mr. Bogdanov immigrated from Russia only 3 years ago.
Is that right? Well, not that I really cared anyway.
Do you think Mr. Bogdanov had any business deals to take care of in Russia?
How would I know? He never shared his business plans with us.
Can you think of any reason why he might have gone there?
Maybe his main squeeze was there, if you know what I mean.
You think he would go all the way to a rogue state for sexual interests?
Well, we all know he wasn't getting enough of it here, that's for sure.
What do you mean? How can you be so sure?
Oh, come on. His actions clearly showed that he was a man in need.
Of?
You mean I have to spell it out for you? S-E-X.
When was the last time Mr. Bogdanov went to Russia?
Went to Russia? How the heck would I know?
Come on. He might have mentioned a trip or something.
Can't say that I recall any mention of Russia. However, now that I think about it, some of his Russian buddies might have stopped in here before.
Why do you think they were Russian?
Oh, you know, the way they talked funny, and again, those ill-fitting suits, and of course, those penetrating stares. I felt like they were undressing me with their eyes.
So, what would Mr. Bogdanov do with his buddies?
He would have such a visitor, say once or twice a month. He always took the individual upstairs to his office and closed the door. But I didn't think anything of it, because he was so weird anyway.
Did Mr. Bogdanov have many friends?
Well, I wouldn't say many friends. He wasn't a social animal or anything like that.
You mean he didn't have any social visitors here?
I told you about the buddies with the funny accents, didn't I? I guess they were his friends.
Why are you hesitant? Couldn't you tell from their behavior if they were friendly or not?
I suppose they were friendly, if you consider all the laughing, hugging, and patting of each other's backs as friendly gestures.
Did you think Mr. Bogdanov had a problem fitting in?
What do you mean? Fitting in the elevator?
No, you smart aleck. Socially fitting in the World Union. Remember, he was a recent immigrant?
In that case, yes. He stuck out like a sore thumb. And now, I know the reason.
Can you elaborate how he had a so-called fitting-in problem?
He was just a total geek. Dull, unsophisticated, and furthermore, unattractive. In my book, 3 strikes and you're out.
Ooh, aren't we harsh today?
You asked the question, you wanted the answer, Ms. Wallace.
Do you think Mr. Bogdanov's business was going well?
Yeah, he seemed to be rolling in the dough.
What makes you say that?
Recently, Mr. B had a newly developed tendency to brag about the places he went.
Recently? When?
Can't be specific, but let's just say that during the last 2 months, he has become arrogant and suddenly very confident.
You also mentioned places he bragged about.
Yeah, He was always dropping names about the fancy restaurants where he dined, or the clubs where he hung out here in the pyramid, like the Stardust La Tita.
You think these were signs of a successful business?
Sure. How could the signs be any clearer?
To your knowledge, was Mr. Bogdanov involved in any other business ventures?
He kept mentioning some art consultancy deal with some artist guy.
Do you know if this art consultancy was going well?
That's what he kept saying. His newly acquired status wasn't from the thing store sales, that's for sure.
How can you be so sure?
'Cause I am a sales clerk, and I know our sales curve has been very flat in the last quarter.
You don't sound convinced about this art consultancy deal.
What can I say? Mr. B didn't seem to have a background in art at all. He certainly wasn't the artsy-fartsy type.
So, let's hear your theory about his sudden wealth.
My theory? I think there was something fishy going on. I saw one of his foreign buddies bring in some stuff that we never displayed in the store. The boxes were taken straight up to his office.
What do you think was in those boxes?
Don't ask me. We weren't told anything about those boxes, and we were never welcomed in Mr. B's office in the upper level. Unless, of course, we were willing to...
Willing to what?
Never mind.
Tell me what you do know about those boxes.
I have no idea what was inside those boxes, but I overheard something about customers renting their contents.
And which customers are you referring to?
The ones he would take up to his office, and later he would tell us that he had just made some big art consultancy deal. Ha! My foot! He was lying through his teeth.
I think I have all I need from you. You've been a great help, Piper. Thank you, and goodbye.
Bye!
Finally, I was able to get some useful information from somebody at the thing store. I think it's time to report my findings to Chief Morrison. I have some important facts to discuss, Chief. Piper Darlington told me that Bogdanov's newly acquired wealth couldn't have been from thing store sales. She insists that the sales curve of the store had been flat in the last quarter. Moreover, Piper isn't convinced about Bogdanov's art consultancy business at all.
Is that right? So, does Miss Piper have a theory about Bogdanov's wealth?
As a matter of fact, she does. Piper claims that Bogdanov's art consultancy can be a cover for something else.
Such as?
Evidently, some of Bogdanov's foreign buddies had brought some merchandise to the store. This merchandise was never displayed. Apparently, these boxes were taken straight up to Bogdanov's office.
Does Piper know what was inside those boxes?
No, she doesn't. However, she overheard something about certain customers renting the contents of these boxes.
Which certain customers?
I don't know yet. Evidently, after taking these customers up to his office, Bogdanov would later tell everyone that he had just made a big art consultancy deal. However, Piper thinks he was lying about these deals.
Do you think he was lying?
Perhaps he was. I should visit the Thing Store's headquarters at the business district and check the store's rental figures.
Keep me posted on what you find out. I only have a little time. Continue.
Piper Darlington claims that Bogdanov had been consistently receiving visitors from Russia. He would have such a visitor once or twice a month. Apparently, Bogdanov always took the individual upstairs to his office and closed the door.
How does she know these people were Russian?
Piper claims that these visitors resembled Bogdanov in the way they talked and dressed. She also mentioned something about their penetrating stares. She felt as if they were undressing her with their eyes.
Penetrating stares, huh? That's an easy way of differentiating between a union man and a rogue stater.
Are you serious, Chief?
Do I look like I'm not? I wonder who these men were, and why they were visiting Bogdanov on a consistent basis.
I don't know yet, but I'll find out.
Maybe some of Bogdanov's buddies that Piper mentioned to you were actually Gambino crime family members.
Oh, come on, Chief. How could that be? Our border controls would definitely have caught them.
Are you sure? Don't forget about the Randy Hamilton School of Security. There are several documented cases of rogue staters who have outsmarted our border security professionals.
I suppose you have a point there, but I think it's very unlikely. Piper Darlington told me that Bogdanov was rolling in dough, especially during the past 2 months. She claims that Bogdanov had recently developed a tendency to brag about the places he went. Moreover, he had become arrogant and suddenly very confident.
That's interesting.
I have nothing further to mention at this time. PA, add Thing Store chain headquarters at Adrianopolis Business District to my navigation map. Their slogans are so vivid and powerful. I don't want to deal with those anymore. The Things chain headquarters. Hi, I'm Senior Officer Phoenix Wallace from the Adrianopolis Peace and Security Center.
Hello, Officer Wallace. My name is Rika. How can I help you today?
Hi, Rika. I need information regarding one of your franchises.
And which franchise are you referring to, Officer Wallace?
The Thing Store here at the Pyramid.
Okay, just one moment. Our Public Relations Officer, Mr. Richard A. Ackerman, will be pleased to speak with you.
Thank you. And how can I find Mr. Ackerman?
His office is on the 3rd floor. Please take the elevator up, and his office is on the 2nd door to your right.
Thank you very much for your help.
You're welcome. Have a nice day, Officer Wallace.
Hello, Mr. Ackerman. I'm Senior Officer Phoenix Wallace from the Adrianopolis Peace and Security Center.
Welcome, Officer Wallace. How can I help you today?
I'm investigating the murder of Mr. Vasily Bogdanov, and I have a few questions for you.
Sure. Anything to help. What a tragic incident.
Can you tell me about the things that were rented from your Adrianopolis store in the last 2 months?
Sure. But there isn't much to tell because we have no rental policies.
So, your franchises can never rent the things in their stores?
Never. We only have sales and leasing policies.
Are you sure?
Of course. It's all written in our company rules book.
Thank you. I'm sorry, but I have to leave now.
Sure, as you wish.
Thanks for all your help.
Anytime, Officer Wallace.
No rental policy at the Thing Store. Now what might Mr. Bogdanov be renting out to these affluent customers? And why behind closed doors? I think it's time to report my findings to Chief Morrison. I have some important facts to discuss, Chief. Chief, I believe Mr. Bogdanov was doing something illegal.
And what exactly led you to this conclusion?
To begin with, Bogdanov had told many people that he was making big sums of money from art consulting. Alethea, Monica, and Piper were all witnesses to that. He even established a 50-50 partnership with Pierre Deville.
Go on.
In addition, we know that Lena Vanderbilt was the biggest customer of this art consulting venture of Bogdanov's. We have records proving that she paid him $500,000 in a month's time. However, Pierre claims that it's impossible to make that kind of money from art consulting in Adrianopolis.
Please continue.
But Richard Ackerman at the Things Store's chain headquarters assured me that they have no rental policies. So Bogdanov couldn't have been renting out merchandise from the Things Store. He had to be renting out something else.
Go on.
Moreover, Piper overheard something about renting. She also mentioned Bogdanov's foreign buddies bringing merchandise in boxes. Boxes that were taken straight to Bogdanov's office as soon as they arrived. And the contents were apparently never displayed.
So, what is your conclusion?
I believe those boxes contained illegal devices. Bogdanov was illegally renting them to wealthy customers and recording his rental earnings as money earned from art consulting.
Really? Sounds far-fetched. But the clues you've collected seem to fit right into place.
Yes, they do fit into place.
Good analytical thinking. But I want you to collect more information to support this analysis of yours. Well done, Phoenix.
Thank you, Chief. I wonder if there's a connection between Bogdanov and Perez. An illegal connection, that is.
Are you suggesting that they were a part of a smuggling ring? I still have a hard time believing that an officer of the World Union Armed Forces could be part of a smuggling act. Those packs of illegal tobacco products could have been easily placed in the crash site by someone else, you know?
I have a feeling that those packs weren't deliberately placed there, Chief. I believe that Bogdanov was trying to establish a criminal ring in the Union, right under our noses, with or without the help of Captain Perez.
I think you're jumping to conclusions in absence of hard evidence. Your ideas are noted, but you need to come up with proof.
I know, Chief. I have nothing further to mention at this time.
Wow. This is the first time that Chief Morrison ever praised me for anything. Can't believe it.
This report is in gibberish. It's far too complicated for any layman to understand. I think I need to go to the rehab center and ask them what all of this means.
PA, add Adrianopolis Rehabilitation Center to my navigation map.
It's getting late, and I'm beat. Time to head home. What should I wear?
Hi, Pierre. How are you?
What do you want?
Are you aware that the two of you made a lot of money from your consulting business?
Sure. And we split it all, so what?
And just how much do you think you guys made?
I know exactly how much we made, but I am not about to share my financial details with you.
Well, I have a figure that may surprise you.
And why would that be, Officer Phoenix?
Because your business was generating shitloads of money. Yet Bogdanov was giving you only a token of it.
And you expect me to believe that?
It's all right here, on his financial statement. PA, upload Bogdanov financial details file to Pierre DeVille.
Oh, that slimy bastard! I should have never trusted that mofo. I knew it!
You knew it?
Yeah, I had a feeling, that he was filling his own pockets.
Nothing scientific, I suppose.
No, nothing of that nature. That fat bastard. Oh, he got what he deserved.
So, what kind of money did you think the two of you were making from the art business?
I'm not interested in sharing that with you.
Come on, Pierre. As you can see from the file I uploaded to your PA, I know quite a bit about your business deals. I just need a confirmation on the amount you received from him. That's all.
That son of a bitch paid me $1,000 a month. That asshole.
Were you receiving payments from other sources over the last 2 months?
That's none of your damn business, okay?
Look, Pierre, I need to know if you were receiving any funds from other sources in connection to your venture with Bogdanov.
What do you mean by in connection with Bogdanov?
Did you receive any money directly from customers?
As I said, that is none of your business.
I can find this out by official means if necessary.
Oh yeah? Go ahead.
But I'd rather have you cooperate with me. It would make things much easier. So, once again, did you receive any money directly from customers?
Go stuff your official means. I'm not gonna tell you anything. I'm out of here.
Oh my goodness! Bogdanov was ripping Pierre off big time. I can't say that I feel sorry for Pierre. And if that's not a murder motive, I don't know what is.
I know it's late, but I need to report my findings to Chief Morrison.
You better have a good reason for bringing me here this late. I only have a little time. Continue.
Pierre Deville was furious when I informed him about how much Bogdanov was making, supposedly from this art consultancy business. However, I have reasons to believe that he might have been pretending to appear angry.
Why should he pretend?
Maybe he already knew how much Bogdanov was making. I think Pierre Deville is a very untrustworthy character. I don't like him at all. In addition, Pierre Deville informed me that he only received $1,000 a month from Bogdanov.
And that's the amount that was recorded in Bogdanov's bank records, right?
Right. However, Pierre refused to tell me whether or not he was receiving payments directly from customers.
Do you think he was? I sincerely doubt it.
I should check his bank records to verify. Chief, I would like to have a financial audit warrant for Pierre Deville.
For Pierre Deville? Can you tell me why?
I believe he only received payments from Bogdanov, but still I need to check his bank records to verify whether he was receiving any additional payments from customers.
Very well. The request is approved. I will talk to a judge as soon as possible.
Thank you, Chief. I have nothing further to mention at this time.
That was the weirdest dream I've had in a long time.
The judge has issued a financial audit warrant for Pierre Deville. You may check his bank records to see whether he was receiving any additional payments from customers.
Great. Thanks, Chief. Poor Pierre. As expected, his only income was from Bogdanov.
I think it's time to report my findings to Chief Morrison. I have some important facts to discuss, Chief.
I went into Pierre Deville's financial records and verified that his only income was $1,000 that he received monthly from Bogdanov.
Is that right?
Yes, Chief.
I have nothing further to mention at this time.
Hello, Gillian. Do you have some time for me?
Yes, I do. Nice to see you again, Phoenix.
Did you ever shop at the Thing store?
No, not really.
It is a very popular shop. Any reason why you don't visit it?
You could say I'm not a typical shopper.
I guess that means you don't like shopping.
It's not that I don't like to shop. I just prefer focusing on fashion related to my business, that's all. I don't want other mediocre trends to influence my elite spiritual sense of style.
I see. You must be focusing solely on spiritual fashion trends, right?
Exactly, my dear. My line of work takes a lot of sacrifice. I must deny myself the simple pleasure of strolling through the pyramid.
Did you happen to rent anything from Mr. Bogdanov?
What do you mean by rent? Are you talking about purchasing something from the Thing store?
No, I'm talking about renting, not buying or leasing.
We only had a contracting agreement for his consulting services. I never rented anything from him.
Did he ever offer anything for you to rent?
No, he did not. What is all this about?
According to one of his sales clerks, he was apparently renting out devices and then telling his staff that he made art consultancy deals.
Is this against the law?
No, it isn't. But why would Mr. Bogdanov lie about such a thing to his sales clerks?
I bet the sales clerk has misled you. Surely she didn't know what she was talking about. Is she one of those airhead types?
As a matter of fact, she seems just the opposite.
I think I've got all the information I need from you, Gillian. Thanks for all your help.
Sure thing, Phoenix. Anytime.
That's an ad for an NGO. NGOs are the pressure groups that look out for the general interest of our society. He looks like the receptionist here.
Hi, I'm Senior Officer Phoenix Wallace from the Adrianopolis Peace and Security Center. I'm here to see someone from the Criminal Task Force.
Just one moment, Officer Wallace. Dr. Gisela Nemeth is able to see you, officer.
Thank you. And how can I find Dr. Nemeth?
Just follow this corridor. It's the third door on the left.
Hello, Dr. Nemeth. My name is Phoenix Wallace. I'm here to inquire about the death of Dr. Melvin Philip Spencer.
And you are with?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm with the Adrianopolis Peace and Security Center. I'm a peace officer.
Hi, Officer Wallace. What can I do for you?
I'm here in an official capacity. I need to ask you some questions regarding Dr. Spencer's death. Do you have any time right now?
Sure. I'd be glad to help you.
Dr. Nemeth?
Call me Gisela, please.
Oh, all right, Gisela. And you can call me Phoenix. Are you aware of the circumstances surrounding Dr. Spencer's death?
Can you be more specific?
For example, do you know who discovered his body?
I thought you would already know about that, Phoenix.
I don't, because I'm not assigned to the Spencer case. Actually, I'm working on a murder case, and Dr. Spencer's name came up.
A murder case? What murder case? Who was murdered?
A citizen by the name of Vasily Bogdanov was murdered in the rogue state of Russia.
When was this? I haven't heard anything about it.
On April 6th. The case is being kept confidential, however, and that's probably why you haven't heard about it.
I see. We both have our work cut out for us, don't we?
Who is preparing Dr. Spencer's autopsy report?
The Criminal Task Force is, and I'm responsible for its completion.
I read most of the report, but I cannot say that I understood anything.
Well, first of all, the report is not yet complete.
I could see that, but still, I should have been able to comprehend at least some of the contents, right?
From a practical point of view, you are absolutely right. But our company policies prohibit us from writing reports that have ambiguous contents.
What do you mean by that?
What I mean is, we are not to use words that may create ambiguity and result in conflicting interpretations, especially by lawyers.
Are you saying that you put all that medical mumbo-jumbo in your reports so that some lawyer can't sue you over it?
That's precisely it.
You doctors are all the same, always prepared to cover your asses.
A doctor's gotta do what a doctor's gotta do.
When did you first learn about Dr. Spencer's death?
It was on April 7th, around noon.
Who informed you?
My director. I was called to a meeting in the rehab center's executive office, and then informed that the GPSN had asked for assistance with the unique autopsy case of Melvin Philip Spencer.
Why is this such a unique case?
Let me remind you that all deaths in the World Union are due to natural causes. However, Dr. Spencer's death was anything but natural.
If Spencer's death was not natural, how can you claim that all deaths are due to natural causes?
These unnatural deaths are so rare, from a statistical point of view, they can be ignored.
Have you ever had any experience with such an assignment?
No, I have not. Actually, none of us within the rehab center have.
How did your director react to this unusual case?
He was surprised just like the rest of us. As you very well know, Phoenix, rehab centers do not practice criminal postmortems because such cases don't arise anymore.
So, what kind of a team was assembled for this case?
The GPSN specifically asked us to assemble a criminal task force, which included a neurosurgeon, an internal pathologist, and a neurologist.
And who is leading this criminal task force team?
Being the physician in the most closely related field, I was chosen to be the task force leader.
I'm afraid I need to leave now, Gisela. May I come back later to continue our conversation?
Sure thing, Phoenix.
Oh, these hackers. How can this be possible? I hope they didn't do anything to my files. This has started happening too often. I'm starting to lose my trust in GPSN's ability to protect its data. A conscience of a hacker? What the... Oh. I have to admit, it's interesting. In a strange way. This has to be a hacker job. Only their sick minds can produce such slogans.
Hello, Officer Wallace. It's Gladys from Roger Arnett's salon.
Oh, hi. Is there an opening available?
Yes, that's why I called. I may just be able to squeeze you in today. Can you come over right away?
On my way. Thank you. I should go to the Arnette salon immediately. Hello. Is Mr. Arnette ready to see me?
Not at this moment. But please take a seat. I'll let you know. In the meantime, would you like to receive our complimentary magical makeover?
Complimentary? As in, free of charge?
Absolutely. With no strings attached.
So tell me, Ms. Castle, what does a magical makeover involve? Does it hurt?
Oh, that was funny. I didn't know GPSN officers could be so humorous. Of course it doesn't hurt.
So, what exactly do you intend to do?
Well, that's part of the magic. It's for us to know and you to find out. We're going to give you a new hairdo using our intelligent software and do a makeover for your face using our top-of-the-line cosmetic products.
And what if I don't like my new hairstyle and my new face?
What a silly question. Of course you're gonna like the choices we make for you.
Well, I must admit that I'm curious about what you do here. And you don't get such free offers from a salon like yours every day. I'll take you up on your offer.
So glad to hear that. We won't disappoint you.
You're still gonna let me see Mr. Arnette, right? I wouldn't want to miss my chance to see him while being made over.
I assure you, Officer Wallace, I'll personally see to it that you have your time with Mr. Arnette.
Oh, Phoenix, you look like $1,000,000. I would never have guessed that a makeover could improve you so.
Is that really my face in the mirror, Gladys?
It sure is, sweetie.
Wow. You do unbelievable work here. I'm completely surprised. I never thought such a makeover was possible.
Well, that's what we're here for. We can do wonders with anybody's face.
Obviously you can.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Arnette is ready to see you.
He is. Thanks.
Gosh, this room is so different from the beauty salon. I've never seen decoration like this before. Such beautiful antiques. Mr. Arnette must have great taste in art.
Hello, dear.
Hi, Sandra.
Want to meet tonight?
Sure.
At the cafe? Round 8?
Alrighty.
See ya.
Bye.
Hi, I'm Senior Officer Phoenix Wallace from the Adrianopolis Peace and Security Center. And you must be Mr. Arnette.
Well, they all call me Arnie around here. You might as well do the same, sweetie pie.
Well, Arnie, why don't you call me Phoenix then?
Okay, done deal, Phoenix, sweetie pie. What can I do for you today? What kind of image change do you have in mind?
I'm not here to change my image. I'm here to discuss official business.
Official business? Gladys didn't say anything about official business. I thought you were here for a makeover.
But I've just had a makeover. You mean you can't tell?
Not really. because it wasn't done very well at all. The color scheme looks terrible, and who did this crappy job anyway?
It was Gladys, your assistant.
Oh, is that right? You lucky devil. She must have been trying one of those beta version programs.
And what does that mean?
It means that she was experimenting for her term assignment. Obviously, she had chosen the wrong color scheme for you. Anyway, what kind of official business do you have with me? Are you from Wimmer?
No, Arnie, I told you I am a GPSN officer.
Well then, GPSN Officer Phoenix, what can I do for you?
Arnie, do you have a client named Vasily Bogdanov?
Who? Oh, you're talking about VB.
VB? I don't know. Are we talking about the same man?
He's a short, fat, dumpy, bald man, right?
I suppose he could be described that way.
There you go, then. VB, one of my very new customers. I haven't even had a chance to implement the latest makeover that I've designed for him. He was supposed to be in a few days ago, but he didn't show.
Arnie, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but VB is no longer with us.
What do you mean? He's left Andrianopolis without saying bye-bye?
I'm afraid he has, and he won't be returning. Ever.
I don't understand. I thought he was just getting settled here in Andrianopolis. Do you know why he won't be returning?
Yes, I know why he won't be returning. I regret to say he's dead.
No? He is dead? You mean dead?
Yes, I'm afraid he is dead, and I'm investigating his death. I would like you to answer a few questions for me.
Oh, I am devastated. But I'll do my best to answer your questions. Oh, I'm still in shock. He was such a kind man.
Arnie, how would you describe your professional relationship with Mr. Bogdanov?
VB was a dream case for any image maker.
In what way was he a dream case? I was told he was rather unattractive.
Precisely. There was so much to be done with him. If I had been given enough time to successfully transform that man, I would be the star of every fashion show.
Right. I guess I have never looked at it that way. Anyhow, do you think you can answer my questions about your professional relationship with him?
Sure. He was a nice man, but he wasn't quite ready to face what it takes to gain a new image.
What else can you say about him?
It seemed like he was getting ready for a giant leap in his business career, and he wanted his looks to match his financial success. And that's where my magical touch came into play.
Do you think Mr. Bogdanov's business was going well?
It certainly seemed to be. I got the feeling that his financial status was improving rapidly.
How come?
Well, first of all, dear, he was able to afford my services. It is very unusual for me to have a client with an HDI of only 70, the very bottom of the economical pyramid.
I'm curious about that, too. It seems like Mr. Bogdanov's prosperity was very recent. Otherwise, it would have shown on his quarterly financial results.
He was going to make a giant leap in his next quarterly review. I can tell you that.
What makes you so sure?
Let's just say it's my professional intuition. I have to understand my clients, in order to help them with their images.
Are you sure this prediction of yours is purely intuition-based?
In my line of business, you always need to support your intuition with a plausible rumor.
In my line of business, we tend to ignore rumors. We look for facts.
Let's just say my rumors can be more reliable than some of your facts.
I think I'll leave now, Arnie.
I need to think a little about your comments.
All right, sweetie pie.
Can you inform your assistant that I may be returning?
Sure thing, doll. Just tell her that I'm expecting you.
Surely he wasn't promoting unscientific thinking. Or was he? How can rumors be more reliable than facts? It's getting late, and I'm beat. Time to head home. I know what to wear tonight. I need to get going. Hi, Sandra.
Hi, dear. Oh, Phoenix. Don't tell me you've been walking around like that today.
What is it? Is there something between my teeth?
No, it's your makeup. If I didn't know you, I would have thought that you were a clown from the Russian circus. Who did this to you?
It was Gladys Castle, Roger Arnette's assistant. She offered me a free makeover, and I thought, why not?
The assistant of the famous Roger Arnette?
Yes, exactly.
In that case, I don't think your makeover was done correctly.
That's what Arnette said, too.
Still, dear, you shouldn't be walking around like this, or else your own GPSN people might mistake you for a renegade Russian clown.
I finally met Roger Arnette.
Wow, I know he's the best image maker in town. So, tell me, what's he really like?
I guess flamboyant would be an accurate way to describe him.
Everybody knows that. Tell me something about the man that I haven't heard.
Well, I can think of one thing that you probably don't know about. His office is incredible. I haven't seen anything like it in my life.
It must be extremely elaborate. It is common knowledge that he influences all his clients there.
No, it wasn't elaborate or anything. There wasn't even a computer in the room. I would describe it as being serene.
No computer? How could he work like that?
I don't know. There were the top-of-the-line computerized design stations in his salon, but not even an electronic notepad in his office.
Oh, whatever. So tell me, what was so serene about his office?
There were all these weird masks from the unexploitable parts of Africa. Some Asian wall hangings, a beautiful carpet. It was handmade, I believe. And those paintings, they were fantastic.
Is that all? You can find those anywhere, Phoebe.
I know, but his decorations were simple and in perfect harmony. It was such a soothing place to be. I met a doctor from the Criminal Task Force team, which is investigating Dr. Spencer's death.
Oh, was he hot?
First of all, he was a she. Her name is Gisela Nemeth, and she's leading the task force.
I bet she has an attitude. I like her already.
As a matter of fact, she was very pleasant. I didn't even detect an attitude.
No, Phoenix. You wouldn't detect an attitude if it hit you in the face.
Is that right? Well, I'm not going to tell you anything more about my cases. How about that for an attitude?
Phoenix, loosen up. I think this case is making you too edgy. Maybe you should get your head checked.
My head is fine. It's you that's making me edgy.
All right. I'm sorry I pissed you off. Will you forgive me, please?
Yeah, fine. Maybe you're right. I guess I am a little edgy. When I told Pierre that Bogdanov was making millions behind his back, he appeared so angry.
I bet he was furious.
Well, I'm not so sure about that. Some things are so phony about that guy. He may have just been pretending.
Why would he pretend?
Well, maybe he already knew about Bogdanov's millions, and...
Are you suggesting Pierre is involved in Bogdanov's murder?
I'm not sure. I'm just saying maybe. He certainly has the potential, with his firearm collection and all.
Come on, Phoenix. You can't talk me into believing that a Union citizen would be involved in such a plot. We're beyond all that barbaric stuff.
I don't know, Sandra. There's something that's not right about Pierre.
Piper tells me that Bogdanov had a lot of unusual visitors at his shop.
Visitors? Of the male or female persuasion?
Males, with ill-fitting suits and penetrating stares. She felt exposed under their gaze.
They sound like a group of horny tourists to me.
As you know, not many tourists travel from the rogue states to the Union, and the ones that can afford it usually opt for cities like London, Paris, and New York, not Adrianopolis. If they were tourists, why would they come here anyhow?
Okay, so they were not tourists. Maybe they were Bogdanov's friends from the academy. What did Piper have to say about them?
Piper thinks they were Russians, because they had accents similar to Bogdanov's.
So were these Russians shopping at the store? Or were they paying a social visit?
Apparently they were there for social reasons, because Bogdanov took them straight to his office and closed the door.
Yuck. A room full of Russians? The stench would be unbearable.
Sandra, forget about the smell. I didn't say they were coming in hordes. They were visiting on an individual basis. Who do you think they were?
Well, darling, I had enough analytical thinking for one day. You are the detective. You figure it out.
I think I'm making some progress in the Bogdanov investigation.
Good for you. So what's new?
Piper told me she was suspicious of this art consultancy business he was running.
Why would she be suspicious about that?
Well, for one thing, she claims he had no taste in art, and even said he wasn't the artsy-fartsy type.
That's not a surprise. What else?
She said some foreign visitors would occasionally bring him boxes, and the contents were never displayed or sold on the floor.
Now you're getting somewhere.
And on top of this, Piper overheard that the contents of these boxes were being rented out to certain paying customers. She also mentioned that Bogdanov would refer to these exchanges as art consultancy deals.
You mean he was hiding this rental activity? Why would he do such a thing?
It seems that he did not want his rental activities to be exposed. As Piper put it, something fishy was going on.
Roger Arnette told me that Bogdanov was a really tough case.
Why am I not surprised? Teaching World Union matters to a stinky immigrant would be a tremendous challenge.
Apparently, Bogdanov required a lot of work, but he wasn't quite ready to face what it takes to gain a new image.
Oh, Phoebe. Gaining a new image requires a lot of dedication and hard work, as well as money. We both know that rogue staters aren't motivated enough to undertake such a challenge. Greed works, baby, and they just don't have it.
I know all that, but he did have the qualities to become a World Union citizen.
I suppose he had the bare minimum requirements to become a citizen. What was his HDI again?
70, but it appears that he was going to make a huge leap in his next quarterly review.
A financial leap can only get you so far. Our HDIs are not only based on the cash we have, but also on our health and the present value of our future prospects.
I understand a great image can boost one's future prospects big time, and Bogdanov wasn't driven to achieve such an image, but what's your point?
All I'm trying to say is that stinky immigrants can only get so far with the money they bring or make. Only people with a sound union education possess the greed for sustaining personal economic growth.
Sandra, I need to leave now. Talk to you tomorrow then.
Sure. See ya.
I should wait until my warrant request is approved.
Hi, Hello, Gisela. Do you have some time for me?
Yes, I do. Nice to see you again, Phoenix.
So, you've never seen a case like this before?
No, I haven't. And a hemorrhage case like this one, it's going to be in the medical journals, for sure.
Are you telling me this is a unique case?
Yes, to my knowledge, it is.
Have you sought a second opinion from any other neurosurgeons?
As a matter of fact, I have. I sent the data regarding this case to the World Association of Neurological Surgeons.
And have they responded?
Sure. We even had a holo conference regarding this case, and they confirmed the unique nature of this case.
Do you know where Dr. Spencer got the device?
No, I don't.
What does it look like?
What does what look like, Phoenix?
The device. That is supposedly the reason for his death.
Oh, that device. I don't know.
What do you mean, you don't know?
The specifics of the device were never shared with the criminal task force.
But that doesn't make sense. How can you conclude a post-mortem without examining the device that supposedly caused the death?
Sorry, it never came to the lab. We didn't even see it.
What was his condition when he got here?
He was already dead. There was absolutely no brain activity.
Did you notice anything else?
Yes, there were traces of dried blood in his left ear.
Blood? But why?
Apparently there was a small crack in Dr. Spencer's dura mater.
Excuse my ignorance, but what is a dura mater?
Oh, it is the membrane surrounding the brain. It allows the brain to float inside the skull.
So, this membrane had a crack, and the blood drained out from the left ear.
Yeah, you could say that's what happened, in layman's terms.
All this talk about death is making me somewhat uneasy, Gisela. Can we continue later?
Sure thing, Phoenix.
So much talk of death. My goodness, they didn't train me for this at the GPSN. Hi, I'm here to see Mr. Arnette. He's expecting me.
Oh, of course, Officer Wallace. By the way, would you like to receive another makeover?
Well, I'm in a rush. I think I'll pass this time.
Sorry to hear that. Maybe next time, then.
Hello, Arnie. It's me again.
Hello, sweetie pie.
Was Mr. Bogdanov involved in any other business ventures?
You mean outside of his Thing Store franchise?
Yes. Did he ever mention anything else?
He mentioned an art consultancy business that he had, with some young artists he found, but I just filtered it out.
You just filtered it out? What do you mean? Did you ignore it?
Well, dear, we are exposed to so many rumors and hearsay in our line of business. We just need to filter out the ones that don't seem plausible. And this art consultancy business of VB's was hard to fathom.
I guess this means you don't think he had an appreciation for art?
Definitely not. To be an art consultant, you need more than just an appreciation of art. You need to know how to implement art.
You're talking about art as if it had some kind of magical formula.
Well, sure it has. It has the most complex formula in the universe, and only a select few have the eyes and ears to understand and apply it.
Did you know Mr. Bogdanov was a recent immigrant?
VB? Now that you mention it, he sure had the characteristics of a recent immigrant.
And what characteristics were those?
You know, sloppy dress, poor physical condition, horrible hairstyle, terrible taste in shoes, and the way he carried himself when he walked. He had horrible posture. I guess I should have known he was a recent immigrant.
So, Mr. Bogdanov never mentioned being a recent immigrant?
No, Phoenix, sweetie pie. I certainly would have remembered that. Besides, wasn't he sort of old to be a recent immigrant?
He was certainly older than average, but he had what it takes to become a union citizen.
Oh, I am so disappointed. I would have approached this makeover in a much different way if I had known that he was an immigrant.
Mr. Bogdanov must have had his reasons for wanting to keep his status a secret.
But darn it, I was his image maker. It makes no sense that he would hide his status from me.
Do you think Mr. Bogdanov was happy in the union?
He pretended to be happy, but deep down he was miserably unhappy.
How can you be so sure?
I was his image maker, sweetie. My job is to make people feel happy. I know the signs of a genuinely happy person.
And do you think I'm a happy person?
Do you want me to be direct with you?
By all means.
I think you are professionally disillusioned, and personally, you are very lonely, just like everybody else.
What?
You asked me to be direct, and I was.
What disillusion are you talking about?
I mentioned this before. You think you are protecting the system and helping its people, but you're not.
What do you mean?
You're not ready for this yet. Besides, I'm giving you insight free of charge, and I suggest you go and think about what I have said to you in your free time. Not mine. You need to leave now. Goodbye.
Oh. All right. But I might be back with more questions regarding this case. Can you inform your assistant that I may be returning?
Sure thing, doll. Just tell her that I'm expecting you. And please make sure that you ask me relevant questions if there is a next time.
Arnie is confusing the hell out of me every time we speak. I don't know if he's trying to help me or to humiliate me. Or both.
Hello, dear.
Hi, Sandra.
Want to meet tonight?
Sure.
At the cafe? Round 8?
Alrighty.
See ya.
Bye. Wow, that's a number to be envious about. I don't think I've met someone with such a high HDI before. Ms. Vanderbilt. It's useless. I have arrangements made for the evening. I can't go to bed yet. What should I...
Hi, Sandra.
Hi, dear.
Gladys is really annoying me.
Roger Arnette's assistant? Was she being rude to you again?
No, but she keeps insisting on another makeover.
Are you kidding? Don't tell me you turned her down.
Of course I turned her down. After what she did to me last time.
Oh, Phoenix. You know that one was just a mistake. If I were you, I would never turn down an offer from that salon, especially if it's free.
Maybe you're right.
Of course I'm right. You look sort of down tonight. Is there something that you want to share?
I know what it is that's bothering me, but I don't know if I want to talk about it.
I bet it's about sex. Usually that's the only topic you don't want to talk about.
No, it's not about sex this time. Roger Arnette claims that I am professionally disillusioned and personally very lonely, just like everybody else. So I feel like shit now. Can you blame me?
Poor Phoebe. You shouldn't take it so hard. I bet Arnette said it just to get you out of his office.
You really think so? He sounded awfully convinced to me.
Of course he'll sound convincing. He's an image maker. It's his business to convince people. whether they want to hear about it or not.
I suppose you're right. I'll try to disregard what Arnette said. He said it rather hastily anyhow.
That's my girl.
Sandra, I need to leave now. Talk to you tomorrow then.
Sure. See ya.
Hi, I'm... Hello, Gisela. Do you have some time for me?
Yes, I do. Nice to see you again, Phoenix.
Can you tell me in layman's terms why Dr. Spencer died?
He had a massive brain hemorrhage. Never seen anything like it before.
Do you think he experienced a lot of pain before his death?
I very much doubt it.
And why is that?
We suspect the non-authorized device he was using triggered an unusual amount of brain activity. This activity immediately caused a massive hemorrhage, resulting in death.
What do you mean by unusual amount? How much brain activity are we talking about here?
Enough to blow one's mind, shall we say?
That's not a very scientific expression.
Well, you asked for layman's terms, and there you have it.
So, where is this device?
I believe it is being stored in the Office of Criminal Records and Evidence.
Do you think I can check it out?
I was told it will not be available until a later date.
Told by who?
My director.
Don't you find it odd that you haven't had any access to this device yet?
It is being kept under lock and key for safety reasons. I wouldn't want to fry my brain while fiddling with it, would you?
I would certainly not. But I'm still very curious about it.
Didn't you know? Curiosity killed the cat.
Do you have any idea how a device could do so much damage to the brain?
Well, my dear, the brain is a very sensitive organ.
Were there any traces of a concussion or exposure of harmful waves to the brain?
No, we did not detect any signs of even a minor hit on the head, and our scans revealed no signs of exposure to any harmful high-frequency waves.
So, do you have any theories about how this damage could have happened?
We are pretty sure there was some sort of an external manipulation. Hemorrhages, as such, just do not happen to healthy individuals.
Then you need to find out the link between the device and the hemorrhage.
Yes, we do. Actually, a neuroengineer from the NC Research Triangle is on his way to help us identify the link.
It is a shame that no other clues are at your disposal to help you make any sense out of this mystery.
Well, there is actually one detail that I forgot to mention, which makes it even more mysterious.
What is that?
We found semen on his clothing.
Semen? Really? I thought he was alone when he died.
He was. The house computer confirms that.
Then where did it come from?
Our lab results confirm that he ejaculated within seconds of the hemorrhage.
Do you think the device caused the ejaculation?
We are not sure, but that appears to be the case.
Can I see the body?
Certainly. Do you have a strong stomach?
Well, that depends on what condition the body is in.
I'm just kidding. It is in good shape for a dead man.
Where do you keep it?
It is kept in one of the rooms here at the rehab center.
How long are you going to keep it for?
We are going to keep it until the investigation is over.
What do you intend to do with the body when the investigation is over?
Nothing special. It will be properly cremated. Shall we?
When will he be terminated?
That depends on the progress of the investigation. The plug will be pulled the moment the investigation is completed.
Can you tell me the exact time of his death?
Sure. We determined it to be 7:03 a.m.
And what time was the body discovered?
Around 11, I believe.
In the morning or the evening?
In the morning, of course.
Oh, now I remember watching the news about his death that evening. It made quite a sensation.
Of course it did. He was using a non-certified electronic device. What a reckless thing to do.
It sure was reckless, and look where it got him. Gisela, I think I've got all I need for my investigation. Thanks so much for all your help.
Sure thing, Phoenix.
I think it's time to report my findings to Chief Morrison. I have some important facts to discuss, Chief.
I only have a little time. Continue.
Dr. Gazella Nemeth told me that they suspected the non-authorized device Spencer was using triggered an unusual amount of brain activity, and this activity immediately caused a massive hemorrhage, resulting in death.
You don't say.
Dr. Nemeth verified that Spencer died of a brain hemorrhage while using an illegal device. Spencer's name was also on Bogdanov's financial statement as one of his art consultancy customers.
And?
I suspect that Spencer was one of those who had rented an illegal device from Bogdanov, rather than receiving art consultancy services.
Are you trying to tell me that Spencer died while using a device that he'd rented from Bogdanov?
That's exactly what I'm trying to say. Dr. Gazella Nemeth told me that the task force did not detect any sign of even a minor blow to Spencer's head, and their scans revealed no sign of exposure to any harmful high-frequency waves.
Then what caused the man's death?
Well, they're pretty sure that there was some sort of an external manipulation to Spencer's brain. Evidently, a neuroengineer from the NC Research Triangle is on his way to help them identify the link between the device and Spencer's hemorrhage.
It's very strange that this medical task force doesn't have access to the device that caused all this. But I suppose it's only natural that our headquarters would want this deadly device to be examined by experienced engineers.
There's another strange detail that Dr. Nemeth revealed to me. Apparently, Spencer had ejaculated within seconds of the hemorrhage.
Ejaculated? I don't know what to make of that.
Neither do I, Chief. Dr. Nemeth claims that the specifics of the device that caused Spencer's death were never shared with the criminal task force.
What do you mean the specifics were never shared with the task force? Aren't these people investigating the death?
They sure are. Believe it or not, the device never even came to their lab. Apparently, they never saw it.
From the very beginning, everything about the Spencer case has been unusual.
Maybe the unique nature of Spencer's death has forced our headquarters to act the way they have.
Perhaps that's the case.
I have nothing further to mention at this time.
The judge approved your request for a questioning warrant for the suspected peace officer impersonator and the hacker who refused to cooperate with you down in the metro tunnels. I have asked the GPSN military wing for assistance in apprehending these people. The leader of an elite commando team is on his way to my office.
So we'll discuss the details of the raid with him?
Yes. He'll probably ask for your help in order to locate and identify these people. And they'll take care of the rest.
Great.
Hello. How are you, Dagmar?
Sir, welcome. I was not expecting you.
Oh, that's quite all right. I just decided to make a surprise visit. That's all.
Please, take a seat, sir.
Thank you. I've been enthusiastically watching your progress in the Bogdanov case.
Thank you, sir.
I heard that you made a formal request for a special forces team concerning a raid to an underground area.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me what this is about?
A lead that our senior officer Wallace pursued. brought her to this computer-equipped room connected to the metro system. She identified a peace officer impersonator suspect in this location, and the suspect refused to cooperate. So, according to our regulations, I filed a request for a special forces team to take this person under custody.
Very well. I regret to inform you that your request is denied.
But why, sir?
I personally denied it. Those people down there are GPSN contractors doing very important work for our security. They work under my personal supervision and do not report to anyone else. And they are not to be disturbed again for this issue. Is that understood?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Good. Keep up the good work in the Bogdanov case. As you already know, it is a very critical case, and World Union's prestige depends upon it. We cannot let some rogue staters threaten our citizens.
That is correct, sir.
Well, good day to you all.
You heard, Mr. Hamilton. Those people in the metro system, whoever they may be, are not to be bothered again.
But Chief, if we explain the situation to Mr. Hamilton, maybe he'll agree, and...
Enough, Phoenix. We cannot question Mr. Hamilton's orders. Is that clear?
Crystal clear.
Now, get back to your case.
Yes, Chief. I don't know. Something really weird is going on. And again, orders are orders, right? That's unbelievable. Our chief executive, Mr. Hamilton, personally showing up to deny our request. What could those two be doing for our union? And why is everything such a secret? I feel so small and insignificant in situations like this. Just like those butterflies. Oh, Ms. Vanderbilt is back. I should go and see her right away. Hi, Jean-Michel.
Hello, Phoenix.
Man, you look tired. Are you okay?
I'm okay.
Tell me, what's up?
We're on high alert.
You are? Why?
I don't know. All of a sudden our DEFCON went up by 2.
Your what?
DEFCON. Defense condition. Currently we're at DEFCON 4.
What does that mean?
It means we are nearly at war.
At war? With whom?
I haven't a clue. But they're keeping us at high alert, for some reason.
I don't understand. There's nothing of that sort in the news. Maybe a drill?
I doubt it. Drills don't last for days. Then again, who knows? By the way, Phoenix, this high alert status is strictly confidential, alright?
Mum's the word.
Not even to Sandra. If she hears it, the whole city can know within minutes, you know?
Oh, come on, Jean-Michel. She's not like that. All right, I won't tell her. I gotta run. See you later.
Greetings. This is the home of Lena Vanderbilt. How may I help you?
This is Phoenix Wallace from the Adrianopolis Peace and Security Center. Please inform Ms. Vanderbilt that I'm here.
Please hold. Working. Thank you for your cooperation. Please proceed inside.
Wow. This place looks like some house I want to live in someday. Oh, what a wonderful pool. She must be Miss Vanderbilt. Hi, my name is Phoenix Wallace. I'm from the Adrianopolis Peace and Security Center.
What can I do for you, officer?
I need some information from you regarding an active criminal case, Ms. Vanderbilt.
I'm not sure if it's the right time for this, Miss Wallace. You see, I just returned from rehab.
I'm aware of your circumstances, Ms. Vanderbilt, but I have an important case to solve, and the information you provide may be vital for my case.
I understand your duties, officer, and your dedication to your case is admirable, but I'm not quite ready for visitors yet.
I promise that I will not take much of your time. Please, this is a race against time.
Okay, just a few minutes, all right?
Thank you for your understanding, Ms. Vanderbilt. Did you ever seek art consultancy services from a Vasily Bogdanov?
Good grief. Don't tell me that man has anything to do with art.
I guess you did not receive such services from him.
Of course not. I wasn't that out of my mind. I hope I never see that slimy weasel again.
I'm sure you won't.
How come you're so sure?
Oh, of course. You were at the rehab.
What are you talking about?
Mr. Bogdanov is dead.
Oh, good gracious. Was he in an accident?
No, ma'am. He was murdered.
A murder in the Union? That's impossible.
No, not in the Union. He was murdered in the Russian rogue state, in a city called Odessa.
Oh, of course. Anything can happen in a rogue state. That's why they're called rogue, I guess.
I sense bitterness in your voice, Ms. Vanderbilt.
And I have good reasons for it.
When did you last see Mr. Bogdanov?
It was some time before my treatment at the rehab.
Can you give me a specific date?
My memories about those days are very vague. The doctors told me that it is a side effect of the device I used.
Okay. Did he ever talk about going to Russia?
Talking about going to Russia? No, he did not. Why would anyone go to Russia anyway?
People have their reasons.
Come on, officer. What reason would make anyone in their right mind go to a rogue state?
Well, an NGO duty could be a reason.
Maybe, but I wouldn't choose an NGO duty in such a risky area.
Familiarity could be another reason.
That's right. Our Bogdanov could fit right in with those slime balls in the rogue states.
My understanding is he actually did fit in.
What do you mean? Do you know something I don't?
Vasily Bogdanov immigrated to the Union from Russia only 3 years ago.
Oh, Phoebe. I'm so glad I got a hold of you.
What is it, Sandra? It sounds urgent.
You gotta meet me at the pyramid right away. Don't ask me what it's about. I'll tell you when I see you.
It better be important, Sandra. I'm right in the middle of something.
Of course it's important. You know I only ask for your help when it's absolutely vital.
Yeah, right. Well, whatever. I'll be there soon. I'm afraid I need to leave now, Miss Vanderbilt. There seems to be an urgent situation at the pyramid. Can we continue our conversation tomorrow?
Of course, Officer Wallace. Goodbye.
I can't believe you called me here for my opinion on that dress. I told you I was in the middle of something important.
Phoenix, get a hold of yourself. You can always finish your important business later. But, you know these spring sales only last 1 hour. And I needed your opinion on that dress.
You know how crucial the Bogdanov case is. Unlike you, I can't afford to take shopping breaks like this from my work right now.
So you think my work is less important than yours?
No, I implied no such thing.
Come on, you're a peace officer. You should know better than anyone that our economy's well-being depends on responsible people like me, who make the effort to discover and rush to these sales. As far as our economic system is concerned, no business can be more important than a spring sale.
All right, big spender. You've made a good point. Now, let's go and check the leftovers.
That's my girl. Let's go.
Why can't I be like Sandra? She got what she wanted and left. And I can't find anything that I like. I sometimes think there's something wrong with me. Ugh, Julio, that dumbass. That dumbass. I should visit that place tonight. Open sesame. That looks like a patch bay for audio-visual transmission. So many computers here. And they look so different than most of the computers that I've seen and used. Well, it seems everybody is gone. Maybe I can find them using this elevator. What a long ride. I thought I was gonna go up, not down. Ooh, it's so cold down here. Oh, maybe that boy can tell me what this place is.
Finally, someone.
Hi, my name's Conrad. What's yours?
My name is Phoenix. Tell me, Conrad, aren't you supposed to be at the Child Development Center?
What's that?
You don't know what a Child Development Center is? Where are we, anyhow?
We're in the land of renovators. Don't you know?
Renovators? Never heard of that before. Is it a New Age religious group?
No.
Who are the renovators, then?
They're just renovators.
Hey, wait!
What was a little kid doing in a dungeon like this? What am I doing? Uh-oh. I think that field triggered an alarm.
Top-of-the-line terminals.
That computer is down. That computer is down.
These computers are so new. I've never seen such a sophisticated system in the Union before.
It's the only computer that seems to be working around here.
Who on earth is Joshua?
Oh my! What's gonna happen now? Hey, the other computers are booting up! Oh, the alarm is turned off. It looks like a hospital.
She must be in charge. She looks like a medical doctor.
Hello. Are you a medical doctor?
No, I'm not a doctor. I'm managing the shift here in the sickbay.
My name is Phoenix. Are you a renovator?
Of course. And my name is Wilma. By the way, I really like your name.
Thank you. Can you tell me what renovators do?
I'm afraid I cannot, Phoenix. Only Grandmasters have the right to disclose that information to those who are not renovators.
What is a Grandmaster?
We call our leaders Grandmasters. There are also masters, journeymen, and women, and apprentices.
And you are?
I am a journeywoman.
Does this mean you travel a lot?
No, it just means I still have a lot to learn.
So, where can I find a Grand Master?
Don't worry, Phoenix. You will meet one soon, and good luck to you in your quest.
My quest? What are you talking about? What is my quest?
There is a reason why you are here, Phoenix. And with that name, it just cannot be a coincidence.
My name? What does my name have to do with anything?
Don't worry. You will find out. Now you need to leave. Very nice to meet you, Phoenix. I'm sure we will meet again soon.
But wait a minute. I don't know where I'm supposed to go.
Oh, of course. The tunnels can be deceiving to a stranger. All roads here lead to a grand shaft.
And how do I get to this grand shaft?
Let's see. The shortest way is take a left when you get out of here, then a right, another right, left, then second left, and second right. You'll find it straight ahead.
Apprentices, journeymen, women. What a strange place this is. Anyhow, I need to find myself a Grand Master. Hopefully, he'll have some answers. Now, what did she say again? First left, then right, another right, then what? Oh, whatever. Wow, what a massive natural shaft. And look at all those doors. These people have carved a tower inside the rock. Hey, it's you again. Wait! Come back, I said! Ugh, I can't believe that I lost him again. It looks like some kind of a digital control card. Yikes! It smells like real meat. How barbaric. A control panel of some sort, but I don't think it's working. These machines look important. I wonder if I can get them working. These machines... A control panel of some... It fits perfectly, but it's still not working. I know next to nothing about electronic circuits. I can't hold those with my bare hands. They're too tiny. I don't need to use that anymore. Ha! I saw this trick in an ancient 2D show called MacGyver.
There's Conrad. I wonder why he ran off the way he did.
Wow. The stars are so vivid. But wait a minute. They're moving way too fast. What's going on?
This is a simulation of our galaxy, the Milky Way.
A simulation? For what reason?
To understand it better, of course.
I don't think understanding the universe makes any economic sense. I bet so many resources were used to create this amazing illusion. But what is the point?
I don't know. I'm just a boy.
Hey, wait!
Good day to you, Phoenix.
Who are you? How do you know my name?
I believe you were looking for me.
I was? Oh. Are you a Grand Master?
Yes. I am Grandmaster Magnus.
Very nice to meet you, sir. You are a renovator, right?
Yes, Lonely Star. I am.
What did you call me again?
You have a beautiful name. Phoenix. Do you know what it means?
Sure. It is a city in North America, right? And also some mythological creature?
And a star cluster. A cluster formed by only one star.
Oh. Is that significant?
It sure is. Do you know what brought you here?
Yes. I was in a room in the underground. I took this elevator. And here I am.
I am not asking about the physical side of your journey, Phoenix. Why are you here?
I'm investigating a crime, and some leads brought me here. Who are renovators, anyway? What is their purpose?
My dear, we are all renovators here, and our purpose is to help humanity choose a path.
A path? I don't understand. I thought the humanity already chose a path when it created the World Union.
Some humans did, not all of them. And the World Union system is only one of the alternative paths.
What other paths are there? Ours is the best system by far. All indicators point to that.
Those indicators you point out are created by the system for its own support. They are not necessarily objective indicators.
I know most of the things you say to me are so unscientific, but something about the way you say them makes them completely believable.
I know what you are talking about. It is called instinctual trust.
I suppose that's it. I trust you. For no reason. I don't even know you.
You don't need to know me. You have very strong instincts, and they urge you to trust me. You must listen to your instincts.
Why? I don't need to listen to them. I have a very good education, and I know how to reason and deduce. I think, therefore I am.
That is right. Thinking is necessary, but it can be deceiving.
How can thinking deceive anyone? Humanity made all this progress by positive thinking and logic.
Because we are taught how to think and what to think, which means we can also be taught what not to think.
I don't understand.
You will understand, at your own pace. Just remember this. Our thinking schools and philosophies are only a few thousand years old, whereas we are all carrying something far more proven and refined.
What would that be?
Our instincts. The single most important thing our genes pass on. They made us survive the nature, and they represent the experience of more than 1 billion years. Our instincts are our most dependable assets. By finding us renovators here, you prove that you have good instincts. Can you tell me where you are from?
I was born and raised in Adrianopolis.
You survived the terrible riots here. I see. You must have strong survival instincts. But where are you really from?
Oh, you mean my genetic makeup? I'm Welsh.
Any particular region?
More than 60% of my genes originate from an island called Anglesey.
Anglesey. The island of druids. I see. You have a very long and difficult journey. A quest waiting for you, Phoenix of Anglesey. And you can only trust your instincts.
A difficult quest? Somebody else also mentioned a quest. What is this about you people and quests? I'm not looking for a quest. I am just a peace officer that is trying to solve a murder case. I'm not even considered ambitious in World Union standards.
Ambition only works if you know what you want. It totally blinds you if you don't. Makes you focus on things that will not make you happy.
I don't understand. Almost everyone is happy in the Union.
Are they really happy? Can they truly pursue their own understanding of happiness? Or are they blindly chasing after the happiness definition designed for them?
I am totally confused. I don't think I can really understand what you are telling me.
Don't you worry, my dear. I assure that you will, in time.
You got me totally confused, Grandmaster Magnus.
Your head must feel like a dusty room exposed to a strong wind. When the dust settles down, it will all fall into place, and you will come to understand.
I suppose I will.
Yes, you will. But until that dust settles, and your instincts and your subconscious really know what to do, I need to take preventative measures for renovator safety.
What? Are you going to do something to me?
I am going to lock your memories about the land of renovators until you truly understand your quest.
Are you going to make me forget things? How? I suppose I don't want to know, but something inside tells me that I can trust you even with my memories.
You will wake up in your bed, and you will only remember the vagabonds. Good night, my dear, until we meet again.
Who are the vagabonds? But wait!
Oh, no, not again. Grandmaster Magnus, please stop it.
Grandmaster Magnus? What? Where am I? What is this desolate place? Oh, it's cold.
I cannot read that sign. It's written in some other language. Wait a minute. Can it be in Russian? These must be sleeping barracks. That looks like an ancient locomotive. I didn't know they were still in use. A lever. Should I be surprised that it's rusty as well? That must have been some sort of a tower. These must be sleeping barracks. I bet those cables will come in handy. These must be... This place isn't properly paved, and the mud is starting to penetrate my shoes. It's cold. Plastic funnel. A giant chimney, but for what purpose? That is certainly an entry to a mine, and it's very dark inside. That mine is too dark to enter. I don't want to get hurt. Rotten barrels all over the place. An old, rusty canister. It appears full. It smells like some type of fossil fuel. Those buildings are warped. Only intensive heat can warp a building like that. Wow, an archaic power generator. It doesn't work.
I think I've got this right this time. Yes! Got it. I think I was able to turn the lights on. Oh, great. Boulders in my way. And I was hoping to find some proper shelter here. That looks like a control box. My word, it's a passage into the mine. I suppose it's a little late to say, open sesame. A rusty elevator. I must be going down into the mine. I'm not sure if I want to go down that way. it must control that rusty elevator. I know I had the weirdest dreams last night, but I cannot remember a thing now. Hi, I'm here to see Mr. Arnette. He's expecting me.
Oh, of course, Officer Wallace. By the way, would you like to receive another makeover?
Well, I'm in a rush. I think I'll pass this time.
Sorry to hear that. Maybe next time, then.
Hello, Arnie. It's me again.
Hello, sweetie pie.
Do you know what Mr. Bogdanov did in his free time?
Well, with the physical condition that he was in, he shouldn't have had any free time.
Can you be more specific?
Of course. He was so out of shape, he should have been at the gym around the clock.
Did you include physical conditioning in your makeover for him?
No, absolutely. Trying to create a successful makeover in absence of good physical shape is a futile effort.
And was Mr. Bogdanov receptive to your suggestions?
He was very receptive to most of my suggestions. However, he did not respond well to suggestions regarding physical fitness.
He enjoyed being out of shape.
What kind of question is that? How can any man in his right mind enjoy being fat?
Then what was his problem? Why didn't he respond well?
He wanted instant results. Did I mention this before? Anyway, he thought I was going to touch him with my magic wand and voila! He would have had a gorgeous new body.
Can it really work that way?
No. Are you kidding? It takes months of dedication and hard work. Then again, I hear there are other ways too.
Such as?
Services that are available. Only to the very affluent, my dear.
I don't understand.
And you are not supposed to.
Can you think of a motive for Mr. Bogdanov's death?
You mean he didn't die due to natural causes?
No, I'm afraid your former client was murdered.
Oh, well, I can't believe that. Somebody murdered him in cold blood?
Yes, he was. Can you think of anybody that would want him dead?
I wonder if his death is in any way linked to his sudden wealth.
That's very observant of you, Arnie. Ever thought of becoming a peace officer?
Never. It's such a crude and dull job. I'm out there to create people, not to destroy them.
Are you implying that I destroy people in my line of work? You know I am a peace officer.
But of course you do, dear. You destroy people's lives, and you have to live with that. In other jobs, you make decisions and your sales may go up or down. Did you ever consider the consequences of wrong decisions in your line of work?
Let me remind you that I am a peace officer representing the Global Peace and Security Network, a prestigious group working to ensure the safety of our great society. I am totally offended by what you just said.
Oh, dearie, just cut the pep talk and think about it a little bit.
I've given my position a lot of thought, and I feel nothing but pride in what I do.
Anyway, I think you are just too young to understand and appreciate what I'm talking about. Or maybe you're not even smart enough.
Well, Mr. Arnie, I think I've had just about enough of your abuse today. I can't bear it any longer. Goodbye.
Suit yourself, dear. Many people have to pay loads of dollars to hear my comments, insights, and suggestions. You just got an earful for free.
How dare he talk to me like that? How dare he question my integrity? He doesn't even know me.
Hello, Ms. Vanderbilt. Do you have some time for me?
Certainly.
Do you know if Mr. Bogdanov was involved in other ventures?
My goodness. You act as if I had an affair with the man.
I just want to know if you heard him speak about any other businesses.
No, I did not. And I wasn't interested.
Can you tell me any specifics about your treatment at the rehab?
All I can tell you is they took very good care of me, as expected.
In what ways did they take care of you?
Well, when I arrived there, I was a wreck. I really didn't know what end was up.
You felt that bad, huh?
I was addicted, all because of that bastard Bogdanov.
He got you addicted?
Well, let's just say he was to blame for introducing that non-certified device to me.
Then what happened?
When I told him I wanted to keep it a little longer, he said sure, for a price.
So, he started renting the device to you. Was there any agreement about a free trial period?
Yes. We made a verbal agreement for a free trial period. The first week. Then he introduced a weekly rental price, which doubled every week after that. But I didn't care. I had to have it.
Can you tell me what you experienced while using the device?
You know, it was a virtual reality device, but I really cannot recall much. I prefer to forget that experience altogether.
Was it painful? Is that why you prefer to forget it?
No, I don't recall any pain, but it was just so intense.
Intense? In what way?
I remember that the experiences I had were completely realistic. I hadn't seen a virtual reality device like that before.
And what did you experience?
My favorite program was the sexual encounter routine. It was the most tantalizing experience I've ever encountered.
Was it that realistic?
It was beyond realism.
How come?
Because I've yet to experience an emotion so overpowering.
I thought you did not remember much from your experiences.
I do not remember the details, but I do remember the intense emotional pleasure that I received. The bad thing was, whenever the routine ended, I was ready for more and more. Then I became addicted.
Didn't you see the irrationality of paying so much money for this kind of a device?
The device had such a grip on me. I just couldn't let go with it.
Why?
Because I've yet to experience any feeling so overpowering.
Can you describe me the device, please?
I'm not sure if I can.
Do not worry. The GPSN suspect modeling software can be used for device descriptions.
Well, I would have thought you would have seen one of these devices. Why do you need a description from me?
For safety reasons, we are not granted access yet. Nobody knows how these devices actually work, so nobody is allowed near them.
until qualified personnel finish their observations.
I see. I'll try to do my best then.
Thank you. PA, establish link to Lena Vanderbilt's PA for the parallel usage of the suspect modeling software. Device description function. Thanks so much for all your help, Ms. Vanderbilt. I think I have everything I need for my investigation. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
I must be one of the few people who knows what this deadly device looks like now. Could this thing be responsible for other deaths? I think it's time to report my findings to Chief Morrison. I have some important facts to discuss, Chief. Lena Vanderbilt told me that she had received excellent treatment at the rehab center. Evidently, her treatment was for an addiction she developed to a device that Bogdanov had introduced to her. Apparently, Bogdanov gave this device to her on a trial basis at first. However, after the first week, he started renting it at outrageous rates. Apparently, Lena Vanderbilt told me the device that she had become addicted to was a virtual reality device. She said that the experiences she had while using this device were completely realistic, and that she hadn't seen a virtual reality device like that before. Apparently, she vividly remembers the intense emotional pleasure that she received while using one of the device's programs. She claims that whenever this routine ended, she was ready for more and more, and that's how she became addicted.
I have never seen or heard of a device with such a powerful influence on a person's emotions.
Neither have I, Chief.
Keep up the good work, Phoenix. Let's get to the bottom of this as soon as possible.
My sentiments exactly. Lena Vanderbilt confirmed my suspicions about Bogdanov renting out illegal devices. I strongly believe that it was the same device that killed Spencer.
How can you be sure that Vanderbilt and Spencer had used the same kind of device?
Unfortunately, at this point, I'm not sure. I need to get my hands on that device first. But even the criminal task force at the rehab center does not have access to the device yet.
I only have a little time. Continue.
Roger Arnette told me that Bogdanov shouldn't have had any free time, because he should have been at the gym around the clock. However, Bogdanov did not respond well to Arnette's suggestions regarding physical fitness. Moreover, Bogdanov wanted instant results regarding his physical shape.
So, what's your point? Am I missing something?
No, Chief. I just thought...
Just stick to the case, please.
Yes, Chief. Chief, I would like to have a search and seizure warrant for Pierre Deville.
For Pierre Deville? Can you tell me why?
Because I believe he has a motive. He was being cheated big time by Bogdanov. It's all in the financial records. Moreover, he has a firearm collection. And you said that Bogdanov was murdered by a 9mm firearm.
So, what are you trying to imply? Pierre Deville took his firearm and went to Russia in order to murder Bogdanov? You can't easily carry around a firearm, Phoenix. Besides, do we have any evidence showing that Mr. Deville went to Russia?
No, Chief. I'm thinking the other way around. I know it is hard to imagine, but think about it for a minute. What if Deville murdered Bogdanov and then shipped him to Russia?
Shipped? What do you mean by shipped? You're talking as if Bogdanov was merchandise.
That's exactly what I'm saying. What if Deville murdered Bogdanov, then sent his body in a box to Odessa, and paid someone to dump his body there? We hardly have any security controls over the merchandise that is shipped from the World Union to the rogue states. Maybe Bogdanov's body was secretly placed in a box, marked
export merchandise, and that's why we cannot find any record of Bogdanov's final trip to Russia.
At first it sounded highly unlikely, but the more I think about it, the more I see that you have a point. Very well. You've got a plausible scenario, Phoenix. But are you sure Mr. DeVille has a 9mm firearm in his collection?
Yes, Chief.
You don't sound very convincing. But whatever, your request is accepted. I will take this to a judge as soon as possible.
Thank you, Chief Morrison.
I have nothing further to mention at this time. I don't need to use... I don't need to use... I don't need to... I don't need to... I don't need... I don't need to... I don't need to... I don't need to... It's useless. I'm absolutely not interested in talking to him today.
The judge has issued a search and seizure warrant for Pierre DeVille.
Great. Thanks, Chief.
Now, I want you to go to his apartment and look for clues. Pay special attention to the firearm collection that you've been talking about, and bring the 9mm piece, providing that there is one. Okay?
Yes, Chief. Hi, I'm here. Well... Hello, Arnie. It's me again.
Hello, sweetie pie.
Do you know if Mr. Bogdanov had any NGO duties? He might have left the country for such a duty and got into trouble.
Oh, I put in so much effort.
What effort?
Effort to get VB signed up for an NGO duty.
And did he sign up?
No. He had no interest whatsoever. I explained it to him, but he didn't care.
What did you explain?
I explained that it was very important for public relations purposes, and every affluent man was involved in at least one NGO duty.
And, of course, you also mentioned to him that it was part of his debt to society, right?
Oh, goodness gracious. Where do you get these philosophical lines? Those are for college kids. You cannot expect a man at VB's stage in life to fall for such ridiculous ideas.
You mean, you don't believe that you're indebted to our system?
Look, dearie, to get a man to change takes a lot of convincing. If you feed him the same bullshit that he's been exposed to all his life, you're not going to get anywhere. Besides, you're not saying anything that he hasn't heard before. You need to use words that will touch his subconscious. Meaning, words that They think of, but never speak of.
Are you saying that some people don't feel they have a debt to the Union?
Exactly.
And why is that? What makes them so different or special?
You have to understand we are talking about older and very affluent people. As you climb up the ladders in a society, you start feeling more and more like an owner.
An owner of the society?
Society, company, system, you name it. I am not saying this is how these affluent people think. This is how they feel. To an owner of the society, a debt to the society has no meaning. And I talk to these people along these lines in order to reach them.
What you're saying is still puzzling me. But from what I understand, you're questioning some of the basic foundations of our system. And you could be prosecuted for violating our Constitution.
Can you elaborate which article of the Constitution I might be violating?
I don't know. I can't pinpoint it, but I'm sure somebody would find it offensive and sue you.
And they do sue us, dear. But they can never prove any violation of the Constitution. Plus, the founders of our system believe in the importance of our services. That is why we have a special deal with the GPSN.
Are you saying you are immune to such offenses?
Let's just say we do not break the law, and we are needed for systems' well-being. That's all.
Did Mr. Bogdanov have any enemies?
Well, you are asking the wrong person, but I highly doubt it.
What makes you say that?
Because, dear, our little VB had no wings.
He had no wings? What do you mean by that?
It means he was just learning to walk.
Mr. Bogdanov was a grown man. What do you mean he was just learning to walk?
From a biological point of view, you are right. But from a business point of view, he was just a toddler.
So, what you're saying, Arnie, is that his lack of experience in the business world has kept him from developing enemies?
Good, you are learning, dearest. It's more like he is an ant in the land of elephants. Nobody will notice his presence, no matter how much noise he makes.
So what made Mr. Bogdanov so unnoticeable? Why wouldn't he have developed any enemies?
How about the fact that there are nearly 1 billion others like him in the World Union?
Then, how do you explain his murder?
Sweetie pie, I only told you about the dynamics of our society. VB was murdered in a rogue state. It's a completely different ballgame there. And I have no idea if he was an ant or an elephant in that society.
So, in your opinion, the World Union has no connection to his murder?
Nobody can be sure about that, because sometimes elephants unknowingly stomp on ants.
Did Mr. Bogdanov have many friends?
No, he did not.
What makes you so decisive about your answer?
Because I know that he did not have many friends. He couldn't tune in to the right frequency.
You mean specifically here in the Union?
VB did not have a good tuner in general. Now that I know he was an immigrant, I can easily tell you he may have even had similar problems. Before coming to the Union, his interpersonal skills were undeveloped and they needed a lot of work.
Sounds like a real social outcast.
He was an outcast, but he was also very greedy and possessed a very strong willpower. He had the right foundations to become a politically correct Union citizen.
So you think it is greed and willpower that make an individual politically correct in our Union?
No. You neither need greed nor willpower to behave in politically correct manners. Do you really think all of our citizens possess exceptional amounts of greed and willpower? Let me assure you, they don't. Greed and willpower are the basic ingredients to be successful in any society. If you possess those, you have the potential to become anyone you want, provided that you are ready to make sacrifices.
So, Was Mr. Bogdanov ready to make such sacrifices?
That I am not sure about. He was supposed to make some important decisions this week regarding my proposed makeover, but I guess it wasn't meant to be.
Did Mr. Bogdanov ever mention his relationships with others?
Oh yes, he was one to brag about his relationships with others, especially his relationships with females.
Why do you use the term brag? Do you think he was exaggerating?
Oh yes, I know when a man is telling a tall tale.
And what did he tend to exaggerate about?
His shoe size, of course. Oh, what do you think, sweetie?
And what do you mean by that?
Oh, come on, girl. Don't play Miss Congeniality with me.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Tell me, in plain English, why you think he exaggerated about his relationships.
Okay then, Ms. Plain Jane. Tell me, why does anyone exaggerate? To cover up their shortcomings and to make a better impression on others, right?
You're right, Arnie. But what were his shortcomings?
Well, where do we start? He was very short of being Mr. Class, Mr. Personality, Mr. Gorgeous, Mr. Politically Correct, and Mr. Sex Appeal. Need I say more?
No, Arnie. I got your point. I think I have all I need from you regarding my investigation, Arnie.
All right, sweetie pie.
Thank you for your time, and goodbye. Arnie is so full of himself. He sounds like he's figured it all out. Me, Bogdanov, everybody. I don't think he's any use to my investigation anymore. I prefer not to touch this mess unless I have to. A 9mm bullet? It fits. This must be it. I think it's time to report my findings to Chief Morrison. I have some important facts to discuss, Chief. I got the gun from Pierre Deville's apartment.
Let me see. It is a 9mm. I will send it to the ballistics lab right away.
I have nothing further to mention at this time. Harold, I would like to look for this item in the footage.
Okay, let's try.
This software's like magic.
Yes, there it is. It is in pieces, but it's there.
Wow. Thanks, Harold.
Anytime, Phoenix.
I think it's time to report my I have some important facts to discuss, Chief. I have proof that there was a virtual reality device in Perez's plane when it crashed. The same device that Lena Vanderbilt was using.
You must be joking. How do you know?
I took the sketch that I obtained from Lena Vanderbilt to the monitoring room.
and a remarkable software helped me to locate the pieces of the device at Perez's crash site.
Very hard to believe. I think I need to report this to our chief executive immediately. Where is the spoof again?
You can obtain it from Harold, in the monitoring room.
One of Beverly's young engineers, right?
Yes, Chief.
Phoenix, Julio did a thorough background check on Mr. Mikhailov, and unfortunately there are some dark issues about this man. I want you to find him and have a serious talk with him.
Understood, Chief.
I know where to find Mikhailov in the evening.
I have a few more questions for you, Mr. Mikhailov.
Certainly.
Where were you on April 7th?
I was in Russia.
So, when did you arrive to the Union?
I arrived on the 8th, in the afternoon.
What were you doing in Russia on April 7th?
I was with my family. It was Sunday, so we went to church together.
I see that you're a man of faith, Mr. Mikhailov.
Yes, I am.
Were you in contact with Mr. Bogdanov when he was in Odessa?
Certainly not. I didn't know he was in Russia.
Is that right? I'm pretty sure that he would have mentioned his plans about visiting Russia. You are childhood friends, after all. I'm sure he would have wanted to visit you, just like you visit him.
No, really, I had no idea.
Did you have a business relationship with Mr. Bogdanov?
No, I didn't. I can't believe you are accusing me like this. I had no reason to harm him.
I don't remember mentioning anything about harm. Now that you mention it, how can you convince me that you really wouldn't harm him?
I was his brother-in-law, for Christ's sake.
You were what?
His brother-in-law.
Wait, let me think. I'm not used to this biological family lingo. Are you Larissa Lucan's brother?
Yes, I am.
This is incredible.
Officer, I need to leave now. I have to catch a meeting.
You do? All right, but do not leave town for the time being. I'm sure I will need to ask you further questions.
Okay. I won't.
I know it's late, but I need to report my findings to Chief Morrison.
You better have a good reason for bringing me here this late.
Ilya Mikhailov confessed to me that he is actually Bogdanov's brother-in-law and Larissa Lucan's biological brother.
Lucan's bio-brother? No kidding. Has Larissa mentioned anything to you before about having a biological brother?
No, absolutely not.
In that case, you should pay a visit to Ms. Lucan first thing in the morning.
I totally agree.
I only have a little time. Continue.
Ilya Mikhailov told me that he arrived in the Union the day after Bogdanov was murdered. I already verified this through our records. Apparently, he was in Russia the day Bogdanov died.
What a coincidence. But it doesn't mean anything.
No, not yet. I have nothing.
I better pay a visit to Larissa first. She's been hiding stuff from me.
Hello, Larissa.
Oh, hi, Phoenix. You look upset, dear. Sit down.
Thank you. How are you today?
Oh, I am better. Did something happen?
Yes, it certainly did.
What? Tell me.
You have been keeping information from me. Again.
No, I did not.
Who is Ilya Mikhailov?
Ilya. Oh my.
Tell me, Larissa, before I take you into custody for violating Article 7.
He is my bio-relative.
Exactly what relation?
my bio brother from Russia.
So you lied to me about your bio relations.
It shouldn't have mattered.
What was your bio brother doing with Mr. Bogdanov?
I have no idea. It is impossible that they are seeing each other.
I hear that they were quite friendly with each other, Larissa.
But I do not understand. How can they meet?
Why do you think it was impossible for them to see each other?
You see, Phoenix.
Why, Larissa? It is very important.
They used to work together.
You mean your biological brother was also a Gambino?
I am afraid that is correct.
Your bio brother and your former nuptial partner were business partners?
We all grew up together, supported each other through tough childhood. We had no choice about what to become.
This is exactly why there is an Article 7, and all children get trained and raised by qualified professionals. I hope you see better now that the archaic family structure is unfair on children.
Yes, I knew it all along in my heart. I can see it very clearly now.
Is your brother still linked with the Gambinos?
To my knowledge, yes. He was still with the family when we left.
So you basically abandoned your biological brother in order to immigrate?
I had to. We had to. Ilya was too close to the top.
Larissa, you've lied to me more than once, and there will be consequences for it.
I know, Phoenix.
Following the conclusion of this case, I will recommend that you receive psychiatric treatment at the rehab center. So disappointed with her lies. On the other hand, our union seems to be infested by criminals from rogue states. That's hard to even imagine. I think it's time to report my findings to Chief Morrison. I have some important facts to discuss, Chief. Chief, Larissa Lucan revealed to me that Mikhailov was also a Gambino.
What? Another Gambino? What did she say exactly?
Larissa claims that her biological brother is possibly still linked with the Gambinos, and furthermore, he may still be very close to the top.
A top Gambino member in the World Union? I can't believe it. However, we have to take into consideration that Ms. Lucan is not what we'd consider a reliable source. Is she now?
You've got a point there, Chief. Chief, I would like to have a questioning warrant for Mikhailov.
So, did you get your story straightened out?
Yes, I have.
Then let's hear it.
We know that Bogdanov was renting out illegal devices. Lethal devices. Lena Vanderbilt is a witness to this rental business. And we have Melvin Spencer, lying dead at the rehab center. Although a direct link between the device and Spencer's death cannot be confirmed, Criminal Task Force specialists are certain that the device was the cause of Spencer's death.
And those specialists haven't even seen or touched this mysterious device, right? Anyway, please continue.
Larissa claims that her biological brother Mikhailov used to have links with the Gambino crime family, but she isn't sure if he still has a link or not. Heck, there's hardly anything that Larissa is sure about.
We already know that, Phoenix. Get to the point.
Maybe Mikhailov still has links with the Gambinos, or maybe he doesn't. What's important is, there is a pattern. He has a criminal past, and I believe that Bogdanov and Mikhailov were together in this illegal device rental business, along with Perez, who was running the illegal products across the border, in his cargo planes.
So, do you think Mikhailov was involved in the murder?
I think something went wrong with the device that Spencer happened to rent. And perhaps Bogdanov and Mikhailov had a meeting in Odessa, Russia,
with the manufacturers about this deadly malfunction. Maybe then they all got in an argument, and that is when guns got involved.
Not a bad story. But you seem to forget that Bogdanov died before Spencer's device malfunctioned.
That's right, Chief.
Anyway, I think Mr. Mikhailov can fill in the blanks for us. What do you think?
I agree, Chief.
Very well. I accept your request, and I will talk to a judge as soon as possible.
Thank you, Chief. I have nothing further to mention at this time.
Phoenix Wallace, you are in trouble.
I am? What happened, Chief?
Pierre DeVille's 9mm firearm, it came out clean from the ballistics test. It isn't the firearm that was used in the Bogdanov murder.
Oh, really? But maybe he used another gun to murder Bogdanov, then put him in a box and...
Enough, Phoenix. We had to issue a formal apology to Mr. DeVille so that he wouldn't sue us.
Oh, did he accept the apology?
Yes, he did. For a 6-digit sum, of course. Now I suggest you stay clear of innocent citizens and really get down to business. No hypothetical Sherlock Holmes crap anymore. Understood?
Yes, Chief.
Your questioning warrant for Ilya Mikhailov was approved by a judge, and I immediately sent an elite team to detain him. He is now waiting in the interview room to be questioned.
Great. Shall we get going then?
I'm not going anywhere. This was your call, and he belongs to you.
You mean I have to interview him alone?
Yes. You have interviewed novices before. This man isn't any different. Just go in there and do your job.
Understood, Chief. Mr. Mikhailov, you were brought here to be questioned about the murder of Vasily Bogdanov. Any thought that appears in your head can be viewed on the screens behind you, so there's no point in lying. If you cooperate with me, the procedure will be short and less emotionally painful for you. Do you understand?
Yes, I do.
Good. I'm going to be asking you questions, and I expect you to give relevant answers. Is that clear?
Yes, it is.
Mr. Mikhailov, are you currently a Gambino crime family member?
No, I am not.
Mr. Mikhailov, I'm warning you. Your lies will not be tolerated. I would be forced to bring in neurology experts, and they search for clues in your brain instead of asking. And believe me, this procedure usually causes permanent brain damage.
I see. Okay, I will not lie.
Now, are you currently a Gambino crime family member?
Yes, I am.
Did you murder Vasily Bogdanov?
No, I did not.
Tell me about these devices first. Where did they come from?
I don't know their origin. They were produced by us in one of our facilities, in Odessa.
Who designed them?
I don't know. I'm only aware that 20 of them were produced and smuggled into the Union for test marketing.
How were they smuggled?
Through the eastern border.
Who gave them to Bogdanov?
Bogdanov was the original recipient.
He was?
Of course. He was a trusted Gambino.
I thought he escaped from you guys.
Nobody can run away from the Gambinos. We gave him money to immigrate into the Union.
So the plan was that Bogdanov was going to test market these devices through the Things store.
Yes, that was the idea. He was to give the devices to his customers on a trial basis, then send feedback to the family through me.
These devices?
What is so special about them?
I was told that they produce artificial input as realistic as any real input.
In other words, you cannot hear or see anything while using these devices?
Or smell, touch, taste. You can't even move. After seeing the extraordinary demand for the devices, he started renting them at skyrocketing rates. Of course, he couldn't hide this from us forever. We asked for the rental money. He told us that he is a World Union citizen now and out of our reach. He asked for a concession.
Wow.
Vasily used to be a very mellow man. I could not understand what was happening to him. The bastard was right. He was out of our reach. It is impossible for us to do anything violent within the World Union. Even our most notorious hitmen seem to get scared and tamed down when they are in the World Union, for some reason that we could not identify. So we took the situation to our Grand Don in Moscow. He said he will handle it himself. In a few days, Bogdanov appeared in Odessa.
Who brought him there? How did he get there?
I haven't a clue. He looked very calm and tranquil, as if he was drugged. He was drugged, I don't know.
Who used the firearm?
Some local hitman in Odessa. I don't know his name.
It does not matter. I will capture an image of the incident from your memories.
What's going to happen to me?
First, you will be treated in one of our rehabilitation centers. Then, you will be sent back to the Russian police. I bet they know what to do with you.
Phoenix, I am proud to tell you that you have successfully solved the Bogdanov case. Your progress could have been faster, but that's okay.
Thank you, Chief Morrison. I know I could have dealt with the case more efficiently.
You know, I was watching you from behind the mirror in the interview room. Your questioning of Mikhailov was exemplary.
Thank you again, Chief.
Now you need to pack your bags.
I do? Why? Am I being transferred?
Well, sort of. You're going to Odessa, Russia, to help the Russian police find Mr. Bogdanov's murderer. I've already transferred the image of the murderer to the police chief of Odessa. The GPSN and the Russian security forces agreed to establish a joint team in order to deal with this Gambino crime organization. And you're a part of this team, representing the World Union as Lieutenant Peace Officer Phoenix Wallace.
Lieutenant Wallace? Oh, thank you, Chief.
It wasn't only me who felt you deserved this promotion. Our Chief Executive Officer also suggested that you should be promoted.
Thank you again for all your help, Chief.
You're welcome. Now, an even more challenging task is waiting for you in Russia. I can assure you, it's going to be very stressful and difficult.
I can only imagine. But I am confident, and I know I can handle it.
I'm sure you will. By the way, here is your certificate for your outstanding performance. Good luck, Phoenix.
Thank you, Chief Morrison.